Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. Just over 9 months ago, when my fiancée and I were still engaged, we bought a house in upstate New York, about 50 miles from New York City. She is my wife now, but at that time we were still planning our wedding and trying to build the life we had both imagined. Buying that house felt like one of the biggest steps we had ever taken together. It was not just a house to us. It was a project, a dream, and a future all in one. The house was a Cape Cod-style home, and from the very beginning, we had big plans for it. We did not want to leave it the way it was. We planned to tear off the entire second floor and rebuild it so that the house would become more like a colonial. It was a huge job, but we were excited. We knew it would take a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of hard work, but we were ready for it. The house had been sitting on the market for about 6 months before we finally came to terms, signed the contracts, and had our closing. Looking back now, I sometimes wonder if there was a reason it sat there for so long, waiting, as if no one else wanted it or no one else was meant to have it. At the time, though, I did not think about that. I only thought about the location, the size of the lot, the structure we could build from what was already there, and the life my future wife and I would have inside it. It was an exciting time. We were full of ideas. We saw possibility in every wall, every room, and every inch of that property. I still remember the first time we went to see the house. My wife was there, along with the real estate agent, and my mother-in-law and father-in-law came too. We all walked through the house together on a tour, looking into each room, talking about what could be changed and what might stay the same. Most of the house looked like what you would expect from a place that had been prepared for sale. It was not perfect, but it had clearly been cleaned up and made ready for people to view. There was fresh paint in many parts of the house. It was obvious that the sellers had tried to make it look neat and presentable. We moved from room to room, talking about walls, windows, layout, and future plans. Then we came to one of the bedrooms on the first floor. The moment I stepped into that room, something felt different. It was not dramatic, and I did not stop and stare or say anything out loud, but I noticed right away that it seemed to have once belonged to a child. On the door, there were crayon drawings. They were not large murals or anything like that, just the kind of marks a child might leave behind over time, little scribbles and shapes and lines that should have been painted over if the house had really been freshened up for sale. That was what made it stand out so much. Everywhere else, it was easy to see that a new coat of paint had been applied before the house was put on the market. But that door still had the crayon marks. It felt strange. It felt like something had been left untouched on purpose, even if there was no clear reason for it. We all moved through the room and kept going. I remember being the last one to leave. Everyone else had already gone into the next space, and I was just a step or two behind them. Right before I reached the doorway, I heard footsteps behind me. They were clear footsteps, not a soft creak or an old house settling. It sounded exactly like someone walking close behind me, as if one of the others had turned back and was following me out of the room. The sound was so real that I reacted without even thinking. I turned around and held the door open, expecting someone to come through. But no one was there. The room was empty. I looked down the hall, and the others were already ahead. There was no one behind me. No one close enough to have made that sound. I stood there for a second longer than I should have, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. Then I told myself I must have imagined it. Maybe I had mistaken the sound of someone farther away. Maybe the house had made a noise that sounded more human than it really was. I did not say anything to anyone. I kept it to myself because I did not want to sound foolish, and I did not want to believe right from the start that something strange might be going on. It seemed easier to dismiss it and move on. We bought the house anyway. About 3 weeks later, work began. Once construction started, things moved fast. The roof came off, and the entire second floor was removed. It was exactly what we had planned, but seeing a house opened up like that is still a strange experience. For a while it looked less like a home and more like a shell. Then the rebuilding started. We added 3 bedrooms upstairs, 1 full bathroom, and an attic with a regular staircase leading up to it. We wanted the space to feel finished and useful, not like one of those attics you can only reach by pulling down a ladder. We wanted the whole house to feel like a real family home. Downstairs, we made big changes too. We turned the garage into our living room. We gutted the bathroom and the kitchen and rebuilt both. New materials, new layout, new fixtures, new look. It was a serious renovation. For a long time, almost every part of the house looked like a work zone. Dust, tools, wood, wires, debris, open walls, people moving in and out. Almost nothing was left untouched. The only 2 rooms in the house that we did not fully renovate were the 2 original bedrooms on the first floor. Those rooms only got paint, new windows, and central air. One of those bedrooms was the room with the crayon drawings on the door. The same room where I had heard the footsteps during our first visit. For 2 months, we did not sleep in the house because of the dust, the mess, and everything that came with the construction. It simply was not comfortable or practical to stay there. During that time, I stayed at my parents' house. My father-in-law, however, spent a lot of time at the property because he was doing the electrical work. He is the kind of man who works hard until he is exhausted, and instead of always going home, he would sometimes just sleep in the house when he got too tired. He chose to sleep in that same first-floor bedroom, the one with the crayon marks. Each morning I would arrive from my parents' house, and some mornings my father-in-law would tell me something that made me uneasy. At first it sounded like one of those things you hear and do not know what to say to. He would say, almost casually, "You know, a few times last night I woke up because it felt like someone was holding my nose and covering my mouth." The way he said it made it even stranger. He was not joking, and he was not the kind of person to invent things for attention. He sounded serious, but also puzzled, like he himself did not understand what had happened. Then he would add that he had heard footsteps upstairs during the night. That was hard to explain, because at that stage of the construction, upstairs was not the kind of place anyone could just wander around without us knowing. There was no reason for footsteps to be there. And even if there had been some natural cause, hearing him describe both the strange feeling in his sleep and the sounds upstairs made me think back to what I had heard in that room the first time we visited. I still did not want to jump to conclusions, but it stayed in my mind. It is one thing to hear a strange noise once and brush it off. It is another thing when different people begin noticing different things in the same house, especially around the same room. When the renovation was finally done and the house was clean enough to live in, my wife and I moved in. It felt incredible at first. After all the effort, all the work, all the planning, seeing the finished space was deeply satisfying. It was our house, rebuilt the way we wanted it. The upstairs was brand new. The kitchen and bathroom downstairs looked completely different from how they had looked before. The living room, which had once been the garage, felt warm and comfortable. The place no longer looked old or neglected. It looked fresh, modern, and ready for a new life. And for a little while, it felt like that was all there was to it. But then small things started happening again. Recently, I began noticing that the light in the attic would be on when I came home from work. That might not sound like much, but the reason it stood out was simple. In the morning, I leave the house after my wife does. In the evening, I am the first one home. So if I leave the attic light off in the morning, there should be no one there during the day to turn it on. Yet I found it on 3 times in 1 week. The first time, I told myself I probably forgot and left it on. The second time, I got more doubtful. By the third time, I knew something was wrong because I had started paying closer attention after the first 2 times. I was sure I had turned it off. An attic is already the kind of place that can make a person uneasy if they are in the right mood. Even in a renovated house with clean walls and proper stairs, There is still something about going up into an attic that feels different from the rest of the home. It is quieter, more removed, more still. So each time I saw that light on, I felt that same uncomfortable thought in the back of my mind. Had one of us really made a mistake, or was something else going on? Then came the bathtub incident. My wife and I were sitting on the couch one night, watching a movie. It was one of those ordinary evenings you do not think twice about. Nothing felt unusual. The house was calm. We were relaxed. Then we both heard water running in the downstairs bathroom. It sounded exactly like the bathtub faucet had been turned on. It was not faint or distant. It was clear enough that there was no question about what we were hearing. I got up right away and went to check. But when I walked into the bathroom, the faucet was off. The tub was dry. There was no water running, no dripping, no wet surface, nothing. I stood there staring at it, waiting for some explanation to present itself, but there was nothing. I went back and told my wife, and the strange thing was that we had both heard it. It was not just me. That is what made it harder to dismiss. If only one person hears something, it is easier to blame the mind, the mood, or the moment. But when two people hear the same thing at the same time and then find no source for it, it leaves you with a very different feeling. We also have a little Yorkie. He is small, but like many small dogs, he is alert and loud when he wants to be. Usually when he hears someone near the house, he reacts in a clear way. He runs toward the door, or toward the sound, or toward the person. His behavior makes sense. But sometimes he will suddenly jump up and bark for no reason we can find. The odd part is that he does not run toward anything. He barks as if someone is there, but he stays where he is, or he looks at a place in the room where there is nothing visible to us. That is what feels so strange. It is almost as if he senses someone or something, but not in the same way he senses an actual person outside or at the door. I have spent a lot of time thinking about all of this. Part of me believes I should have had the house blessed before we moved in. I was not thinking in those terms during the purchase or construction because I was focused on the practical side of things. Budget, design, contractors, timelines, materials. That was where my mind was. Even when I heard those footsteps during our first walkthrough, I pushed it aside because I did not want to open that door in my mind. But now, after everything that has happened, I wonder whether I should have taken it more seriously from the start. At the same time, I do not feel certain that whatever may be in the house is truly evil. If there really is a spirit here, maybe even a child spirit, I do not know that it means us harm. That is something I keep coming back to. If it wanted to seriously hurt us, maybe it already would have. That thought does give me some comfort. But then I think about my father-in-law waking up feeling like his nose and mouth were being covered while he slept, and that does not seem harmless. That part is hard to explain away, and it is hard to feel fully calm when I remember it. Sometimes I wonder if whatever is here became upset when we started tearing the house apart. We removed the whole second floor. We changed almost everything. Maybe, if there is something tied to the house, it reacted because it believed the whole place was going to be destroyed. Maybe the reason my father-in-law had those experiences during construction was because the spirit, if that is what it was, felt threatened by the work being done. Maybe it saw him as part of the destruction. I know that sounds strange even as I think it, but when you are in a situation where too many little things refuse to fit into a normal explanation, your mind starts trying to build a picture from the pieces you have. And that brings me back to the crayon bedroom. I think about that room more than any other part of the house. I think about those childish drawings on the door, left behind while the rest of the house was painted over and cleaned up for sale. I think about hearing footsteps in that room when no one was behind me. I think about my father-in-law sleeping in there and telling me what happened to him at night. If there is a center to all of this, I cannot help but feel it might be that room. It is one of the few parts of the original house that still feels tied to what was there before us. Almost everything else has been remade in some way. But that room still feels like it belongs partly to another time. There are moments when I try to be completely rational about it. Old houses make noise. Even renovated houses carry old systems or odd little issues. Lights can fail. Switches can stick. Pipes can sound louder than they should. A dog can react to tiny sounds or smells that humans do not notice. A tired person can hear footsteps and be mistaken. Someone half asleep can feel pressure in a dream and wake up convinced it was real. All of those things are possible. I know they are possible. I want them to be true because they are easier to live with than the alternative. But what makes this difficult is not one big event. It is the pattern. It is how many separate things have happened, to different people, at different times, yet all inside the same house. A sound with no source. A feeling with no explanation. A light turning on. Water running that leaves no trace. A dog responding to something unseen. None of those things by themselves would be enough to convince me of anything. But together they sit in the mind in a way that becomes harder and harder to ignore. The strangest part is that the house itself does not always feel frightening. That may sound odd, but it is true. Most of the time, it feels like a normal home. We cook meals there. We relax on the couch. We go to sleep and wake up and live our lives. In daylight, with everything bright and busy, it often feels ridiculous to even think about ghosts. It feels like a beautiful home that we built with our own hands and our own sacrifices. It feels safe. It feels solid. It feels like ours. Then night comes, and the house quiets down. That is when the mind starts noticing everything. The spaces between sounds. The stillness in the hallway. The way certain rooms feel more silent than others. The way a staircase looks when it is dim. The soft shift of air that should mean nothing but somehow does. Even if nothing happens, the memory of what has happened lingers. You walk past the doorway and remember the footsteps. You pass the bathroom and remember the sound of water running into a dry tub. You see the attic stairs and think of that light turning on by itself. You hear the dog bark once from another room and wait to see whether he runs toward the door or just stares at empty space. Sometimes I think the hardest part of all this is not the fear of being harmed. It is the uncertainty. It is living with the feeling that there may be something present that you cannot see, cannot prove, and cannot fully understand. Fear is one thing. Confusion is another. Fear can pass quickly, but confusion lingers. It settles into your daily life and changes the way you notice your own home. I have thought about speaking to it, if there is something there. I have tried to build up the courage to say out loud that whoever or whatever is in the house is no longer living, that this is no longer their home, that they need to go to God and move on. Part of me believes that if there is truly a spirit, maybe that is the right thing to do. Maybe it needs to be acknowledged. Maybe it needs to hear that. Maybe it does not understand where it is or what has changed. But I am afraid. I am afraid because I do not know what would happen after that. I do not know if saying those words would bring peace or make things worse. What if it does not want to leave? What if acknowledging it gives it more strength or causes it to react? What if the quiet little signs we have noticed so far become louder, stronger, harder to ignore? The last thing I want is to create a situation where a brand new home becomes a place we no longer feel comfortable living in. We worked too hard for this house. We poured too much into it. Money, effort, time, stress, physical labor, hope. I do not want fear to take that away from us. That is what makes this so difficult. If the house were just old and untouched, maybe I would find it easier to detach from it emotionally. But this house is personal now. We reshaped it. We imagined our life here before it was even finished. We turned it into something new. Every wall, every room, every staircase holds a piece of our effort. So when strange things happen, it does not just feel creepy. It feels unfair. It feels like something is reaching into a space we fought hard to make our own. At times, I also think about the people who lived here before us. I do not know their full story. I do not know who slept in that crayon room, or what memories were made inside those walls. Every home carries history, even when the paint is fresh and the floors are new. People leave more than furniture marks behind. They leave routines, emotions, memories, and sometimes traces that cannot be explained in any simple way. Maybe what we are dealing with has nothing to do with evil. Maybe it is attachment. Maybe it is confusion. Maybe it is the echo of something unfinished. Still, none of those softer ideas fully erase the more disturbing details. A person waking up feeling like their breathing is being blocked is not a comforting image. That is the one thing that most often keeps me from fully relaxing about all of this. If I only had the footsteps, the attic light, and the sound of water, I might be quicker to dismiss it as a mix of old house problems and suggestive thinking. But that one detail from my father-in-law sits in the middle of everything and changes the tone of it all. I have asked myself many times why he would be the one targeted, if that is what it was. Maybe because he spent nights there alone. Maybe because he was physically working on the house, changing it in ways no one else was at that point. Maybe because he slept in that room and was more vulnerable there. Or maybe there is no connection at all, and what he experienced had some natural explanation tied to sleep. I honestly do not know. And that is the truth of all of this. I do not know. I can only describe what happened and what I have seen and heard. There are days when I think I should bring in someone to bless the house. Not because I want drama or because I want to turn this into something bigger than it is, but because peace matters. Even if nothing paranormal is happening, maybe the act itself would help clear our minds and let us feel more settled. There is power in peace, even when it comes from ritual, prayer, or simple intention. And if there really is something here, maybe being blessed would help it move on without anger or resistance. But there is another side of me that hesitates even with that. What if doing something formal makes the whole thing feel more real? What if it changes the atmosphere simply because now we are all waiting for something to happen? Once you begin treating a strange feeling like a real haunting, you cross a line in your own mind. After that, every sound and every flicker means more than it used to. Sometimes I think silence is safer, even if it is uneasy silence. My wife and I have talked about it, though not always in depth. It is one of those subjects that can hang in the air without being fully explored because once you start saying too much, it becomes harder to go back to normal. Still, we both heard the bathtub. She knows about the attic light. She sees the dog act strangely sometimes too. So even when we are not speaking about it directly, it is there between us, a quiet question living in the house with us. What I want more than anything is for the house to stay ours in every way that matters. I want it to be the place where our life continues, where ordinary days happen, where future memories replace old ones. I do not want to feel like a guest in a space we own. I do not want to wonder whether some unseen presence is watching from the edge of a room or moving through a hallway after we go to bed. I want calm. I want certainty. I want to believe that whatever happened, if anything did happen, can fade with time. Maybe it will. Maybe the strange incidents will stop, and 1 year from now this will all feel like a brief unsettling chapter during the first months in a newly renovated house. Maybe we will laugh about it. Maybe we will say the stress of construction and moving made everything seem more intense than it really was. Maybe the light will never come on by itself again. Maybe we will never hear water running in an empty tub again. Maybe the dog will stop barking at nothing. Maybe that room with the crayon marks will become just another room. But maybe it will not stop. That possibility is what stays with me. Not in a loud, panicked way, but in a quiet one. A question more than a fear. A feeling that something might still be there, adjusting to us the way we are adjusting to the house. Waiting. Watching. Existing just outside the edges of what we can explain. I keep thinking about that first moment in the child's room, the footsteps behind me when no one was there. At the time it felt like an isolated little event, the kind of thing a person shrugs off because that is the easiest thing to do. But now, when I look back on it, it feels like the house may have introduced itself then, in the smallest possible way. Not enough to force belief. Just enough to be remembered later when other things started happening. I do not know whether I will eventually speak to it. I do not know if I will ask a priest or someone else to bless the house. I do not know if the right move is to confront it, ignore it, pray over it, or simply keep living as normally as possible. Right now I am caught between caution and curiosity, between disbelief and concern. I want to do the right thing, but I do not know what the right thing is. So for now I watch. I listen. I pay attention. I notice the rooms that feel colder than they should. I check the attic light. I listen when the dog barks. I try to remember exactly what I turned off, what I locked, what I heard, what I did not hear. I keep track of the small things because sometimes the small things tell the clearest story. And if this is all in my head, then eventually that should become clear too. Patterns should break. Incidents should stop. Things should settle. But if they do not, then I may have to accept that this house, beautiful and new as it now looks, may still hold something from before we arrived. And if that is true, I only hope it can be something that leaves in peace. Because this house is our home now. We chose it. We rebuilt it. We gave it a future. We worked hard for every part of it. I do not want to lose that feeling. I do not want fear to take root in the same place where we planted so much hope. So I keep telling myself that if there is someone here, maybe they are not truly bad. Maybe they are unsettled. Maybe they are confused. Maybe they are tied to a room, a memory, a piece of the house that remains. Maybe they need kindness. Maybe they need prayer. Maybe they need to be told that they are no longer living and that it is all right to go. I am just not sure yet whether I am ready to be the one who says it out loud. Until then, we keep living in the house we built, loving the life we started there, and trying to believe that whatever lingers in the shadows of the old parts will one day grow quiet and finally let us be. It all started a little after I turned 12. At that age, my cousin, my sister, and I had become deeply fascinated with using a Ouija board. What first began as simple curiosity slowly turned into a strange habit. We were young, and the idea of speaking to spirits felt exciting instead of dangerous. Every time we used the board in those early days, the experience seemed harmless. In fact, it felt positive. Nothing about those first sessions made us think we were doing anything wrong. We would sit around the board with nervous laughter, waiting for something to happen, and when the planchette moved, we were filled with wonder instead of fear. It felt mysterious, but never threatening. At that point, if anyone had asked me whether I thought what we were doing could bring something dark into our lives, I would have said no without hesitation. For a short while, it almost felt like a game, even though we took it seriously. We believed we were making contact with spirits and psychics, and because the messages had not been frightening, we let our guard down. We were too young to understand that not everything that answers should be invited in. We only saw the thrill of it. We saw the way the board moved, the way it seemed to respond, and the strange excitement that came with feeling like there was something beyond the normal world. Looking back now, I think that was the most dangerous part of all. We were comfortable. We were curious. And we had no idea what we were opening the door to. One night, some family friends came over to visit. It was one of those nights that seemed ordinary at first, the kind of evening where people gather, talk, laugh, and spend time together without expecting anything unusual to happen. I remember telling one of my friends about the Ouija board and how my sister, my cousin, and I had been using it. I was explaining how we believed we were communicating with spirits and psychics. To me, it sounded incredible. To her, it sounded ridiculous. She did not believe me. She was skeptical from the beginning, and I could tell by the way she looked at me that she thought I was either imagining things or making it all up. I was determined to prove that I was telling the truth. I wanted her to see for herself what I had seen. I wanted her to understand that this was real, at least real in the way I understood it then. So I took her into my bedroom, where we set up the board and prepared to use it. It felt almost exciting at first, like I was about to show her something unbelievable. There was no fear in me when we started. I expected it to go the way it always had before. But that night was different from the very first moment. We made contact on the first attempt. That alone was enough to make us sit up straighter and focus. Usually, even when the board moved, there was a strange pause at the beginning, a slow testing of the moment. This time there was no hesitation. The spirit answered quickly, almost like it had already been waiting. At first, we asked the usual questions, trying to find out who or what we were speaking to. But the answers that came back did not feel calm or friendly. The energy changed almost immediately. The spirit began spelling out vulgar remarks, ugly words that shocked us both. Then it repeated, over and over, that it was going to kill us. At first, I did not fully believe what was happening. I remember hoping that maybe one of us was somehow moving the planchette without realizing it. But I knew I was not doing it, and from the way my friend looked at me, pale and frightened, I could see that she was not joking either. The mood in the room changed so quickly that it felt like all the air had gone heavy. What had started as a mission to prove something fun and mysterious to my friend suddenly turned into something dark and deeply unsettling. The board did not just give us one threat and stop. It kept repeating it. It was angry. That was the strongest feeling in the room. Not just hostility, but anger. A sharp, ugly anger that seemed to grow stronger the longer we stayed there. We both got so creeped out that my friend finally left my room and went to get her cousin. I remember the way she rushed out, half panicked, her fear now matching mine. A few minutes later, after a lot of hurried and frightened explaining, she brought him into my room. By then, I had expected that whatever contact we had made would be broken. I thought maybe once we stopped focusing on the board, once my friend had run out, and the moment was interrupted, the connection would be gone. But when we returned to the board, it was as if the spirit had never left. It was still there, still ready, still angry. The contact with the same entity continued as though we had never stopped using the board at all. That part has always stayed with me because it made everything feel even more real. It was not like starting over. It was like stepping back into an argument that had been waiting for us. Again, the board repeated that it was going to kill us. Again, it said we needed to leave the room. It was not vague. It was direct. It wanted us out. But instead of being careful, my friend's cousin reacted in the worst way possible. He tried to act tough. He started arguing with the spirit and antagonizing it, as if he could somehow win against whatever was on the other side of that board. He mocked it. He challenged it. He acted like the whole thing was just something he could control by being louder and more aggressive. I remember feeling sick with fear while he did that. Even at 12, I knew it was a bad idea. There was something in the room that felt wrong, and his attitude only made the atmosphere worse. He seemed frustrated that he was not getting the kind of response he wanted, and after a while, he gave up. We all left the room together, but I did not feel relieved. If anything, leaving only made me more frightened because I could not shake the feeling that something had already happened, something invisible but permanent, as though a line had been crossed. That night I went to my mother, upset and scared, talking about a ghost in my room. I remember ranting on and on, trying to explain how wrong it had felt and how the spirit had threatened us. My mother listened, but like most parents would, she reassured me that it was only an overactive imagination. She probably believed I had worked myself up into a state. From her point of view, I was a young girl who had scared herself with something she did not understand. She tried to calm me down, to make me feel safe. And maybe part of me wanted to believe her. But deep down, I did not think it was just imagination. I felt that something had changed the moment we used that board that night. A couple of months later, strange things began to happen in the house. At first the disturbances were small, almost easy to dismiss if you looked at them one by one. Doors would open and close on their own. Lights would turn on in the middle of the night. One light in particular, the one in the dining room, became almost famous in our house because of how often it happened there. What made that light so strange was the kind of switch it had. It was not a normal flip switch. It was one of those turnstile knobs that took more effort to use. It was not something that could just lightly shift by accident. You had to actually turn it. So when that light came on in the middle of the night, again and again, it was much harder to dismiss as a random thing. The kitchen also became a hotspot for activity. There was always something uneasy about walking into that room late at night. Cupboards would open on their own. Drawers would slide out for no reason. Sometimes we would hear the sound first, a soft movement from another room, and then go in and find things open that had definitely been closed. Cups would fall out of the cabinets, and smash onto the floor in the middle of the night. This happened often enough that it became part of the growing pattern instead of an isolated event. At first, every broken cup felt shocking. Later, it began to feel like something we were almost expecting. That was one of the worst parts of living with it. Strange things stopped being surprising and became part of normal life. And then there was my bedroom. My room seemed to carry the worst of it. Every single night, I could hear a deep, heavy breathing beside my bed. It sounded like a man slowly panting in the dark, close enough that I felt like if I reached my hand out, I would touch someone standing there. The breathing would start quietly. At first, it was faint enough that I would question whether I was really hearing it. Then it would grow louder and louder until it felt impossible to ignore. Just when it seemed like it had reached the point where I could not bear one more second of it, it would stop completely. The silence after it stopped was sometimes even more frightening than the sound itself, because I would lie there wondering whether that meant it had left, or whether it was still there, standing quietly in the dark beside me. I learned to sleep buried under blankets and pillows, as if layers of fabric could somehow protect me. I would hide myself beneath everything I could, trying to shut out the room, the breathing, and the fear. Even then, sleep never came easily. I would lie there tense, waiting, listening, hoping that if I stayed still enough maybe nothing worse would happen. Morning did not bring much comfort either, because I would often wake up with scratches on my body, marks that looked like claw marks. They were not the kind of random tiny scratches you get without noticing during the day. These were more disturbing than that, because I could not explain where they came from. Objects in the house began to move as well. Things would be taken from one place and found in another room entirely. We never actually saw anything move, and that made it even more confusing. You would walk into a room and find something that had no reason to be there, or go looking for an object and discover it somewhere that made no sense. It would leave you standing there, staring, wondering how the hell it got there. On their own, things like that sound almost silly when you describe them later. But when you are living inside it, when it happens over and over again, it creates a constant sense that your home is no longer fully yours. It feels like something else is there, touching your things, changing your space, making sure you know it can. We also began seeing shadows. That is one of the details that is hardest to explain because shadows are so easy for people to dismiss. They say it was the corner of your eye, the way the light moved, a trick of the mind. Maybe sometimes that is true. But what we saw did not feel like ordinary mistakes. We would see it moving down the hallway past the bedrooms and through the kitchen. It was not always clear enough to describe perfectly. Often you caught it only from the corner of your eye, just enough to know that something had passed where nothing should have been. Other times there would be a sudden cold gust, as if something unseen had moved quickly past you. On many occasions I would be sitting on the couch in the living room doing homework, trying to focus on something normal, something that belonged to the ordinary world, and I would feel fingertips brush across my hand as I wrote. It was not a sharp grab or a violent touch. It was lighter than that, almost deliberate, as though something wanted me to know it was there. That alone was enough to freeze me, but it was usually followed by something else. The walls would begin creaking, and the sound would travel from one end of the house all the way to the other. It was as if something invisible was moving through the home, touching the structure itself, making the house speak in a language of cracks and groans. In those years, I feared this being completely. That fear became part of daily life. It was always there in the background, even when nothing specific was happening. I would wake up afraid. I would go to bed afraid. I would move through the house with that fear sitting inside me, especially at night. As time passed, though, I started learning something that I wish I had understood sooner. My fear seemed to feed it. The more terrified I was, the more active it became. It was as if my fear gave it energy, something it could use to manifest more disturbances in the house. I cannot prove that, of course, but living through it taught me that there was a connection between my emotional state and the intensity of what happened around me. It seemed especially angry at me. That was always how it felt. Other members of my family experienced many of the same things, and so I know I was not imagining the household activity altogether. But there was something about the way it focused on me that made it feel personal. Maybe it was because I was involved in the Ouija board sessions from the beginning. Maybe it was because I was the one who felt the strongest fear, and it latched onto that. Or maybe it was because once I became the most aware of it, I also became the easiest person for it to reach. I do not know. I only know that my room, my body, and my sense of peace seemed to be targeted more than anything else. Years passed like that, and somehow life kept moving around the haunting. That may sound strange, but people get used to almost anything if it lasts long enough. School, family life, ordinary routines, birthdays, arguments, laughter, meals, chores, homework, sleep. All of that still happened. But wrapped around those normal things was this other reality, one filled with open cupboards, broken cups, breathing in the dark, scratches, shadows, cold gusts, and moved objects. It is a very strange thing to grow up with something like that. Part of you keeps wanting an explanation. Another part stops asking because no explanation ever arrives, and you become tired of hearing people suggest normal reasons for things that never felt normal. As I got older, I became less openly afraid, even though the activity did not stop. Fear changed shape over time. When I was younger, it was panic. It was hiding under blankets and feeling certain something evil was standing a few feet away from me. Later it became something colder, more controlled, but still deeply uncomfortable. I learned that if I let myself completely panic, the house seemed to grow louder, more active, more intense. So I tried to keep my emotions down. I tried not to react. I tried not to show it anything. By the time I was nearing my 20s, I had countless encounters with this entity. Too many to fit into one story. Some were smaller moments that only made sense when added to the larger pattern. Others were stronger, the kind of experience that stayed with me long after it ended. That is one reason it is so hard to explain everything to other people. You cannot hand them the feeling of years. You cannot show them the weight of repeated strange events. You can only tell them pieces, and the pieces often sound less powerful than the full reality of living inside them. I am nearly 23 now, and I have not lived in my parents' house for a couple of years. Moving out should have felt like the ending of it. Part of me hoped that once I was no longer living there, I would be free of it completely. And in some ways I am. I no longer go to sleep every night in that bedroom listening for breathing. I no longer wake every morning in that same house wondering what moved during the night. There is relief in distance. But it did not end as cleanly as I once hoped. My mother still reports to me that there is activity in the house. Even now, after all this time, she still notices things happening there. That alone says a lot to me. It means that whatever we invited and did not leave when I grew older or moved away, it remained. And when I go back for family gatherings, I can still feel it. I do not always see something happen right in front of me, but I feel the negative energy when it is nearby. That feeling is hard to describe to people who have never experienced it. The closest comparison I can make is the feeling you might have if you suddenly realize you were about to be attacked by a wild animal. It is that same sharp instinct, that sudden alarm in the body, the sense that something dangerous is close even before you consciously understand why. The strange thing is that the activity seems more controlled now than it once did. It is not as wild as it was during the worst years. It is still there, but quieter, like something that has settled into the house and no longer needs to put on a show all the time. That does not mean it feels harmless. It only means it feels less chaotic. In some ways, that calm is almost more unsettling because it makes the entity seem established, as if it knows it belongs there now. And for some reason, it likes to steal silverware. I know that detail sounds almost ridiculous compared to everything else, but it is true. Spoons, forks, random pieces of silverware disappear in that house in a way that has become weirdly familiar. We joke about it sometimes because if you do not laugh at some part of it, the whole story becomes too heavy to carry. But even that odd little habit fits the pattern of objects being moved or taken, of the house never fully allowing things to stay where they are meant to be. Sometimes I think back to the beginning and wonder whether life would have been different if we had never used that board. It is impossible not to ask that question. Before that one night with my skeptical friend, before the angry spirit, before the threats, before the cousin came in and mocked whatever was there, life was normal. Yes, we had been using the Ouija board before that, but those earlier experiences had felt positive and harmless. I sometimes wonder if that made us careless. Maybe we were already opening the door a little each time. Maybe that one night was simply when something darker finally answered. Maybe it had been waiting for the right moment, the right weakness, the right invitation. What stays with me most from that night is how quickly the tone changed. One moment I was trying to prove something. The next, we were speaking to something that hated us. Something that wanted us afraid. And when my mother later tried to reassure me that it was all just imagination, I wanted so badly for her to be right. But imagination does not usually continue for years. Imagination does not turn knobs, open cupboards, break cups, breathe beside your bed, leave scratches on your skin, brush fingers across your hand, and stay active long after you move away. When I think of that breathing now, it still unsettles me more than almost anything else. There is something deeply personal and invasive about hearing breath in the darkness beside your own bed. It is not like hearing a floorboard creak across the room. It is intimate. It makes you feel watched, crowded, hunted. Even years later, if I wake in the middle of the night and hear an ordinary house noise in my current home, there is still sometimes a split second where my body remembers that old fear before my mind catches up. The scratches still disturb me too. There is something about waking up with marks on your body that crosses a line. It takes the haunting out of the air and brings it directly onto your skin. It is one thing to wonder if something is in the house. It is another to wonder whether it touched you while you slept. That kind of thing changes the way a person rests. It changes how safe sleep feels. For a long time, even when I was exhausted, part of me stayed alert because I did not trust the night. I also think about how many times I sat doing homework, trying to focus like any normal kid, only to feel fingertips move across my hand. There is a sadness in that memory as much as there is fear. Childhood should not feel like that. A child should not grow used to invisible things touching them in the middle of simple everyday moments. But that was my normal for a long time. Schoolwork, family life, and haunting all mixed together until I no longer knew how strange it truly was until I got older and could look back on it with adult eyes. That is one of the hardest parts of telling stories like this. When something has been part of your life for years, it becomes difficult to measure how abnormal it really is. People hearing it from the outside react with shock, but when you are living through it, you adapt. You become practical in strange ways. You notice which rooms feel worse. You learn what time of night is the most active. You stop leaving certain objects in certain places. You sleep in certain positions. You avoid reacting too strongly. You learn the shape of fear and how to live around it. Even now, I do not feel like I understand exactly what this entity is. I call it an entity because that feels more accurate than ghosts, though I cannot say for sure what the difference is in a case like this. It never felt like the spirit of a normal person just passing through. It felt darker than that. Heavier. More intelligent. More interested in control and fear. Yet at the same time, I do not feel like I have the full story. There are parts of it I still do not understand, and maybe I never will. What I do know is that it did not leave when I did. That matters. It means this was not simply about me being a frightened child. It means something stayed rooted in that house. And when I return there now, even for something as ordinary as a family gathering, I can still sense when it is near. That feeling comes back immediately, like a smell you recognize or a language you once knew well. My body remembers before my mind has time to argue. My husband, my sister-in-law, and I are planning an investigation soon. Part of me wants answers. Part of me wants proof. Not because I need to convince myself anymore, but because it would help to have something solid after all these years. Another part of me is cautious. I know better than most that giving attention to something like this can change the atmosphere around it. I know what happened when curiosity opened the first door. I know how badly things can go when people treat unseen forces like a joke, like my friend's cousin did that night. So even though we are planning an investigation, I do not take that lightly. I do not see it as entertainment. I do not see it as some fun, spooky experience. For me, it is personal. It is history. It is something that shaped years of my life. If we do investigate, I want it done carefully. I want respect. I want awareness. I do not want anyone provoking it or trying to show off. I have already seen what kind of energy answers anger with more anger. I do not think anything good comes from taunting something you do not understand. If there is one lesson I learned from all of this, it is that curiosity without caution can cost you dearly. Sometimes I wonder whether the entity knows that I am thinking about coming back to confront it in some way. That may sound dramatic, but after what I have experienced, I no longer dismiss those kinds of thoughts so quickly. When something has lived in the edges of your life for more than a decade, you begin to feel like there is a relationship there, unwanted and unchosen, but real all the same. I do not mean friendship or connection. I mean recognition. I know it, and I sometimes feel that it knows me too. Maybe that is why it always seemed so focused on me. Maybe because I was there when it entered. Maybe because I felt it strongest. Maybe because my fear once gave it room to grow. Or maybe because some link was formed that night in my bedroom when the board answered on the first try and the spirit began to threaten us. Whatever the reason, I have never fully escaped the feeling that it marked me in some way, even if distance has weakened that connection. Still, distance has helped. Life outside that house is different. Lighter. More normal. I have been able to breathe without waiting for cupboards to slam or footsteps to move through a hallway. I have been able to sleep without listening for heavy breathing beside the bed. That contrast reminds me how wrong things were for so long. It reminds me that fear had become ordinary in a place where it should never have been. But the house remains, and so does the entity. My mother still lives with it in ways both big and small. The silverware goes missing. Activity still happens. The energy still shifts when it is near. And every time I hear something new from her, part of me is brought back into that old world, that old tension, that old understanding that what entered our lives when I was 12 never truly left. There are still countless encounters I could tell, moments that belong to other stories. That is part of what makes this experience so difficult to sum up neatly. It was never just one event. It was years of events. Years of living beside something negative, something active, something that refused to fade away. The story does not end cleanly, because in many ways it still has not ended. If I could go back to that night when my skeptical friend challenged me to prove the Ouija board was real, I would never touch it. I would never lead her into that room. I would never put my fingers on that planchette. I would never invite that first answer. But of course, I was 12, and 12-year-olds do not usually understand consequences that stretch across years. We were playing with something we could not see, and by the time we realized it was dangerous, it was already too late. So that is how it began. Not with a haunted house, not with some old family curse that had been passed down, but with curiosity, a board, a bedroom, a skeptical friend, and a spirit that answered with hate the very first night I tried to prove that I was telling the truth. Everything that came after grew from that moment. The doors, the lights, the kitchen, the breathing, the scratches, the shadows, the cold air, the moved objects, the fingertips, the creaking walls, the years of fear, and the lingering negative energy that still remains in my parents' house even now. And even though I am nearly 23, even though I no longer live there, and even though life has moved on in many ways, a part of me still feels connected to the story that began when I was 12. A part of me still remembers the exact kind of fear that wakes you before your eyes open. A part of me still recognizes the weight of that presence. A part of me still knows what it feels like to sense something nearby that should not be there. Maybe the investigation will bring answers. Maybe it will only confirm what I have always known. Maybe it will open more questions instead of closing them. I honestly do not know. But I do know this: whatever we contacted that night was real enough to leave a mark on my life, on my family, and on that house. And after all these years, it is still there, quieter now perhaps, but not gone. Some stories fade with time. This one never did. About a week ago, I had a minister come to my office after hours to bless the room. I had reached a point where I felt I needed to do something, because for a long time it seemed like whatever was in the building had become too focused on me and on my office. The activity had become such a constant problem that it was affecting my concentration, my comfort, and my peace of mind while I was at work. I did not make the decision lightly. I am not the kind of person who jumps to dramatic conclusions without first trying to find some practical explanation. But after everything that had already happened, I felt that bringing in a minister and having my office blessed was at least something I could do. I hoped it might rid me of the entities, or whatever they were, that seemed intent on distracting me and making their presence known. To my surprise, it seemed to work, at least inside my office itself. While the minister was present, there were no strange events, no unexplained noises, no sudden movements, and no unsettling feeling hanging in the air. After he left, there was a kind of peace in the room that I had not felt since moving into that office. It was not just the absence of strange activity. It was a real sense of calm, as if something oppressive had finally lifted. For the first time in a long while, I could sit at my desk and not feel watched or tense. I could think clearly. I could focus. I could breathe without feeling that quiet pressure I had grown used to carrying with me while I worked there. That peace mattered more than I can fully explain. When a place has felt wrong for long enough, you almost forget what normal feels like. You begin adjusting yourself to discomfort without even meaning to. Your shoulders stay tense. Your thoughts are always half distracted. Every sound makes you pause. Every movement outside the corner of your eye pulls your attention away from what you are doing. So when the blessing seemed to calm the room, the difference was immediate. It felt almost unnatural at first, simply because I had gotten so used to the office feeling unsettled. But within a day or two, I realized it was exactly what I had been needing all along. Unfortunately, the rest of the building did not seem to share in that same peace. The facilities manager, for example, continues to look for employment elsewhere because of all the things he has experienced in the building. He has had enough encounters of his own that they have clearly affected him deeply, even if he does not fully admit it out loud. He still refuses to share most of what he has experienced with me. Every time the subject comes close to coming up, he shuts it down and says he is still trying to find logical reasons for what has happened. I understand that response. In fact, I respect it. It means he is still trying to make sense of it without giving in too quickly to fear or belief. But there is also something telling in the way he avoids discussing it. It is one thing to say you are searching for answers. It is another to refuse to even describe what you saw or heard. That kind of silence usually comes from a place of real discomfort. Even though my office itself has calmed down, and I have not had any direct experiences in there for at least 10 days, the rest of the grounds and the other buildings still seem to be troubled by something. Doors continue to open and close on their own. Other employees have reported hearing voices. Not everyone talks about it openly, of course. Some people laugh it off. Some try to ignore it. Some act like they do not want to know. But the reports keep coming in, and the pattern has not ended. The security officer, at least until recently, found the whole thing fascinating. He has always had a sort of curiosity about the unexplained activity in the building. Unlike some of the other staff, who clearly feel uncomfortable or even frightened, he seemed to take a practical but interested approach. Since he monitors the security system and does rounds through the property, he is in a unique position to observe the strange things that happen. He likes to watch the doors on the security cameras. Every time a door opens or closes unexpectedly, he checks it out thoroughly, making sure that no one is breaking into the building and that nothing criminal or dangerous is actually happening. In that sense, his job requires him to take every incident seriously, even when the cause turns out to be unclear. For a while, he almost seemed amused by the whole situation. He was the kind of person who would watch the footage, inspect the area, confirm that no one had entered, and then go on with his shift, maybe with a raised eyebrow but little more than that. He did not seem especially rattled by it. If anything, the unexplained nature of it interested him. I think some part of him liked the mystery of it, as long as it remained something he could observe from a safe distance. But then something happened that changed his attitude. It was very near the end of the workday when the incident took place. By that time, most of the day's responsibilities had already been taken care of, and the building had that quieter feeling it often gets late in the afternoon, when people are wrapping things up and preparing to leave. The security officer was making his usual rounds through the property. He waved to me as he passed by my office, and there was nothing at all unusual about that moment. It was routine. Familiar. He carried both a walkie-talkie and a cell phone, as he always did, so he could stay in contact with the office at all times during his rounds. He had been gone for about half an hour when people started noticing that he had not come back yet. At first, no one thought much of it. A delay of a few minutes could mean any number of normal things. He might have found something that needed checking. He might have stopped to speak with someone from maintenance. He might simply have taken a little longer going through one of the outer areas. But as more time passed, the delay began to feel unusual. We tried calling him on his walkie-talkie. There was no real response, only crackling noise. No voice. No clear words. Just static and interference. That in itself was odd, because the walkie-talkies usually worked well enough for normal communication around the property. We tried his cell phone next, expecting that if the radio was acting up, surely the phone would still go through. But his phone went straight to voicemail. At that point, concern began to grow. It was no longer just a matter of him taking longer than expected. Something was wrong, even if we did not yet know what. One of the maintenance workers and I decided to go look for him ourselves. Since we knew the route he usually followed during his rounds, it made sense to trace his steps and see where he might be. We walked through the areas he would normally inspect, calling out for him as we went. There was no answer. The building felt especially still during that search, and there was that quiet tension that builds when something ordinary suddenly stops feeling ordinary. We were not panicking yet, but there was definitely an edge of concern in both of us. As we got close to the garage, which would have been near the end of his regular route, we heard knocking coming from inside. It was not random noise. It was clear, deliberate knocking on the door from the inside of the garage. That immediately told us two things. First, he was probably in there. Second, he was very likely unable to get out. I used my master key and unlocked the garage door. The moment the door opened, there he was, standing inside and knocking to be let out. He looked more shaken than I had expected, though he was still trying to keep himself composed. We asked him what had happened and why he had not been answering either the walkie-talkie or his phone. He seemed just as confused by that as we were. He told us that his cell phone had never rung. To prove it, he pulled it out of his pocket. The phone was fully functional and had a full signal. There was nothing visibly wrong with it. I told him to check his voicemail, and when he did, there were several messages from staff asking where he was and whether he was all right. That was one of the strangest details of all. The calls had clearly reached the phone system, because the voicemail messages were there. Yet according to him, the phone itself had never rung once while he was trapped inside the garage. He also said that he could hear our voices coming through the speaker on his walkie-talkie, and that he had been responding to us the whole time. From his side, it must have seemed like we were ignoring him or somehow not hearing what he was saying. But from our side, all we heard from his radio was static. Not broken words. Not faint replies. Just static. So even while he had both means of communication on him and apparently working, either one had truly allowed him to communicate with us in real time. That detail unsettled me almost as much as the garage itself. It was as if something had interfered just enough to leave him connected, but unreachable. Once we got him out, he explained what had happened. As he walked past the garage during his rounds, he heard movement and voices coming from inside. The garage does not have windows, and both the overhead door and the side door are fitted with double-sided deadbolts. It is not the kind of place where someone could easily slip in and out unnoticed. Thinking that perhaps one of the maintenance staff was in there, he unlocked the regular walk-through door and opened it to check. Even as he opened the door, he could still hear voices and movement inside, but because it was dark, he could not immediately see anything clearly. He reached over and turned on the light. The moment the light came on, the voices and movement stopped completely. At the exact same time, the door slammed shut behind him. He said he quickly looked around the garage, and because the space was mostly empty unless vehicles were inside, it did not take long to check it. There was no one there. Nothing seemed disturbed. Nothing was visibly out of place. The voices were gone. The movement was gone. It was just an empty, lit garage. So he turned back to the door and tried to leave. Using his master key, he attempted to unlock the walk-through door. According to him, the key turned. It even sounded like the lock was disengaging. But when he tried the handle, the door would not open. He tried again. Same result. The key moved. The lock made the sound it should make. But the door remained closed as if it were still fully locked. He repeated the process several times and then tried the overhead door as well, again with the same result. The system behaved as though it was unlocking, but nothing actually opened. Then he tried reaching the office. He used the walkie-talkie. He used the cell phone. From his point of view, he was responding and trying to make contact the whole time. From ours, he may as well have vanished. He estimated that he had been stuck like that for about 3 minutes before we finally arrived. 3 minutes is not long on paper, but when you are unexpectedly trapped in an empty garage after hearing voices in the dark, unable to communicate properly, I am sure it feels much longer. As we all left the garage together, something happened that I still find difficult to describe without feeling the same chill I felt then. We heard laughter. It did not sound like one person. It sounded like many voices laughing together, the kind of layered laughter you might hear in a theater, a movie audience, or a crowd responding to something all at once. It was not close enough to place exactly, and it was not attached to any visible source. It was simply there, sudden and unmistakable. Then, just as quickly it was gone. We all heard it. There are moments when strange things happen and you can still argue with yourself afterward, wondering if you misunderstood the sound or imagined the timing or filled in details because of your mood. But this did not feel like one of those moments. The laughter was clear, collective, and completely out of place. We stood there for a second, all of us aware that something had just happened, and then we started walking back across the small lot toward the office. No one had much to say at first. It is hard to explain something like that while it is still hanging in the air. On the way back, the security officer admitted something he had not been willing to say before. He told me this time had made him uncomfortable. That may not sound dramatic, but coming from him, it meant a lot. This was someone who had previously found the strange activity more interesting than frightening. He liked checking the cameras. He liked investigating the doors. He liked being the rational person who could separate curiosity from fear. For him to say that this particular incident made him uncomfortable meant that he had crossed some internal line. Whatever happened in that garage felt different to him. More personal. More threatening. Less like a distant mystery and more like something that could affect him directly. Since then, I have kept thinking about the difference between my office and the rest of the property. I really do believe the activity has been removed from my actual office. The blessing seems to have changed something there. The fear and anxiety that used to sit with me while I worked have lifted. I can concentrate now. I do not feel that oppressive presence in the room anymore. The space feels like mine again, or at least neutral in a way it had not felt in a very long time. But the grounds and the other buildings do not seem to have changed. That is what troubles me now. It suggests that whatever was in my office was either driven out of that specific room or cut off from it, but not removed from the property altogether. The larger environment still seems active. Doors still open and close. People still report voices. The facilities manager still wants out. The security officer, once fascinated, is now uneasy. The building itself still feels like it holds something unresolved. And because of that, I find myself wondering what exactly the blessing accomplished. Did it create a boundary around my office? Did it simply give me peace while leaving everything else untouched? Or did whatever is here choose to retreat from my office and move its attention elsewhere? I do not know. Part of me is grateful enough for the peace in my office that I do not want to disturb it by asking too many questions. For at least 10 days I have been able to work without that old fear pressing down on me, and that matters. When you have spent long enough feeling distracted, unsettled, and anxious in a place where you are supposed to function professionally, the return of calm feels like a kind of rescue. I do not want to invite that trouble back in by obsessing over what is happening elsewhere. But another part of me cannot ignore the larger problem. As long as the activity remains harmless, I find myself wondering what else can really be done. That question has become more important now than ever. If the officers of the business refuse to acknowledge the issue, then there is almost no chance of addressing it in an official way. Without acknowledgement, there can be no broader blessing of the property, no investigation approved by leadership, no serious discussion about the repeated reports from staff. Everything remains fragmented. People have private experiences. They tell only those they trust. Others keep quiet entirely. Management looks away. And so the activity continues in the spaces between what is admitted and what is denied. That kind of silence creates its own strange atmosphere. Everyone knows something is off, but no one with authority wants to say so publicly. People continue going to work, doing their jobs, walking the halls, checking doors, making rounds, hearing voices, seeing movements, and then pretending not to know what to call any of it. It becomes a quiet agreement not to speak too directly. In some ways, that can be more exhausting than the activity itself. Fear thrives in places where no one wants to name what is happening. I have wondered whether the blessing should be extended to the rest of the building. If one office can change so dramatically, maybe the other spaces could too. But that would require permission, cooperation, and a willingness to accept that something unusual is going on. Right now, I do not see much of that from the higher-ups. They would rather ignore it. As long as work continues and nothing becomes openly dangerous, they seem content to let the stories stay stories. That leaves the rest of us to deal with the practical reality of the place on our own terms. The truth is, the activity has always seemed less interested in causing direct harm than in creating disruption, confusion, and emotional strain. It distracts. It unsettles. It interferes. It makes people second-guess what they hear, what they see, and what they feel. It locks a man in a garage for 3 minutes without any visible explanation. It blocks communication while making it appear to work. It opens doors. It closes them. It lets voices be heard and then vanish when someone checks. It laughs after frightening people. There is a kind of intelligence in that pattern, or at least a kind of intention. It does not seem random. And that may be the most disturbing part of all. If something were openly violent, people would be forced to respond. If something were obviously physical and measurable, management would have no choice but to acknowledge it. But what we are dealing with lives in the gray space between nuisance and threat, between rumor and event. It is just enough to make life uncomfortable, just enough to make people question themselves, just enough to leave a mark on the day without becoming something anyone can easily write into an official report. In that sense, it almost protects itself. It stays just outside the reach of normal systems. I think often about the way the security officer described the garage. The voices were there until he turned on the light. Then they stopped. The door slammed shut behind him. He checked the space and found nothing. The locks responded without releasing. His phone carried voicemail without ringing. His radio carried our voices to him, and his responses to no one. Then, when we opened the door and got him out, there was laughter. Every part of that sequence feels deliberate. Not physically provable, perhaps, but deliberate. It feels as if something set the scene, trapped him just long enough to make the point, distorted communication just enough to increase the isolation, and then laughed when it was over. That is not how random building problems behave. And yet, because nothing visibly damaged him and because the incident ended after a few minutes, it will likely be treated as just another strange story added to the growing collection. I do not know whether that is the right response or simply the easiest one. For my part, I am trying to hold on to the peace that has returned to my office. I am grateful for it. I do not want to lose sight of that. Before the blessing, I was living with fear and anxiety in that room. I could feel it there, whatever it was, and that feeling was draining me mentally and emotionally. Now that it is gone from my office, or at least no longer active there, I feel more like myself again. That is not something I take lightly. Calm is precious when you have gone without it. At the same time, I cannot fully separate myself from what continues around me. I still work in the same general environment. I still hear the reports. I still talk to the facilities manager. I still see the security officer, and now I see in his face the same discomfort that used to live only in other people. It is difficult to enjoy personal relief while watching others quietly endure what you have just escaped. Maybe the answer is patience. Maybe whatever remains active in the building will fade with time. Maybe the blessing of my office has shifted the balance in some way we do not yet understand. Maybe the activity will lose strength if it no longer finds the same emotional response. Or maybe it will simply move, choosing new rooms, new witnesses, new moments to make itself known. That possibility is always there. Even though my office feels calm now, there is still a part of me that pays attention to small sounds, to the mood in the halls, to the reports from other staff. It is hard not to. Once you have lived with this kind of thing, even a period of peace does not fully erase your awareness. You do not stop listening altogether. You just start hoping the silence will hold. I sometimes wonder whether the blessing removed something, or whether it merely made my office inhospitable to whatever had settled there. There is a difference, though I am not sure I can fully explain it. Removal suggests an ending. Inhospitable suggests displacement. If it was pushed out but not gone, then where did it go? Into the hallway? Into the garage? Into the other buildings? Did the rest of the property absorb what my office no longer allowed? I do not know if that is how such things work, but the timing makes it hard not to think about. The facilities manager's refusal to share his experiences also stays on my mind. People do not usually remain that guarded unless what they have encountered unsettled them more than they are comfortable admitting. The fact that he is actively looking for other employment says more than words would anyway. He may still be trying to find logical explanations, but he is also trying to leave. That combination tells its own story. Something in that building has shaken his sense of security enough that he would rather walk away from the job entirely than keep living with the unanswered question. That is no small thing. The officers of the business, however, seem content not to know. Or perhaps they know in the way people sometimes know things they do not wish to say aloud. Refusing to acknowledge a problem can feel safer than trying to define it, especially when the problem does not fit into ordinary categories. You can submit a request about broken locks. You can file a report about faulty wiring. But how do you write a memo about voices in an empty garage, a radio that answers with static, a phone that receives voicemail without ringing, doors opening on cameras with no intruder, or laughter with no source? Most organizations are not built to handle something that exists outside the language of normal procedure. So the burden falls quietly on the people who work there every day. Some ignore it. Some joke about it. Some want to leave. Some, like the security officer, begin by finding it fascinating and only later discover that fascination has limits. And some, like me, seek help where they can and hold on tightly to whatever peace they manage to reclaim. If I am honest, I do not know what should happen next. As long as the activity remains harmless, at least in the direct physical sense, perhaps there is no urgent action to take beyond protecting the spaces we can protect. Perhaps another blessing would help if it were allowed. Perhaps simply refusing to give it attention would weaken it. Or perhaps none of those things matter, and it will remain part of the property for reasons we are not meant to understand. What I do know is that my fear has changed shape. Before, when it was in my office, the fear was immediate and personal. It sat with me while I worked. It pressed on me. It disrupted my mind and made every day heavier than it should have been. Now the fear is more distant, not gone, but different. It lives in the knowledge that the building is still active even if my room is quiet. It lives in the awareness that the peace I feel may be limited to one protected space surrounded by areas that are still unsettled. That kind of peace is both comforting and fragile. Still, I am thankful for it. I can concentrate now. I no longer feel the fear and anxiety I felt when it was in my office. That alone has changed my daily life in a very real way. And so, for now, I continue. I work. I listen. I watch. I take seriously what people report, even when others refuse to do so. I trust what I have felt enough not to dismiss it, but I also refuse to let it consume me. If the office remains calm, I will be grateful. If the building continues to stir around it, then I suppose I will keep asking the same quiet question I have been asking all along. As long as it remains harmless, what else can really be done? Maybe nothing. Maybe more than I know. But until there is a clearer answer, I will hold on to the one thing I have regained at last, peace in the room where I spend my days. And in a place like this, after everything that has happened, that peace feels like no small miracle at all. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A few days ago, something happened that my husband still cannot explain, and the strange part is that it did not feel frightening at all. It just felt odd, like something unseen had stepped into our everyday life for a moment, and then quietly stepped back out again. The whole thing began on a very normal day, the kind of day that gives you no reason to expect anything unusual. My husband was sitting at the computer watching videos online. He had his headphones on, and the volume was turned up so loud that I could hear a faint sound leaking through them even from another part of the room. Because of that, I knew there was no point trying to talk to him unless I walked right up to him and made sure he could hear me. Everything in the house felt calm and quiet otherwise. There was nothing strange in the air, nothing at all to make me think that something unusual was about to happen. I was in the shower at the time, going through the usual routine and thinking about ordinary things. I do not even remember exactly what was on my mind, because until that moment, the day had been completely forgettable in the most normal way. I remember that I was just about ready to get out of the shower when my husband suddenly asked me what I wanted. His voice caught me off guard because I had not said anything to him at all. I had not tried to call out to him from the bathroom. I had not spoken his name. I had not made any noise on purpose. For a second, I just stood there confused, trying to understand what he meant. When I asked him what he was talking about, he looked equally confused. He said he thought I had called him. He was certain that he had heard someone say his name. What made it stranger was the way he described it. He said it was a girl's voice, and he said it sounded very close to mine, close enough that he naturally assumed it was me. That was why he responded the way he did. From his point of view, he had simply heard his name spoken by my voice while he was at the computer, so he answered. But I had not said a word to him. I had been in the shower the whole time, and because I knew he had his headphones on, I would not have bothered trying to get his attention from across the house anyway. At first, it might not sound like that big of a thing. People hear things wrong sometimes. A sound from headphones can blend with a thought in your mind. The brain can make quick assumptions, especially when you are half focused on something else. That was the first kind of explanation that came to mind. He had his headphones on, the volume was loud, maybe he just thought he heard me. Maybe it was a line from one of the videos that mixed strangely with his thoughts for a second. That would have been the easiest explanation, and if it had only happened once, I think we both would have forgotten about it by the end of the week. But the exact same thing happened again a day or so later. That second time made it feel different. Once can be brushed off. Twice is harder to ignore, especially when the details are almost the same. Again, he heard someone say his name. Again, he said it sounded like my voice. Again, I had not called him. It was not a vague feeling this time either. He was not saying he thought he maybe heard something. He was sure he had heard it. The voice sounded real enough that he answered as if I were talking to him directly. And because it happened so close to the first time, we could not just laugh it off as one random misunderstanding. The strange thing is that neither of these moments felt openly scary. That is important to me because when people hear a story like this, they often assume that the house must have felt dark, or threatening, or that we were immediately terrified. But that is not how it felt. The feeling was more like confusion mixed with curiosity. It was weird, yes, but not evil. It did not feel like something trying to harm us. It felt more like something was there, just enough to make itself noticed, but not enough to create real panic. It left us puzzled more than anything else. Around the same time, a few other odd things started happening too. On their own, each one might sound like one of those random little events people talk about once and then forget. But together, especially happening so close to one another, they began to form a pattern. Not a dangerous pattern, not a dramatic haunting kind of pattern, but a strange one, the kind that makes you keep replaying things in your head later and asking yourself how any of it made sense. One of those things happened on a morning when I had already left for work. My husband was still at home getting ready to leave. He has always had a habit of forgetting things. It is one of those small things about him that is almost funny most of the time because it happens so often. One day it is his keys. Another day it is his phone. Another time it is his wallet. It is just one of those habits that follows him around. Usually it leads to a little frustration, a little backtracking, maybe a phone call if he is running late. It is not unusual in our life. So when that particular day began, nothing about it stood out as strange. He got ready to leave the house, walked outside, locked the door behind him, and headed down to the truck, thinking he had everything he needed. It was only when he got there that he realized he had left his keys inside the house. That was exactly the kind of thing he would do, so at first it just sounded like another normal mistake. He called me and asked what time I would be home from work because he had locked himself out and could not go anywhere without the keys. I told him I would not be home for a while, so that meant he was stuck. I imagined him standing there in the driveway, frustrated with himself, probably replaying the last few minutes in his head and wondering how he had done it again. Since I was not able to come back right away, he had no real solution in that moment. He could not get back into the house, and without the keys, there was no reason to think he would be driving anywhere. I assumed he would have to sit and wait, or maybe call someone else for help. That would have been the normal way the day should have gone. Instead, something happened that neither of us can explain to this day. He went and sat in the truck, probably out of frustration more than anything else. Maybe he just wanted to get out of the heat for a minute or think about what to do next. At some point, almost as if on impulse, he tried turning the ignition without the key. Maybe he was not expecting anything. Maybe he just did it out of habit. Maybe it was one of those automatic movements people make when they are irritated and not really thinking. Whatever the reason, he turned it, and to his complete surprise, the truck started. Not halfway. Not with some weird clicking sound. It actually turned on. That alone sounds impossible. It sounds like something out of a strange dream or a story where things stop following the rules for a few minutes. But according to him, the truck started normally, and once it was running, it stayed running. He was able to drive to work on the other side of town. He was able to go to the bank. He was able to drive back home. All of that happened without the keys. He used the truck throughout the day as if nothing were wrong, even though the keys had been left inside the locked house the entire time. When he told me that, my first instinct was to search for some mechanical explanation. Maybe the truck had some kind of problem. Maybe the ignition had worn down in a way that let it turn too easily. Maybe something had broken without us knowing it. As strange as it sounded, a mechanical issue still felt more believable than anything paranormal. But then he tried it again later, just to see whether the truck was somehow messed up. This time, nothing happened. It worked exactly the way it should have. No key, no ignition. No miracle repeat. It was as if that one strange allowance had been given only once, and then disappeared. What makes that detail even harder to ignore is that this all happened on the very same day he heard the voice call his name for the first time. That connection may mean nothing. It may be pure coincidence. But when odd events start clustering together like that, it becomes difficult not to notice. If the voice had happened 1 week and the truck incident months later, maybe we would not tie them together in our minds. But because they occurred side by side, They now feel linked, even if we cannot say why. And still, even then, it did not feel dark. It did not feel like something was trying to scare us. It felt almost helpful in a strange way, which is what makes the whole thing even harder to sort out. If something really did interfere with the truck, then it helped him. It got him to work. It got him through the day. It got him home. That is not the kind of thing that fits neatly into the usual idea of a haunting. Most people imagine something malicious, but this did not feel malicious. It felt more like a strange hand quietly fixing a problem before anyone could fully realize how impossible it was. Then another weird thing happened, and this time it took place at night. We live in an area that has been dealing with drought, so rain had become something rare and welcome. When the weather is dry for long enough, even the sound of rain feels special. It changes the whole mood of a night. The air feels softer. The heat eases. People relax. That night, when it started raining, both of us were excited about it. We could hear the rain falling on the tin roof, and there is something about that sound that is deeply comforting. It is steady and rich and almost hypnotic. For a while, we just listened to it and enjoyed it, grateful for something as simple as rain. After about an hour of that, my husband suddenly realized he had left the truck windows down. That made sense immediately, because the truck does not have air conditioning and it gets very hot during the day where we live. Leaving the windows down is the sort of thing he would naturally do. But the moment he remembered it, he panicked. His tools were in the truck, along with other things that could easily get soaked if the rain kept coming. He rushed outside, clearly expecting to find the inside of the truck getting wet. Instead, he found that all the windows were rolled up. Not one or two. All of them. He came back inside confused and tried to make sense of it in the quickest way he could. His first thought was that maybe his uncle had come by and rolled them up for him. That sounded possible on the surface, because people do sometimes stop by unexpectedly, especially in places where family comes and goes without making a big deal out of it. For a short while, that explanation seemed to settle things. Maybe someone had stopped by, seen the truck, noticed the sky, and done him a favor. But later we found out that his uncle had never come by that night. So that explanation disappeared too. And my husband was sure he had left the windows down. It was not something he was only half remembering. It made sense that they would have been down because of the heat, and he was convinced that was exactly how he had left them. Yet when the rain finally came, the windows were already rolled up as if someone had quietly taken care of it before the weather changed. Again, it was not something harmful. If anything, it helped. It protected his tools. It kept the inside of the truck from getting soaked. It solved the problem before it happened. That is why, even now, I do not know how to think about it. On one side, each event sounds impossible in its own way. A voice calling his name in a girl's voice that sounded like mine when I had not spoken. A truck starting and working for an entire day without keys. Windows that he was sure had been left down somehow ending up rolled up right before a rainfall during a drought. None of that fits neatly into normal life. Yet on the other side, none of it feels cruel. None of it seems violent or threatening. If there really is some kind of spirit involved, it does not seem interested in hurting us. It almost seems watchful in an odd, gentle way. Not warm exactly, and not familiar, but not bad either. Of course, I know how easy it is for people hearing a story like this to say there must be simple explanations. Maybe my husband misheard something through the headphones. Maybe the truck has an ignition issue that only appeared once. Maybe he forgot that he rolled the windows up before coming inside. Those are the kinds of explanations that naturally come to mind. And honestly, I understand why. I have gone through all those possibilities myself again and again. I have tried to line them up one by one and see whether they can hold the full weight of what happened. But that is the problem. One explanation might fit one event, but it does not fit all of them together. If he only heard the voice, then maybe it was just a mistake. If the truck alone had started without keys, maybe it was just some weird mechanical issue. If only the windows had ended up rolled up, maybe he had somehow done it and forgotten. But when you place all three things so close together, all within the same little stretch of time, they begin to feel connected in a way that ordinary explanations do not fully cover. I keep thinking about the voice the most, maybe because there is something deeply personal about a voice sounding like mine when it was not me. Voices carry identity. Even when you cannot see a person, you recognize them by voice. So for my husband to hear his name spoken in a voice that sounded like mine is unsettling in a quiet sort of way. Not frightening, but intimate. It suggests something close enough to us, observant enough, that it could imitate something familiar. And that thought could be terrifying if the rest of the events felt malicious. But because they did not, the voice now feels less like a threat and more like a sign that whatever is there knows how to be noticed. Maybe that is what it wanted. Maybe just to be noticed. There is also something strange about timing in all of this. The first voice came before the truck incident. Then the second voice came shortly after. Then there was the matter of the windows and the rain. It is as if once that first odd thing happened, reality around us bent just a little for a few days. Not enough to shatter anything. Not enough to cause real fear. Just enough to leave us with a series of moments that refuse to fit where they should. I have spent time wondering whether the truck incident and the windows were acts of help from the same presence that called his name. It is only a thought, of course, but it is difficult not to wonder. If some spirit or presence really is nearby, then it would seem to be the kind that interferes in small, practical ways. A voice to get attention. A truck that starts when it should not. Windows rolled up before rain arrives. These are not random dramatic hauntings. These are quiet changes to ordinary moments. And all of them, strangely enough, worked in our favor. That is what makes it so hard to fear. Normally, when people think of spirits, they picture cold rooms, dark corners, broken sleep, footsteps, scratches, or things flying off shelves. What we have had does not match that kind of story. There has been no sense of evil in the house. No crushing fear. No terrible feeling in the air. Just these odd little moments that feel as if someone unseen leaned into our life, nudged one thing here, changed one thing there, and then stepped back before we could fully understand what happened. Sometimes I think the weirdest part of all is how normal everything around these events was. The shower. The computer. The loud headphones. The locked door. The truck. The dry weather. The sound of rain on a roof. These are all such ordinary details. Nothing about the setting was dramatic. No midnight graveyard mood. No storm with lightning and terror. The moments happen right in the middle of regular life, which somehow makes them feel more real, not less. Strange things slipping into normal days often stay with you longer because there is no easy way to separate them from the rest of life. I remember thinking after the second time he heard his name that if it happened again, I wanted to pay closer attention to everything. I wanted to know what he was doing at that exact moment, what he was watching, what the room sounded like, where I was, whether the house felt different in any way. But of course, these things do not happen when you are prepared for them. They happen suddenly, in passing, and by the time you begin analyzing them, they are already over. All you have left is memory and the frustrating sense that something happened in a way you cannot reproduce. That is part of why the truck story stands out so much. Unlike a voice, which vanishes as soon as it is heard, the truck continued behaving in that impossible way for an entire day. It was not just a quick moment. He drove it to work. He drove it across town. He drove it home. Again and again, the truck kept doing what it should not have been able to do. Then later, when he tried to repeat it, it returned to normal as if nothing strange had ever happened. That makes it feel less like a mistake and more like a one-time allowance, a brief suspension of the rules. And then the windows. The rolled-up windows almost feel like the softest event of all, and maybe that is why I find them so compelling. Rain was finally falling after dry weather, and something protected what mattered before the rain could do any damage. If it was not a person, then what was it? If it was not him, then who? If there really was some unseen presence around us, that moment did not feel like a haunting. It felt like care. I know how strange that sounds, and I say it carefully because I am not trying to turn something unexplained into something sentimental. I am simply being honest about how it felt. If something helped start the truck and helped protect the truck from rain, then whatever it was did not act like an enemy. It acted like something that noticed, something that knew, and something that chose to help in its own silent way. But then that brings up another question. Why call his name? Why do that at all? If the voice was connected to the other events, maybe the name calling was simply a way to let him know it was there. Maybe it was the first sign before the other strange moments. Or maybe the voice was an entirely separate thing, and we are linking unrelated events simply because they happened close together. That possibility always exists, and I do not want to ignore it. Human beings are good at creating patterns. We connect dots, even when sometimes the dots only happen to be near one another. I know that. I have thought that. I have tried to be fair about it. Still, fairness does not make the mystery smaller. They came with a feeling, that same deep inner warning that something was not right. And that feeling was often stronger than the event itself. A house settling can make a noise. Pipes can bang. Floors can creak. Toys can break. People can dream strange dreams. But there is something about a true experience that stays in the body. You remember not just what happened, but how the air felt, how your stomach dropped, how the room suddenly seemed different. That is how these things have always been for me. Even now, being 16 and still trying to make sense of everything, I know that some people will say I am too fascinated by the paranormal and that maybe I just read too much into things. Maybe they would say my interest makes me more likely to notice things that other people would ignore. There may be some truth in that. But being interested in the paranormal did not create the sounds in the basement. It did not twist the bathroom doorknob. It did not make the doll pray. It did not cause my mother to run from the house or my cousin to cry on the couch or a face to appear on a video recording. If anything, my fascination came because of the experiences, not the other way around. That is what I wish more people understood. I did not start out wanting strange things to happen. I did not ask for any of it. When I was 8, all I knew was that I was afraid to sleep alone. As the years passed, I just kept finding myself in one unexplained situation after another, and eventually the only way to live with it was to accept that there might be more in this world than people want to admit. There are still many more stories I could tell. That is another part of what makes all of this so hard to sum up neatly. It was never one big event that changed everything in a single moment. It was years of smaller and larger moments that slowly built into something undeniable for me. A doorknob shaking here. Footsteps there. A voice. A bang. A moving sound. A doll. A dream. A face. A feeling. Each thing by itself might be explained away by someone who had not lived it. But together they form a pattern that I cannot ignore. Sometimes I look at the video of that old man's face and try to imagine who he might have been if he was real. Was he connected to the house? Was he just passing through? Was he one of the same presences that made the noises in the basement? Was he there all along without us seeing him? There is something particularly unsettling about how human he looked. If he had been blurry or pale or obviously strange, it might have felt easier to label him as something ghostly and distant. But the fact that he looked so real, with normal skin tone and clear features, makes it feel even stranger. It is as though he had stepped halfway into our world for a second and then disappeared again before we could do anything but watch the recording later. And that, more than anything, is what all of these experiences have felt like through the years. Small moments when something from just outside ordinary life seems to press close enough to be noticed. Not always dramatic. Not always violent. But present. Real in a way that is hard to explain to someone who has never felt it. My stepfather can deny the face all he wants. He can shrug off the basement noises and the slammed doors and pretend there is a reasonable explanation waiting just around the corner. Maybe that is easier for him. Maybe some people need things to stay ordinary no matter what. But I saw what I saw. My mother heard what she heard. My cousin heard what he heard. The dogs reacted. The house answered in its own ways. And whether anyone else believes it or not, those things happened. So when I say that I have a ridiculous fascination with the paranormal, I guess what I really mean is that I have spent years trying to understand the kind of life where these things keep happening. I am fascinated because I want answers. I am fascinated because fear and curiosity often live side by side. I am fascinated because once you have seen enough unexplained things, it becomes impossible to pretend there is nothing there to explore. Maybe one day I will understand why every house seemed to bring something with it. Maybe one day I will know whether those houses were haunted, whether my mother and I carried some kind of sensitivity with us, or whether all of it belongs to some larger pattern I still cannot see. For now, all I have are the memories. The long hallway and the creaking doors. The footsteps across the floor at night. The bathroom doorknob twisting with no one there. The dream of the dead woman beneath the living room window. The praying doll upstairs while I stood frozen below. The deep masculine moaning sound rising from the basement through the laundry chute. The slam that both my stepfather and I heard. The banging on the basement stairs that sent my mother running from the house. My cousin lying awake in fear while something moved below him. The sound of pool balls being struck when no one was there. And the old man's face caught in a single second of video, staring from the kitchen where no person should have been. Those things are part of me now. They are part of the way I understand the world, even if I still do not fully understand them. And no matter how many times someone tells me there must be a simple explanation, there is still that voice inside me, the same one I had as a child, quietly telling me what I felt from the beginning. It was something else. A day or so later, when he heard his name again in that same almost my voice, the feeling returned. Not fear. Just that strange pause where you look at each other and realize you have no answer. Some mysteries make your stomach drop. Others simply sit beside you and refuse to move. This was one of those. It stayed with us. We talked about it. Then we stopped talking about it. Then one of us would bring it up again later because it still would not leave our thoughts. I also find myself thinking about how easily all of this could have been missed. If he had not answered out loud after hearing his name, I would never have known it happened. If he had not been locked out that day, he never would have tried starting the truck without keys. If it had not rained after such a long dry stretch, he may never have realized that the windows had been rolled up. Strange things may happen around people all the time in small ways, and most of them pass unnoticed because no one ends up in the exact right moment to see how impossible they were. That idea makes me wonder about all the ordinary little miracles or disturbances that might happen around us without ever being recognized. We only notice these because they stood out sharply against expectation. But maybe the world is full of tiny unexplained moments that drift past and go unnamed simply because they do not leave enough of a mark. Even now, when I think back on that week, the strongest feeling I have is not fear. It is wonder mixed with confusion. We did not feel haunted in the usual sense. We did not feel hunted. We did not feel unwelcome in our own home. We just felt watched by something that seemed oddly interested in us, or at least in him. Something that knew his name. Something that sounded like me when it spoke. Something that may have helped him more than once in ways that make no practical sense. And maybe we really will never know. That may be the truest part of the whole story. We may never know whether it was a spirit, a coincidence, a series of strange mechanical accidents, or some mix of things that only happened to line up in a way that now feels meaningful. We may never know whether the voice and the truck and the windows were connected. We may never know why his name was called, or why the truck worked once and never again, or why the windows ended up rolled up at exactly the right time. But the fact that we may never know does not make it less strange. It only makes it more lasting. There are some experiences that fade because they are too small to hold on to. Then there are others that stay because they do not fit anywhere. This is one of those. It lingers because it does not belong to ordinary memory. It belongs to that other shelf in the mind, the one where you place the things that happened exactly as you remember them but still make no sense when you try to tell them out loud. Sometimes I imagine that if it really was the same spirit behind all of it, maybe it was trying to say, "I'm here." Not in a threatening way. Not in a desperate way. Just in a simple, unmistakable way. A voice using something familiar. A hand where none could be seen. A presence felt only through the small changes it left behind. That idea, oddly enough, feels more peaceful than frightening to me. Because if it was there, it was not cruel. It did not break anything. It did not hurt anyone. It did not fill the house with fear. It simply appeared in moments where something was needed, or in moments where attention was called, and then disappeared again into silence. Maybe that is why this story has stayed with me so much. It challenges the usual idea of what something paranormal is supposed to feel like. We expect terror, but sometimes what lingers is just the impossible wrapped inside ordinary kindness. A voice when no one spoke. A truck that ran without keys. Windows that were saved from the rain. Small things, maybe, but not small when they are yours. And so I still think about it sometimes, especially when it rains, or when my husband has his headphones on too loud to hear anything around him, or when he reaches for his keys and realizes he almost forgot them again. In those little moments, the memory comes back. Not because I am afraid, but because I remember that for a brief stretch of time, life around us behaved in a way either of us could explain. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was everything. Maybe it was just one of those rare little mysteries that come close enough to touch a life, and then move on before they can be understood. If it really was the same spirit that called his name, then all I can say is that it did not seem mean. It seemed strange, watchful, and maybe even helpful in its own quiet way. And if that is true, then perhaps not all unexplained things come into our lives to scare us. Maybe some simply come to remind us that there are still things in this world that do not answer to logic, things that move softly through ordinary days and leave behind stories no one can quite solve. I guess we really will never know. A couple of years ago, my family and I decided to visit Rich Mountain Battlefield in Beverly, West Virginia. We had heard about it before, and like most people who know anything about that place, we had also heard all the ghost stories that came with it. People always talked about the battlefield as if it had never really gone quiet after the Civil War. There were stories about voices in the woods, strange figures seen in the distance, and the feeling that something from the past still moved through the land. The way people described it made it sound like one of those places where history never fully settled. Still, everyone also seemed to agree on one thing. If you were ever going to experience anything paranormal there, it would usually happen at night. Because of that, none of us expected much when we went. We arrived at around 10 o'clock in the morning, with full daylight over the field, and I remember feeling a lot more curious than afraid at first. I was only 13 at the time, and that made the whole trip feel even bigger to me. At that age, a place like a Civil War battlefield already feels heavy even before anything strange happens. There is something about knowing people died there that changes the way the air feels. Even if the sun is out and everything looks calm, your mind keeps returning to the idea that terrible things once happened on that ground. Grown adults may be able to walk through a historic place and think of it in terms of dates and facts, but when you are younger, you feel it differently. You imagine the soldiers. You imagine the fear. You imagine the confusion and the violence, and the last moments of people who never left that place. So even though we arrived in the morning and were not expecting anything unusual, I still remember carrying a strange feeling with me from the moment we got there. We had brought cameras with us because, like a lot of people who visit places with haunted reputations, we thought it would be interesting to take pictures and see if anything odd showed up later. At the time, that felt like the most likely thing that could happen. Maybe we would get home, look through the photos, and spot some shadow or shape that had not been there when we took the picture. That was the kind of thing we were hoping for, if we were hoping for anything at all. No one in our family really expected to hear voices or feel chased in the middle of the day. It seemed too open, too bright, too ordinary for that. When we got there, we eventually split up into small groups to explore different parts of the battlefield. No one really planned it in any serious way. It just sort of happened naturally. Everyone wanted to walk around, look at different areas, and take pictures from different angles. My brother, though, did not want any part of wandering too far from the truck. He was afraid even before anything happened. He stayed in the truck with my little sister, who was only 5 years old and was asleep the whole time. Looking back, that detail feels important to me because he was the one person who stayed in one place and watched everything from a distance, and what he noticed ended up being one of the strangest parts of the whole day. I went with my mom and a family friend. My dad went with his friend and his friend's son. So we broke into these small little groups and moved in different directions across the battlefield. The land itself felt wide and open, but there were also areas of grass, weeds, and woods that gave it a strange mix of openness and hiding places. It was not the kind of place where you could always clearly see everyone else, especially once people had walked far enough in different directions. There were moments where you could still hear voices or catch movement in the distance, but there were also moments when each little group felt alone in its own section of the field. At first, the mood felt almost casual. We were walking, looking around, talking, and taking pictures. But even then, there was something about the place that made me uneasy. It was not just because of the ghost stories. It was also because I knew a battle had taken place there during the Civil War. That fact sat heavily in my mind. I was 13, and maybe that made me more sensitive to the atmosphere, because I kept thinking about all the soldiers who must have once stood where we were standing. It is one thing to hear that a place is haunted. It is another thing to know exactly why people think it might be. A battlefield is not just any location. It is a place where fear, pain, death, and chaos all happened at once. Even in broad daylight, I could not completely forget that. My dad and his friend had gone off in another direction, and at some point they started talking about a man named John Hart. I did not know much about him at the time, but I remember being told later that they had been saying some pretty nasty things about him while they were out there. Whether they were joking, mocking him, or just talking carelessly, I do not know exactly. But I do know they were not being respectful. At the time, that may not have seemed important to them. It may have just felt like conversation, something said in passing while exploring a battlefield with a haunted reputation. But after what happened next, it became impossible not to wonder whether saying those things had somehow triggered something. As for my group, my mom, our friend, and I were standing around taking pictures and just looking out across the area. I remember trying to act brave, but really I was already tense. I kept looking around more than I needed to, as if I expected something to appear even though it was daytime. The battlefield was quiet in that strange way old places can be quiet, where the silence does not feel peaceful so much as watchful. Even the normal sounds of the outdoors seemed sharper there. Every breeze through the grass, every shift in the leaves, every distant sound made me pay attention. Then suddenly we heard voices. They came from the woods to the left of where we were standing. At first, it was hard to tell exactly what we were hearing, because when you are in a place like that, your mind immediately starts trying to decide whether it is just people nearby. But the more we listened, the stranger it felt. The voices sounded real, not faint or imagined. They sounded like people talking about something important, and the tone of those voices made the whole thing more unsettling. They did not sound happy or relaxed. They sounded aggravated, serious, almost angry, like a tense conversation was happening just out of sight in the woods. That was what made it so unnerving. If we had just heard one random sound, or one voice, maybe it would have been easier to explain away. But this sounded like more than one person, talking with purpose, with emotion. It was like overhearing part of an argument, or some heated discussion, except there should not have been anyone there. We were not expecting other visitors to be hidden in those woods, and even if someone had been there, something about the sounds still felt wrong. It is hard to explain, but there is a difference between hearing living people nearby and hearing something that seems human but does not feel right. That was how it felt. I remember the fear rising in me quickly. Being 13, hearing unexplained voices in the woods on a battlefield already known for ghost stories was enough to make my imagination run wild. I kept trying to see through the trees, trying to find movement, trying to match the voices to a person or group, but I could not see anyone. My mom and the family friend heard it too, so I knew it was not just me making something out of the wind. The three of us stood there, listening, trying to decide what to do, and the longer we listened, the more uncomfortable we became. At almost the same time, Though we did not know it yet, my dad and his group were having their own terrifying experience on the other side of the battlefield. Later, when we all met back up, they told us what had happened to them. While my dad and his friend had been out talking, after saying those disrespectful things about John Hart, they suddenly heard movement in the weeds near where they were standing. At first, I think they probably assumed it was an animal, or maybe just something moving through the brush. But then the sound changed. It did not sound small or random. It sounded like someone coming at them. They described it like they were being chased by a man, something or someone moving through the weeds with force and intention, coming after them in a way that made them panic. Whatever it was enough to make them run all the way back to the vehicle. That part of the story always stays with me because my dad was not the kind of person who would scare easily. It takes a lot to make grown men run. The fact that both he and his friend ran back to the truck says something about how real it felt to them in the moment. They were not calmly walking away. They were genuinely frightened. They felt like something was after them. And again, this was in the daytime, which made it even more disturbing because the one thing everyone always says about haunted battlefields is that strange things happen at night. None of us had expected anything like this to happen while the sun was high. When my mom, our friend, and I decided we had heard enough and did not want to stay where we were anymore, we headed back toward the truck too. I remember feeling relieved to be leaving that spot, but also embarrassed in a way, because part of me did not want to look like I was just getting scared over nothing. But the fear was strong enough that I no longer cared. I just wanted to be back where everyone else was. The woods no longer felt like just woods. The battlefield no longer felt like just an old historical site. It felt active somehow, like the stories people told about it were not just stories after all. When we got back to the vehicles, everyone started talking at once, sharing what had happened in our different groups. It was the kind of moment where you can see fear spreading from person to person, not because someone is trying to scare everyone else, but because each separate story confirms the others. My mom and our friend explained about the voices in the woods. My dad and his friend told us about hearing something come out of the weeds and chasing them back. And that alone would have been enough to unsettle all of us. But then my brother said something that made the whole thing worse. He had stayed in the truck the whole time with my little sister, who had been asleep. From his point of view, he had not been walking the battlefield or listening to stories. He had simply been sitting there watching the area around the vehicle. And while we were all gone, he had seen someone standing beside the truck. At first, he assumed it was my dad. That made sense to him because from where he was sitting, he probably figured one of the adults had come back first, and was just standing near the truck for some reason. But when we all started describing where we had been, it became obvious that my dad had been nowhere near the truck at the time. He had been with his friend on the right side of the battlefield while my mom, our friend, and I had been on the left. No one had returned to the vehicle early. No one had been standing by it. But my brother was sure that someone had been there. That detail has always bothered me the most. Maybe because it came from someone who had been too afraid to even leave the truck in the first place. He was not out exploring, getting himself worked up by the battlefield. He was sitting in one place. He believed he had seen someone standing beside the truck the whole time while we were gone. And because my little sister was asleep, it is not as if he had been distracted by talking or moving around. He had just been there, watching. The more we all thought about it, the stranger everything became. My dad and his friend had heard something pursuing them from the weeds. My mom and our friend and I had heard angry voices in the woods. My brother had seen someone standing by the truck even though no one from our group had been there. All of those things happened in the same visit, during the same stretch of time, in broad daylight. That was the moment when the whole mood changed from curiosity to genuine fear. Up until then, even with the stories we had heard before going, there was still room for everyone to joke a little or act brave. But once we were all back together, and comparing what had happened, it felt too connected to ignore. One strange experience might be explainable. Two might be coincidence. But when different people in different places all experience different forms of the same kind of unease at the same time, it becomes much harder to brush it all away. I remember looking around as we stood there by the vehicles. The battlefield did not look any different than it had before. The sun was still out. The open land was still there, calm on the surface. Nothing visible had changed. And yet the entire place now felt different to me. It felt like we had stepped into something we were not meant to disturb. I remember feeling as if the land itself had noticed us, especially after hearing that my dad and his friend had been saying nasty things about someone connected to the place. Whether that had anything to do with what happened, I cannot say for sure. But in moments like that, it is impossible not to wonder. At 13, I was at an age where I was old enough to understand what fear felt like in a serious way, but still young enough for my imagination to make everything even larger. On the drive there, the battlefield had felt like an adventure. By the time we were leaving, it felt like a place I never wanted to see again. The stories about it being haunted no longer sounded exaggerated. If anything, they sounded too simple compared to how strange the day had actually been. We did not stay much longer after that. Once my brother told us what he had seen and we all realized no one from our group had been by the truck, everyone was ready to go. There was no more talk about taking extra pictures or walking farther or trying to figure anything out. All of that was over. The fear had become too real. We got in the vehicles and left, and I remember feeling relieved the farther away we got. Even then, though, I kept looking back in my mind at the image my brother described, someone standing silently beside the truck while we were all scattered across the battlefield. After that day, I never went back. People sometimes ask why, especially if they know I had gone there partly out of curiosity. But the answer is simple. Curiosity is one thing from a distance. It is another thing entirely when you feel like a place answers back. Before we went, the battlefield was just a location with stories attached to it. After we left, it became personal. It became the place where my family and I all experienced something we could not explain. I have gone over the events in my head many times since then, trying to see if there is any ordinary explanation for all of it. Could the voices in the woods have been other visitors? Maybe. But if so, why could we not see anyone, and why did the voices sound so wrong? Could whatever chased my dad and his friend through the weeds have been an animal? Maybe, but that still does not account for the feeling they had of being pursued by a man. Could my brother have mistaken a shadow or a trick of light for a person standing by the truck? Maybe, but he was convinced he saw someone. And the timing of all those things happening together is what makes it so difficult to dismiss any one part of it as simple. Even now, what stands out to me is how active the battlefield felt in the daytime. That is what surprised us most. We had all heard that if anything happened there, it would happen at night. Maybe that belief is what made us lower our guard in the morning. We assumed we were safe because the sun was up. We assumed ghost stories belonged to darkness. But whatever happened there did not seem to care what time it was. If the battlefield really is haunted, then perhaps the dead there are not limited by the ideas people place on them. I also think often about the atmosphere of battlefields in general. They are different from other haunted places people talk about. A house can feel haunted because of one death, one family tragedy, one spirit attached to a room. But a battlefield is something else. It is a place where many people suffered at once. Fear, pain, anger, confusion, commands shouted, men dying, men searching for one another, chaos in every direction. If any place were to hold on to emotion, sound, or memory, it would make sense for it to be a battlefield. That thought frightened me even more after our visit because it meant the things we heard or sensed might not have been a single ghost or spirit at all. It might have been the lingering weight of something much larger. When I think back to the voices my group heard, I can still remember how aggravated they sounded. That detail matters to me. They did not sound like casual conversation. They sounded tense, urgent, important. It was almost as if we had overheard a moment frozen from another time, something serious still echoing through the woods. Maybe that sounds dramatic, but that is honestly how it felt later when I thought about it. Not like random ghostly noise, but like a fragment of emotion still trapped in that place. And then there is the image of my dad and his friend being chased back toward the vehicle. At 13, Hearing that from my father hit me differently than if it had come from someone else. Parents are supposed to be the calm ones, the ones who know what is going on, the ones who make you feel safe. So when your father comes back rattled, telling you something came out of the weeds and chased them, it changes the whole shape of the experience. It tells you that whatever happened was strong enough to break through an adult's sense of control. My brother's part in the story has always been the quietest and maybe the creepiest to me. While the rest of us had sounds and movement and confusion, he had a figure. He believed someone stood beside the truck while my little sister slept inside and while he sat there waiting. That image is so still compared to the rest of it, and maybe that is why it feels worse. There is something more unsettling about a silent watcher than about a noise in the woods. No words. No movement. Just presence. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my brother had gotten out of the truck and tried to see who it was. I am glad he did not. At the time he thought it was my dad, so he had no reason to panic. But if he had stepped out and realized no one was there, or if he had seen the figure more clearly, maybe the experience would have frightened him even more than it already did. Maybe it is better that he only had that one uncertain image in his mind rather than something clearer and more direct. When our family talked about that day later, everyone seemed to focus on the part they had experienced most directly. My group talked about the voices. My dad's group talked about being chased. My brother kept returning to the figure by the truck. It was almost like the battlefield had shown each of us a different face of itself, one that matched where we were and how we were moving through it. That thought has always stayed with me too. If the place truly held something, then maybe it did not reveal itself in one obvious way. Maybe it reached each group differently. I think that is one reason I have never gone back. It is not just because I was scared in the moment. It is because I never felt like the story was finished in a clean way. We did not stay long enough to understand anything. We just had these pieces. Voices in the woods. Something chasing through the weeds. A figure standing by the truck. Then fear, then leaving. The whole day ended with more questions than answers, and maybe that is what made it stay with me. If there had been one simple explanation, then maybe I would have moved on from it more easily. But nothing about that visit felt simple. For a long time after, I found myself thinking about the battlefield at unexpected moments. I would be doing something ordinary and suddenly remember the way those voices sounded in the woods, or imagine my dad and his friend running back toward the vehicle, or picture that unknown figure standing by the truck while my brother watched. It is strange how some places get stuck in your mind not because you spent years there, but because one short visit unsettled you so deeply that it changed how you think about them forever. And what stayed with me most was the feeling that daytime had not protected us at all. That realization made the world feel a little different after that. It made me understand that haunted places, if they are haunted, do not follow the neat rules people tell themselves for comfort. We like to imagine the dark as the dangerous time, the time when spirits move and strange things happen. But Rich Mountain Battlefield did not wait for the sun to go down. If something was there, it was already there when we arrived. Even now, when I hear people talk casually about visiting haunted battlefields or abandoned places just for fun, I think back to that day. I understand curiosity. I understand wanting to see something strange or prove something to yourself. We went there with cameras, excitement, and stories in our heads. We thought the most we might get was a strange photograph later. Instead, the battlefield gave each of us something we could not explain while we were standing right there in it. Maybe some people would still go back after an experience like that, hoping to see more or to understand it better. But I never wanted that. What I felt that day was enough. Whatever was there did not need to prove itself again for me. I believed the place was different from the moment we left it. And maybe that is the strongest thing I can say about Rich Mountain Battlefield. Before that day, it was just a historic site with stories. After that day, it became a place I felt had answered us. Not with one clear message, not with some dramatic ghostly appearance, but with enough voices, movement, fear, and presence to make every one of us want to leave. So no, I have not been back since. And honestly, I do not think I ever will. Because sometimes one visit is enough. Sometimes hearing unseen voices in the woods is enough. Sometimes hearing that your own father was chased back to the vehicle by something in the weeds is enough. Sometimes learning that your brother saw someone standing silently by the truck when no one from your family was there is enough. And sometimes a battlefield that looks quiet in the morning can still make it clear that the past is not as silent as people want to believe. I really started to believe there was an entity in my house during the summer, and the reason it changed everything for me was because of my aunt. Before that, I had experienced enough strange things to make me uneasy, enough to leave me with that constant feeling that something was there, but I still tried to stay somewhere in the middle. I did not want to fully say it was real, even though deep down I had already started believing it. It is one thing to feel watched, to hear footsteps, or to sense something in your house that you cannot explain. It is another thing entirely when someone else comes into that same space, someone who would never normally talk about ghosts or spirits, and they end up seeing something that confirms everything you had been trying not to believe. My aunt is a very religious woman. She is the kind of person who puts her faith in God and does not like to entertain ideas about spirits or dark entities. She is not someone who would casually say a house is haunted or tell stories just to be dramatic. In fact, if anyone had ever asked me before that weekend whether she believed in that sort of thing, I probably would have said no. Even if she did believe there were things people could not explain, she would never have been the kind of person to admit it easily, and certainly not the kind to let it scare her. That is part of why what happened affected me so deeply. If it had been almost anyone else, maybe I could have questioned it more. But because it was her, because of the kind of woman she is, I could not just brush it off. She had come to visit from New York and was staying for 3 days. I remember that much clearly. I know it happened on a Saturday because she was leaving the next day, on Sunday. I do not remember every single detail of that weekend. Some of it feels blurred now, maybe because of how emotional it became, or maybe because when something frightening finally takes shape in a way you had feared for a long time, your mind remembers the feeling more than the exact order of little moments. But there are parts of it that remain very clear. I remember walking past the living room and seeing my aunt crying while my mother sat beside her. That image is burned into me. My aunt was not the kind of person I was used to seeing like that, especially not in my house, and not in a way that looked so shaken. There was something in the room that felt heavy, almost like I had walked into the edge of a conversation I was not supposed to hear. I did not stop. I did not ask what happened. I did not even slow down. At the time, I just kept walking, and the reason I did that was because I had the strongest gut instinct telling me not to ask, not to listen, not to step into whatever that moment was. It was one of those feelings that comes over you suddenly, a warning from somewhere inside, and you obey it before you can even explain why. So I kept going. Even now, when I think back to that moment, I remember how strange it felt to choose not to ask questions. Usually, if you see someone in your family crying, especially someone visiting from out of town, you stop. You ask if everything is all right. But I did not. It was like some part of me already knew the answer was something I did not want to hear. Maybe I already knew without knowing. Maybe I had spent so much time living with the feeling of something in that house that when I saw my aunt crying, I understood instantly that it had something to do with him. The next day, my mother and I drove her to South Station in Boston so she could leave. The visit was over, and I do not remember a lot being said on the way there. I think I was waiting for someone to explain what had happened, but at the same time I was afraid to hear it. After we dropped her off and started driving back home, we got stuck in traffic. I remember that too, the feeling of being trapped in the car, not moving, with too much silence. Then my mother turned to me with tears in her eyes. She looked at me in this way that made me know before she even opened her mouth that what she was about to say would stay with me forever. She gasped and said, "Jenny, your aunt saw him." The second she said that, the hairs on my arms rose. My whole body reacted before my mind even caught up. I knew exactly who she meant. There was no confusion. There was no need for my mother to explain. She was talking about him. The one we had never seen but had always felt. The one whose presence had followed us in ways we could not explain. The one connected to the footsteps on the stairs that would always stop in front of my room. The one I had imagined so many times without ever wanting to truly believe he was there. The one that years before had seemed to affect a dog we had been taking care of, a dog that would not leave the front of my bedroom door and stayed there all night, howling at nothing we could see. That was the moment everything changed for me. Up until then, all of it could still be pushed into that place people put the unexplained when they are trying not to be afraid. Strange feeling. Bad vibe. Old house noises. Overactive imagination. You can force almost anything into those explanations if you want to badly enough. But when my mother told me my aunt had seen him, it was like all the pieces that had been floating around my life for years suddenly locked into place. He was no longer just a feeling or a guess or a fear. He became something other people had recognized too. My mother told me that my aunt had said he was not good. That was the part that frightened me most. It was not just that she had seen something. It was that she had sensed what he was. She told my mother that he fed off me. Those words stayed with me in a way that is hard to describe. There is something terrifying about thinking that whatever is in your house, whatever has followed you in small unexplained ways for years, is not just present but attached to you in some way. Feeding off you. Drawing from you. Using your fear, your weakness, your energy, or whatever else it could take. Before that weekend, for about 6 months straight, I had been very sick. My mother, father, and brother all witnessed it, so it was not something I imagined or exaggerated. Every night, almost like a pattern, I would wake up suffocating. And it was not random. It usually happened at 12:30 or 3:19 in the morning, times so specific that it became impossible not to notice. I would wake up unable to breathe properly, struggling in a way that terrified everyone who saw it. These episodes would last for about a minute, sometimes long enough for me to turn an extreme shade of purple. That is how serious it looked. It was not just panic or a bad dream. It was physical. It was visible. It was something my family saw with their own eyes. We went to doctors. We looked for answers. But they could not diagnose it. No one could tell us why it kept happening. After a while, it just stopped, and because it stopped, life moved on in the way life always tries to move on after something frightening. But there was never an answer. There was never a diagnosis that made sense of those nights. At the time, I never connected those episodes to the entity. I did not want to. I wanted it to be something medical, something explainable, something that existed in the world of doctors and tests and names. I had always tried to shut off that eerie feeling in the house, hoping it would go away on its own if I just ignored it long enough. I thought if I refused to feed it with attention, maybe I could go on pretending it was nothing. But after my aunt's visit, all those things I had separated in my mind started connecting themselves. The footsteps. The dog. The feelings. The sickness. The way everything seemed to center around me. My aunt saying he was not good, and that he fed off me made me look back at those 6 months with completely different eyes. I started wondering whether that was why the doctors never found anything. I started wondering whether the suffocating episodes, always at nearly the same times, had something to do with him. I had never wanted to think that before, because once you allow yourself to think it, then the world becomes a much stranger and more frightening place. But after that day, it was impossible not to think about it. The footsteps on the stairs had happened long before my aunt's visit. That was one of the earliest things that made me feel like there was someone else in the house with us. There would be this clear sound of footsteps on the stairs, not random settling noises, not quick little creaks, but distinct steps. And the worst part was that they would stop right in front of my room. Always my room. Never a little farther down the hall. Never somewhere that made it easier to ignore. It was as if whoever or whatever it was knew exactly where I was and wanted me to know it had come as far as my door. At first, I used to tell myself it was one of my parents, or my brother moving around in the house, but there were too many times when I knew everyone else was where they were supposed to be. Too many times when the house should have been still. Too many moments when the footsteps carried that same strange feeling with them, that sense of a presence. It was not just sound. It was the atmosphere that came with it. If you have ever felt something like that, you know what I mean. The house feels different when it happens. The air changes. Your body reacts before your thoughts do. And then there was the dog. Years before, we had been taking care of a dog for a while. Animals notice things people miss. I have always believed that, but I believed it even more after that dog. There were nights when the dog would not leave the front of my bedroom door. It would just stay there, howling at nothing we could see. Not barking the way dogs bark when someone is at the front door or when they hear a noise outside. Howling in this long, drawn-out way that made the whole thing feel wrong. It would stay there all night, fixed on that spot, as if something stood there that only it could sense. At the time, I was frightened, but there was still part of me that tried to rationalize it. Dogs react to things. Dogs hear sounds we do not hear. But after my aunt saw him, I could not think of those nights the same way anymore. I started to believe the dog had been seeing or sensing exactly what we had been too afraid to admit was there. After my mother told me what my aunt had said, the fear in our house became more open, more real. My mother and I did everything we could think of. We were no longer in that place of pretending or hoping it was all in our heads. We wanted it gone. We burned incense. We sprayed holy water. We tried every religious and spiritual thing that felt safe and right to us. I think what changed most after that was not just that we acted, but that we acted together. My mother had always believed enough to understand me, but now it felt as if we were both finally standing in the same truth. Something was there. Something had been there. And we wanted to push it out. I remember those days as full of tension. Every little sound in the house felt loaded. Every time the floor creaked, or the air shifted, or a door moved slightly, I would wonder if it was him. At the same time, there was some comfort in doing something, in not just sitting there waiting. Burning incense, spraying holy water, praying, trying to claim the house again in whatever ways we knew how. Even if some people would laugh at those things, when you are afraid in your own home, action matters. It gives you a sense that you are not completely helpless. Over time, things changed. We remodeled most of the house, and after that, we did not feel as much. The house seemed quieter, lighter. It was never like some big dramatic ending where one day everything was suddenly perfect, but it did feel different. The heavy feeling that had seemed to follow certain parts of the house eased. The kind of constant awareness I used to have, the sense of him always nearby, started fading. I do not know whether it was the prayers, the holy water, the changes to the house itself, or some combination of everything, but the house did not feel the same after that. For a while, that gave me peace. I thought maybe it was finally over, or at least over enough that I could live without constantly thinking about him. I wanted that badly. I wanted normal nights. I wanted to sleep without listening for footsteps. I wanted to stop wondering whether sickness and fear and the atmosphere around my room had all been connected to something dark. I wanted to believe that whatever had been there had either left or lost its hold on me. But then something else began happening. It was not exactly new, though. That was the unsettling part. It was something that had not happened since I was little, and now it had started again. My grandparents share a floor with me, so they hear things at night that I do not always know are happening. They started telling me that I scream in my sleep. Not just once or twice, but enough that it became something they mentioned seriously. The strange part is that when I wake up, I never remember it. I do not wake with the clear memory of a nightmare. I do not remember being chased or seeing anything or feeling fear in a dream. I just wake up normal, with no idea that I had been screaming during the night. That unsettles me in a different way than footsteps or sickness ever did. When something happens while you are awake, at least you are there for it. You can hear it, feel it, and remember it. But when something happens in your sleep that other people witness, and you do not remember, it leaves a different kind of fear. It makes you wonder what part of you is reacting while the rest of you is shut off. It makes you wonder what you are seeing or feeling in dreams that disappear the second you wake. Or worse, whether it is not just dreams at all. My grandparents tell me about it, and I can tell from the way they say it that it is not the kind of little whimpering or tossing around people sometimes do in sleep. They mean actual screaming. And the fact that it has come back now, after the house had seemed quieter, makes me uneasy all over again. It feels like one of those things that does not let you fully relax, even when the bigger signs seem to have gone away. It is like being told that even if the house feels calm, something in me might still be carrying the effects of whatever happened. Sometimes I lie awake and think about what my aunt saw. My mother never gave me every detail, maybe because she did not want to frighten me more than I already was, or maybe because my aunt herself did not want to talk about it too much. But I have imagined it many times. I imagine my aunt, a woman so deeply rooted in faith and not given to believing in dark spiritual things lightly, seeing something in our house so clearly that it reduced her to tears. I think about the fact that whatever she saw was enough to make her tell my mother it was not good. Enough to make her say it fed off me. That alone tells me more than I almost want to know. And because she saw him, I find myself looking back over my childhood and teenage years differently. There are things I had dismissed, moments I filed away under strange but forgettable, that do not feel so small anymore. The footsteps stopping at my room. The dog howling at my door all night. The 6 months of suffocating episodes at the same times every night. The atmosphere in the house that I could never fully shut out. Maybe if even one of those things had happened alone, it would not mean much. But none of it happened alone. It all formed a pattern, and my aunt's visit was the moment that made the pattern impossible to ignore. I also think a lot about how fear works in a house like that. Fear changes everything. It changes how you hear ordinary sounds, how you move through rooms, how you sleep, how you wake, and how much of yourself you keep tense at all times. There were periods in that house when I was always waiting for something, always bracing in some small way. Even if nothing happened for a few days, the fear stayed there because the memory of what had happened never left. That is one of the hardest things to explain to people who have not lived it. A haunting, or whatever you want to call it, is not only about the dramatic moments. It is also about the long stretches between them, when you are just waiting and listening and feeling your body react to a space you are supposed to call home. What my aunt said about him feeding off me also changed how I thought about myself. For a while after that, I began wondering whether my own fear had strengthened whatever it was. Whether my illness, my anxiety, my sensitivity to the house, all of it somehow gave him more room. That is a horrible thing to wonder about yourself, because it makes you feel both victimized and responsible at the same time. Like you are being harmed by something, but also accidentally helping it by existing the way you do. I do not know if that is true, and I hope it is not. But once someone says those words to you, they do not leave easily. Even now, with the house feeling lighter after the remodeling and the cleansing we tried, I do not think I can ever fully forget what it felt like before. Once a place has felt wrong for long enough, even peace can feel fragile. Part of me is always listening for a return. Part of me is always waiting to see whether the screaming in my sleep is just the last shadow of all of this, or whether it is a sign that something never truly left at all. I hate that uncertainty. I would almost rather know one way or the other. But that is not how these experiences work. They leave you in the middle, between what you know and what you fear. I think about those times I woke up suffocating more than almost anything else. Those episodes were terrifying, and because they were witnessed by my family, I cannot convince myself now that I exaggerated them later. My mother, father, and brother saw me turn purple. They saw what it looked like when I could not breathe. Doctors could not explain it. It stopped on its own. And then later my aunt saw something and said it fed off me. That is the kind of sequence that changes the way you remember your own life. It is the kind of thing that makes you look back and ask whether what you thought was only illness might have been something far stranger. Still, I try to hold on to the fact that things are calmer now. That matters. I do not want to live as if every second of my life belongs to that fear. The house was remodeled. My mother and I did what we could. The heavy feeling is not what it used to be. I have to believe that means something. I have to believe that even if whatever was there once had some hold, that hold was weakened. Otherwise it would be impossible to move forward at all. But then night comes, and my grandparents tell me I screamed again, and the old questions return. What am I seeing in my sleep? Why do I never remember? Is it only dreams, or is it connected to everything that came before? Did the entity really leave, or did it only stop making itself known in the same way? Could something attach itself to a person even after the house changes? I do not know the answers. That is the hardest truth in all of this. I do not know. I only know what happened, what my family saw, what my aunt said, and what my body has gone through in that house. I know what it feels like to hear your mother say, with tears in her eyes, that your aunt saw him. I know what it feels like for the hairs on your arms to rise because you instantly understand who she means. I know what it is like to realize that the thing you always hoped you were imagining might have been real all along. And maybe that is what stays with me more than any single event. Not the footsteps alone. Not the dog. Not even the suffocating episodes. It is that moment in the car, stuck in traffic after dropping my aunt off, when my mother turned to me and finally gave shape to years of fear. "Jenny, your aunt saw him." In that moment, the invisible became real in a way I could never take back. It did not matter that I had never seen him with my own eyes. Someone had. Someone strong in faith, someone not easily shaken, someone who had no reason to invent such a thing. That was enough. So now I live with both the peace and the memory. The house is quieter. The air feels lighter. But memory does not remodel itself so easily. I still remember what it was like before. I still remember the dread attached to my bedroom door, the way the stairs sounded at night, the nights I fought for breath, the dog howling into darkness, the urgency with which my mother and I burned incense and sprayed holy water, hoping to force something unseen to leave. And now, when my grandparents tell me I scream in my sleep and I wake with no memory of it, I feel that old uncertainty again, not as strong as before, but still there, still breathing quietly in the background. Maybe one day even that will stop too. Maybe the screaming is only leftover fear, something buried in my mind from all the years of feeling watched and threatened. Maybe with enough time and enough distance from those worst moments, even my sleep will become peaceful again. I want to believe that. I really do. But there is another part of me, the part shaped by all these years, that cannot help wondering whether some things leave marks that do not go away so easily. That is what it feels like living with something like this. Even when the house becomes calmer, you carry the story with you. Even when the footsteps stop, you still remember how they sounded. Even when the sickness ends, you still remember what it felt like to wake up unable to breathe. Even when no one sees him anymore, you still remember that someone once did. And that is enough to change how you see every silence, every dream, every strange moment after. So yes, I started truly believing there was an entity in my house that summer when my aunt came over. But in another way, maybe I had already believed it long before that. I just had not been ready to admit it until someone else saw what I had only ever felt. After that, there was no going back to pretending. There was only living with what we knew, doing everything we could to protect ourselves, and hoping that whatever once stood at my door, climbed those stairs, made the dog howl, and maybe fed off my weakness, had finally lost its place in our home. I still hope that is true. I still hope the screaming in my sleep is nothing more than echoes. And I still wake some mornings thankful for the simple fact that I do not feel the house the way I once did, even if part of me will probably always wonder whether he is truly gone or only quiet. I met Andrea through a young man named Andrew, who called himself a shaman. At the time, both of them were in their early 20s, and I was almost 17. Looking back, that age difference probably should have mattered more to me than it did, but at that point in my life, it did not feel strange. I was more drawn to energy than age, and more interested in connection than caution. Andrew had told me before I ever met her that Andrea and I were reflections of each other. It sounded dramatic when he said it, but after I met her, I understood what he meant, or at least I thought I did. There was something immediate between us, something that felt familiar before it had even had time to become real friendship. We connected quickly, naturally, and so strongly that for a while it felt like the rest of the world had simply dropped away around us. We became extremely close in a short amount of time. The kind of close where it feels like two people do not have to explain themselves to each other very much because they already understand. For a while, we almost disappeared into that friendship. We both drifted away from other people. It was not some dramatic decision, and we did not announce it to anyone. It just happened. We started spending more and more time together until it felt as if most other friendships had become background noise. We understood each other in ways that felt rare, and when you are young, that kind of connection can feel almost sacred. We never used a Ouija board together, and we never sat around trying to show off or prove anything to anyone. But there was an unspoken understanding between us that we were both sensitive to things other people ignored. We were both interested in the spiritual side of life, in energies, in things unseen, in feelings that did not fit easily into everyday logic. It was not something we bragged about, and there was never any sense of pretense between us. That was one of the reasons I trusted her. It did not feel like a performance. It felt real. Our friendship seemed to be built on something quiet and mutual. Understanding. Similar personalities. Similar instincts. Similar experiences that did not need to be explained in great detail because each of us could feel what the other meant. At least, that is how it felt in the beginning. Andrea lived with her grandparents in an old house in Grapevine, Texas. The house itself had a presence that you could feel the moment you entered it, though at first I could not have explained exactly what I meant by that. It was not just that it was old. Plenty of old homes feel warm or still or full of history in a comforting way. This one did not. It felt heavy. It felt as if the walls had absorbed too much of something over too many years and had never been cleared of it. Andrea lived in the same room her mother had lived in when she was a girl, and there was something about that detail that always stayed with me. It made the room feel even more layered, as if it had inherited more than furniture and age. Andrea had told me that both she and her mother had struggled with depression and drugs, and maybe that would have been enough on its own to explain part of the feeling in the room. But there was more than that. You could sense it the moment you stepped inside. The air in that room always felt thick. Not just stuffy or stale, but heavy, almost as if it had substance. The room carried an emotional weight that made your body react before your mind had time to decide what was wrong. There were strange stains on the carpet and the walls, the kind that made the whole room look bruised by old neglect. The smell was unbelievable. It was the kind of smell that seems to sink into fabric, wood, and paint until it becomes part of the room itself. I tried more than once to help her clean it. I genuinely wanted to make the space feel better for her, more livable, less oppressive. It seemed like such a simple thing on the surface. Clean the room. Open the space. Make it less dark, less dirty, less miserable. But every time I tried, I had the distinct feeling that the room did not want to be cleaned. That sounds irrational, and if I had not felt it so strongly myself, I might not know how to explain it. But there are places that feel attached to their own disorder, as if the mess is part of the life of the room and not just the result of neglect. It was almost like the room resisted every attempt to make it better. We would clean, organize, clear things away, try to open the energy up, and yet it always felt temporary, like the room was only waiting to close back in on itself again. I remember feeling that the room wanted to remain in that low, stained, stale condition because something in it fed off that state. One spring evening in 2006, after one of our most serious attempts to clean the room and make it livable, we decided to leave the house for a little while and walk to a nearby bistro to get cream sodas. Andrea lived in a suburban area next to a more polished, expensive part of town, and we often went over there to walk around or shop. That evening, leaving her house felt like stepping out of thick water and into fresh air. I remember that clearly. Outside, everything seemed lighter. The neighborhood was quiet in an ordinary way. The small outing itself was simple, harmless, and ordinary. We got our drinks, talked, and for a little while I felt relieved to be away from that room. But when we came back, everything changed again the second we entered the house. We reached the entrance to her hallway and both paused. I do not even know what made my eyes move in that direction first, but suddenly they fixed on a photograph hanging there, and I felt myself go still. It was an old black and white portrait of a man, or maybe a boy. Even now, I cannot say for sure which. There was something deeply wrong about his face. His features looked compressed somehow, strange and unsettling, almost like a gremlin in human form. His face looked squashed, and he had this tuft of white hair on his head that only made the whole image more unnatural. His eyes were small and sharp and seemed to come right out of the picture. There also appeared to be something like smoke around him in the portrait, or maybe it was just the old quality of the photo, but whatever it was, it added to the feeling that the image was alive in a way it should not have been. It frightened me immediately and intensely. Not in a mild way, not in the way odd old family portraits can simply seem creepy. This was sharper than that. There was something aggressive in the way the picture felt, something invasive. I could not stop staring at it. It was like my body had locked in place before I could decide whether I wanted to look or not. Andrea noticed. "You haven't noticed that before?" she asked. Her voice had changed. She had gone quiet in a way that was unusual for her, and that made the whole moment even stranger. It was as if the photograph affected her too, or as if she already knew exactly what I was feeling the second I looked at it. I answered without taking my eyes off it. I told her that no, I had never noticed it before, and then I added something else that had only just struck me in the same instant. I had also never noticed how many mirrors her grandmother had hanging up around the house. That may sound like a random observation, but in that hallway it felt important. Mirrors change space. Too many mirrors in an old house already create a strange feeling, and in that moment it was impossible not to notice how they were catching and repeating everything around us. While I was staring at the portrait, I also saw the reflection of Andrea and me in the mirror to our left. That is when the moment became something much worse. Because in the edge of that reflection, we were not alone. There was a black mass entering behind us. It was not shaped like a person exactly, not in any clean or comforting way. It was more like a darkness with direction, a concentrated shape of blackness moving into the frame of the mirror behind us. I did not fully turn to look because the sight of it in the reflection was enough to make my body tense all at once. My eyes were being pulled between the portrait in front of us and the mirror beside us, and both felt wrong for different reasons. One seemed to look at me from the wall. The other showed something moving up behind us that should not have been there. I asked her who the person in the photograph was. She said it was her great-grandfather. She stared at the picture too as she said it, and then she added something that chilled me more than I expected. "I never really met him," she said. "But he hates me." That line stayed with me. Not just because of the words themselves, but because of how quietly and matter-of-factly she said them. She did not sound dramatic. She did not sound like someone telling a spooky story. She sounded like someone describing a truth she had lived with for a long time. And that somehow made it worse. I might have felt less afraid if she had laughed it off or tried to make it seem silly. But she did not. She accepted it. Then she started moving down the hallway with her head lowered, and I followed her. I had to shut my eyes tightly for a second as we passed that awful portrait because it felt unbearable to keep looking at it. It was not only his face that frightened me. It was also the placement of the photograph. It had been hung right there in front of that long, dark hallway as if it were standing guard, looking people up and down before they entered the deeper part of the house. That placement felt intentional in the most unsettling way. Like a gatekeeper. Like something positioned to watch you as you moved into the older, darker parts of the home. When I opened my eyes again, we were already halfway down the hallway. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it was in my throat. And then, without warning, the black mass I had seen in the mirror seemed to rush around me. I did not fully see it the way you see a person walking past, but I felt it move. I felt something come at me with speed and purpose, and then it pushed my shoulder forward. Not gently, not like brushing past. It shoved me in a way that felt deliberate, taunting, almost playful in its cruelty. I ran. I ran the rest of the way into Andrea's bedroom because she had already gone ahead of me, and I wanted to be anywhere except alone in that hallway. I remember the panic in my voice when I asked her what the hell that had been. I was not trying to sound brave at that point. I was too startled and too angry and too frightened for that. My body knew something had just interacted with me. It was not imagination. It was not a cold feeling or a vague sense of being watched. It had put a hand, or whatever passed for a hand, on me and pushed. Andrea sat on her bed, staring out the window with this distant look on her face, and she said she was not really sure. Then she told me something else that made me stop thinking about the hallway for a moment. She told me never to go into her backyard. There was something about the way she said that too. Not dramatic, not trying to build suspense, just serious and direct. She did not say, "You should not go out there at night," or, "It gives me the creeps." She said never go into her backyard. That kind of warning gets your attention immediately, especially in a house that already felt so charged. I set my cream soda down on her desk, a desk that had been in her family for 3 generations, and I asked her why. I remember kneeling at the end of the bed, leaning against it near her feet, waiting for the answer. At that point I already knew I was in the middle of something darker and more active than anything I had expected when I first started spending time there. But I still needed to hear her say it. I needed her to tell me what made that backyard so bad. She said she used to go out there even though she had always been scared of it. She told me she would hear voices, but not the kind you can make out or answer. They were jumbled whispers, layered together, with no clear words. Then one day she went out into the yard and found a dead bird near an old tree at the far back edge of the property. The next day she went back out there and found a dead cat in the exact same place. After that, she did not go out a third time. She said she never went out there anymore. That story sat heavy in the room between us. I knew enough already to understand that repeated dead animals in one exact location, paired with whispered voices and a deep fear of the space, meant something was wrong there. I asked her what was in the house, what was really there, because even though I had encountered unsettling things before, the energy around her family and that house felt angrier than anything I had ever known. She answered in a way I never forgot. She said they loved it when we paid attention to them like that. The moment she said it, there was a crash behind me. My drink had flown off the desk and hit the floor on its own, spilling and leaving a fresh stain. There had been no gradual movement, no wobble, no sign that it had been too close to the edge. It was simply thrown. That was how it felt. Thrown with force, as if something in the room had heard us speaking about it, and wanted to announce itself, or perhaps punish us for speaking about it directly. In that second, I got the strongest impression that whatever was in that room preferred the filth and disorder, preferred that nothing be cleaned, preferred that every stain remain. I looked at Andrea, and she looked at me. We both knew that had not happened naturally. There was no need to argue about it or try to pretend otherwise. The silence between us after the crash felt as loud as the crash itself. Then it got worse. We began hearing scratching from the outer wall of the room. But this was not the kind of light, skittering scratch an animal might make. It was harsher, stronger, more violent. The wall itself seemed to shake with it. Along with the scratching came a strange groaning sound that was disturbingly human. Not fully human in a normal sense, but close enough to sound wrong and alive at the same time. It was the sort of sound that makes your body go cold because it seems to come from something that should not be there at all. I remember thinking in that moment that if it had only been scratching, maybe I could have told myself it was an animal in the wall. But combined with the groan and the shaking, it felt like no such easy explanation would work. That night changed something in me. After that, I did my best to keep our visits at my house instead of hers. I could not handle being in that room for long anymore, and I certainly did not want to spend time alone in that hallway or anywhere near the back of her house. I tried talking to Andrea about it seriously. I told her that we should investigate, that maybe we should try to help whatever spirits were trapped there move on, or at least try to clear the place. That seemed like the obvious next step to me. If something so angry was attached to her home, why would we keep allowing it to build and thrive? But Andrea did not respond the way I expected. When I tried to convince her, it was almost like part of her wanted those things there. Or if she did not want them there, then she was too afraid of them to do anything at all. Maybe both were true in different ways. She had lived in that environment for so long that I think the darkness had become woven into her life. It had become familiar. Maybe it frightened her, but maybe it also gave her a strange sense of identity or companionship, something awful but known. I do not know. What I do know is that she never seemed truly ready to fight it or release it. And once I realized that, something in our friendship began to shift. More and more, the closeness we had once had started breaking down. Our friendship became strained. She grew angrier, more bitter, more unstable in her moods. It was as if the energy around that room and that house was affecting her more openly over time. Her room got worse too. At one point it became infested with roaches, and after that I could barely stand being there at all. Between the spiritual heaviness, the smell, the stains, the bugs, and the overwhelming feeling that the room itself was feeding on chaos, I simply could not stay in that environment anymore. Eventually, we stopped talking. It did not happen all at once, not with one dramatic ending or some final argument that cut things cleanly. It was slower than that. We drifted apart as the darkness around her deepened and as I became less willing to step into it with her. There are friendships that end because of distance, boredom, or one clear betrayal. Ours ended because something poisonous seemed to wrap itself around everything and make normal closeness impossible. I hated that. I hated losing someone I had once felt reflected in. But I also knew I could not save her, especially if she was not ready to let go of whatever had taken hold around her. Still, I remember that night with a clarity that time has never softened. I remember the hallway. I remember the portrait. I remember the mirrors. I remember seeing the black mass and the reflection behind us. I remember the feeling of that thing rushing around me and shoving my shoulder forward, like it was mocking my fear. I remember Andrea's quiet voice telling me never to go into the backyard. I remember the dead bird, the dead cat, the old tree, the jumbled whispers. I remember her saying they loved it when we paid attention to them. I remember my drink being thrown to the floor. I remember the scratching and the human groaning from the wall. And more than anything, I remember the feeling that the entire house was alive with something that did not want help, did not want peace, and did not want anyone interfering with the filth, the anger, or the sadness that had settled over that family for generations. Sometimes I still think about that old man in the portrait, her great-grandfather, the one she said hated her. I wonder whether he was really at the center of it all, or whether he was only one face among many things inside that house. The portrait itself felt like an object of power, almost like a doorway or a warning. I still cannot decide whether the black mass in the mirror was connected to him directly or whether it was something else altogether, something attracted to the house because of the emotional decay inside it. Maybe all of it had become tangled together over time. Family pain, old objects, spiritual neglect, addiction, depression, dirt, anger, fear. Maybe that house had become a place where all of those things fed one another until they could no longer be separated. That is one of the reasons I still worry about Andrea. Because I do not think what was in that house was simple. I do not think it was just one ghost or one sad leftover spirit that needed a prayer and a little acknowledgement. It felt more entrenched than that. More rooted. More hungry. It seemed to like disorder. It seemed to like attention. It seemed to enjoy intimidation. And worst of all, it seemed as though Andrea had grown so used to it that she no longer knew where her own feelings ended and its influence began. That thought still makes me sad. We had become close because we seemed to understand each other without effort. Because we were both sensitive. Because we did not need to prove anything. Because our friendship felt like it had grown from something honest and mutual. But over time, the balance changed. The house, her room, her bitterness, the way she seemed to drift toward those energies instead of away from them, all of it slowly pulled her somewhere I could not follow. I have wondered many times whether I should have done more. Whether I should have pushed harder, insisted more, brought someone older or wiser into the situation, refused to let the friendship fade without one real final attempt to reach her. But I was still very young too. I was almost 17, not some trained healer or investigator, not someone with the authority or knowledge to force anything to change. I was scared. More scared than I probably admitted to myself at the time. And there comes a point in certain places where your own body knows you are not meant to stay. That was what her house felt like in the end. Not just haunted, but rejecting in a hostile way. A place where the darkness had become comfortable, where disorder was protected, where voices whispered from the yard, where dead things appeared in the same place, where objects were thrown, where walls groaned, and where even a family portrait seemed to look at you with intention. There are many strange experiences in life that lose some of their power when you retell them years later. The details fade. The emotional charge weakens. But this one never did. Every detail of that evening still feels vivid. It is as if some part of me stayed in that hallway for a second too long, locked between the photograph and the mirror, understanding with total clarity that I had just crossed into a kind of fear that was more active and personal than anything I had known before. And then there is the friendship itself, which is perhaps what makes the memory linger the most. If Andrea had simply been a girl I barely knew, the story would still be frightening, but it would not ache the way it does now. The reason it stays with me is because I cared about her. Because for a while she mattered deeply to me. Because I believed we were alike in some important way. Because when she said, "They love it when we pay attention to them," I realized she was not just talking about spirits in some abstract sense. She was talking about something that had become part of her life, part of her room, part of her family story, maybe even part of her identity. And that is the truly frightening thing. Not only that something dark may live in a house, but that over time people may begin living with it so closely that they stop knowing how to separate themselves from it. I have not forgotten her. I have not forgotten that night. And sometimes, even now, I wonder whether she ever left that house in the deeper sense, even if she someday moved away physically. I wonder whether those things followed her, or whether they remained there waiting in that hallway, behind those mirrors, near that portrait, around that old tree in the backyard. I wonder whether her room ever became clean, really clean, not just on the surface. I wonder whether the roaches multiplied, whether the bitterness deepened, whether she still sat at that three-generation desk while the room around her refused to be healed. Mostly, though, I worry. Because some places feel haunted. But some places feel fed. And Andrea's house felt fed. Fed by mess. Fed by attention. Fed by family pain. Fed by fear. Fed by the helplessness of people who got so used to living in it that they could no longer imagine another way. That is why I remember that night so clearly. Not just because something pushed me, not just because I saw a black mass in a mirror, not just because my drink was thrown or because the wall groaned like something alive. I remember it because it was the night I understood that some darkness does not only appear. Sometimes it settles in. Sometimes it grows roots. Sometimes it makes itself part of a home and a family and a person's life until leaving it behind becomes harder than anyone on the outside realizes. And because of that, even after all this time, I still think of Andrea and hope she found a way out. When my daughter was only 2 months old, something happened that I have never forgotten, and even after all these years, I can still picture it so clearly that talking about it makes my skin crawl. My daughter is 14 now, so a long time has passed since that night, but the memory has never faded. It is one of those experiences that stays exactly where it happened in your mind, untouched by time. I can still remember the room, the light, the silence, the feeling in my chest when I woke up, and the way that figure moved. No matter how many years go by, I do not think I will ever be able to explain it away or forget the fear of seeing something that should not have been there, standing over my baby in the dark. At that time, my now ex-husband and I were staying at his parents' house. His parents had gone on vacation to Mexico, and while they were away, we were there to watch over the house and also keep an eye on his younger sister, Shannon, who was 13 years old then. It was supposed to be a simple family favor, the kind of normal responsibility people take on without giving it much thought. We were just helping out, staying there for a little while, looking after things until they got back. There was nothing unusual about the arrangement at all. It was not like we had moved into a strange new place or were spending the night somewhere unfamiliar for fun. It was family. It was practical. It was ordinary. We were sleeping in his parents' bedroom during that time. Our baby daughter, Amberly, was sleeping in her own small bed right beside me, close to my side of the bed so I could reach her easily if she woke up during the night. Anyone who has ever had a 2-month-old baby knows how light sleep becomes during that time. You are never fully relaxed. Even when you are exhausted, part of you is always listening for the baby. You wake up at the slightest sound, the smallest movement, the tiniest change in the room. That is the kind of sleep I was getting then. Not deep, peaceful sleep, but the kind that belongs to new mothers, where your body rests but your mind stays near the surface. That night had not seemed unusual before I fell asleep. I do not remember any strange feeling in the room, no cold chill, no sense that something was wrong, nothing that would have warned me about what was about to happen. Everything had seemed normal. The baby was beside me. My husband was asleep. The house was quiet. It was the middle of the night, the kind of quiet where even small sounds seem bigger because everything else has gone still. I do not know exactly what time it was, but it was the very early hours, the sort of time people often call the wee hours of the morning, when the night feels deepest and the darkness seems to settle heavier over everything. At some point I woke up. I do not know what woke me. It was not the baby crying. It was not my husband moving. It was not a loud sound in the room. I simply woke up in that sudden, sharp way that sometimes happens when your body reacts before your mind understands why. I opened my eyes and looked toward Amberly, and that is when I saw it. There was a figure hovering over my daughter. At first, I was not even fully sure what I was looking at. It was one of those moments where your mind takes a second to understand what your eyes are seeing, especially in dim light. The only light in the room was the faint red glow from the clock on the nightstand beside me. That small red light was enough to shape things, enough to let me make out outlines and movement, but not enough to make the room bright or easy to understand at a glance. It cast that weak, strange kind of light that makes everything feel more unreal, where shapes are visible but details come slowly. The figure was bent over my baby as if studying her face. That is exactly what it looked like. It was leaning over her, close to her, in the same way a person might bend over a sleeping baby to look carefully at them. But there was something deeply wrong about it. What I could see was the upper part of a body, the torso and head, but not legs. I do not mean the legs were hidden behind something. I mean it looked like there were no legs there at all. It was like the top part of a person suspended over my child, leaning down and carefully looking at her features while she slept. I remember staring, trying to understand whether I was fully awake or still half in some strange dream state. But I know now, just as I knew then, that I was awake. There is a difference between seeing something in a dream and seeing something in front of you in a room you know, beside a baby you know, in a house where you know exactly where everything is placed. I was awake enough to take in the room. Awake enough to feel fear. Awake enough to watch what happened next with complete awareness. Then the being seemed to realize that I was awake. The instant it knew I had seen it, it changed its posture. It straightened up from that bent-over position, not in a slow drifting way, but in a clear, direct motion, like a person who had been leaning over something and suddenly stood upright because they realized someone was watching them. That is what made it even worse for me, because it was not just an image or a vague shape in the dark. It reacted. It knew. It turned its attention from my daughter to me. And then it looked at me. There is something uniquely terrifying about being seen by something you cannot explain. Until that moment, I had been afraid for my baby. The second it turned and looked at me, a different kind of fear hit me. It was not only that I had seen something impossible. It was that the impossible thing saw me back. It recognized me as another person in the room, another presence, another face to examine. That mutual awareness changed everything. Then, before I could even fully react, it moved straight toward me. It came right up to my face, so quickly that I barely had time to process it. It was as if it had gone from looking at my daughter to studying me the exact same way. That is the part that still gives me chills when I talk about it. It did not just notice me and pull away. It came in close, as if it wanted to inspect my face, my features, to look at me from only inches away. It was not a passing movement. It felt intentional, focused, curious in a way that frightened me more than I can describe. Even now, remembering it, I get that full-body reaction. My skin goes cold. My arms break out in goosebumps. My whole body remembers the shock of having that thing suddenly right there in front of me, closer than anything should have been, moving with purpose and awareness. There are some moments of fear that pass quickly after the danger is over. And then there are moments your body stores forever. This was one of those. I started trying to wake my husband. I was poking him, trying to get him to wake up, trying to get him to turn on the light. I do not even remember exactly what I said in that second, if I said anything at all. I may have been too shocked to form real words at first. I think I was just desperate for him to wake up, for the room to be lit, for something normal to break whatever terrifying thing was happening. But he did not wake up fast enough. By the time he began reacting, the being had already moved away. And the way it left was just as impossible as the way it had appeared. It darted off and went right through the bedroom door. Not around it. Not through an opening. Not through the doorway. Through the closed bedroom door itself. It moved with speed, and then it was gone, passing straight through solid wood as if the door were not there at all. That image is still so vivid in my mind. If anyone had told me a story like that before it happened to me, I might have struggled to believe it in full. But when you see something with your own eyes, belief becomes irrelevant. You do not choose what you saw. You simply know it happened. Once it was gone, my husband turned on the light. The room instantly looked normal again, which somehow made the whole thing feel even stranger. There was my baby beside me. There was the bed. There was the nightstand and the clock. There was the door, solid and closed. Nothing in the room showed any sign that something impossible had just happened there. But I knew what I had seen, and I told my husband exactly that. I told him what had happened, that something had been bent over the baby, that it had looked at me, come close to my face, and then gone straight through the door. I do not remember every word of that conversation, but I remember the feeling afterward. The room was bright now, and that should have made me feel safe, but it did not fully. Light can make a room look ordinary again, but it cannot erase what your eyes have already seen. Even so, eventually we went back to sleep. That might sound strange to people hearing the story later, but when something happens in the middle of the night, and you have a tiny baby beside you and a husband next to you and there is nothing else you can do in that moment, sometimes you just lie back down because your body has nowhere else to put the shock. Morning often feels like the time when you will sort it out. Night only gives you the event. The next day, after I had time to think about it more clearly, I began going over the face in my mind. That is another thing that stands out to me. I did not immediately know who it was in the first second after it happened. The experience itself had been too overwhelming. But later, when I sat with the memory and replayed the face in my mind, something clicked. I started realizing that the features seemed familiar. Not familiar because I had seen them often in life, but familiar in the way a family resemblance can become clear after you have seen photographs. I said to myself that it looked like my husband's grandmother. She had died of cancer only 2 months before this happened. That timing mattered. She had died quickly after being diagnosed, before she had the chance to see her great-grandchild or even meet me in person. We had planned to go up to Alabama after Amberly was born so she could see the baby. But everything happened too fast. Her illness moved so quickly that by the time we could have gone, it was already too late. That is something I remember feeling sad about even before that night happened. It had felt unfair that she never got to meet the baby, never got to have that moment with her great-grandchild, never got to see us together. So when I began thinking the face resembled her, that thought stayed with me immediately. We went through pictures of her after that, and I can honestly say that to this day, I believe it was her. The resemblance was too strong to ignore. Even though what I had seen only had the upper part of a body, when it was close to my face, it looked like a real person. Not like a glowing movie ghost or some blurry shape from a horror story. It looked solid in the face. Human. Present. The features were there, and the more I looked at her photographs, the more certain I became that what had visited us that night was my husband's grandmother. That belief changed the memory for me in a big way. It did not erase the fear. Not at all. The experience itself was still terrifying, and the way it happened was so sudden and invasive that even now it unsettles me deeply. But once I came to believe it was her, the meaning of the event shifted. Instead of thinking something evil or random had entered the room to loom over my baby, I started to feel that she had come because she had never had the chance to meet Amberly in life. She had died before we could bring the baby to Alabama. She had died before she could see me in person. Maybe that unfinished wish stayed with her. Maybe she simply wanted to see the child she had waited for and the woman her grandson had married. When I think of it that way, the scene makes a kind of sense. She was leaning over Amberly, looking carefully at her features, taking her in the way a grandmother or great-grandmother might. Then, once she realized I was awake, she turned to me and came close as if she wanted to see me too, to look at my face the same way, almost like finishing a moment that death had interrupted before it could happen naturally. Seen that way, it feels less like a haunting and more like unfinished family business, something deeply human carried out in a way that frightened me only because I was the living one suddenly awakened into it. Still, even with that softer meaning, I cannot pretend it was not one of the scariest moments of my life. There is a difference between later understanding an event in a gentle way and actually living through it in the moment. In the moment, I did not know it was family. In the moment, I did not know it meant no harm. In the moment, all I knew was that something with no legs was bent over my tiny sleeping baby in a dark room, then rose up, looked straight at me, and came toward my face. No amount of later reflection can take away the raw terror of that immediate experience. Understanding may comfort the memory, but it cannot erase what it felt like to be in it. I have often thought about the details of the room because I think those details are part of why the memory stayed so sharp. The dim red clock light. The shape of the bed. The closeness of my daughter in her little bed beside me. The stillness of the house. The fact that I was in someone else's bedroom, not my own. Even though it was family, there is always a slight difference when you are sleeping in another person's room. Things are familiar, but not yours. That can make the strange feel even stranger. Every object in that room is still part of the memory. I can almost place them with my eyes closed. I have also thought a lot about the way the being moved. That is something people do not always understand when they hear stories like this. It is not only what you see that makes it unforgettable. It is how it moves. Human movement is something we know without thinking. We recognize the speed, the posture, the purpose of another person's body instantly. What made that experience so unsettling was that the being moved with intention. It bent over like a person studying a child. It straightened when it knew I was awake. It came toward me with direct curiosity. It left with a speed that was not quite natural, then passed through the door in a way that no physical body could. That mix of human-like and impossible is what made it so deeply disturbing. When I later looked at pictures of my husband's grandmother, I felt something else too. Sadness. Because if it really was her, then there was something tragic in that visit. She had died so quickly. She had been waiting to meet the baby. We had been planning to visit. Life had already laid out the ordinary path for that meeting to happen, and then death interrupted it. If what I saw was truly her, then maybe what happened that night was simply her refusing, in some way, to let that chance be lost forever. Maybe she came to see the baby because she loved her before she ever got to hold her. Maybe she came to see me because she had wanted to know the woman who had become part of her family. Maybe the moment was hers as much as it was mine, and perhaps to her it did not feel frightening at all. That thought is what lets me hold the memory without only feeling fear. Because no harm was done. My daughter was not hurt. I was not hurt. There was no violence, no threat, no darkness that lingered afterward in some terrible way. It was a frightening way of doing things, yes, absolutely. But in the end, there was no harm, no foul, as strange as that may sound to say about an experience like this. It terrified me, but it did not injure us. It did not stay. It came, looked, and left. and that matters. There are many paranormal stories where the feeling afterward is one of dread, danger, or a sense that something bad has begun. That is not how this one ended for me. The fear was real, but the meaning, once I pieced it together, was not malicious. If anything, it felt deeply emotional. A dying woman had never gotten the chance to meet her great-grandchild. A family connection had been cut short. And perhaps, somehow, she came back for that one moment. I cannot prove that, of course. I cannot place it in a scientific frame, or make it neat and certain. But in my heart, that is what I believe happened. Even now, after all these years, when I think of my daughter at 2 months old, I often think of that night too. It becomes part of the story of her earliest life, even though she herself does not remember it, and could not have known what was happening. I was the only one fully awake to witness it, and maybe that is why it stays with me so strongly. Mothers carry these things. We remember the nights no one else remembers. The fears. The tiny sounds. The moments of panic when our babies are asleep and we are the only ones awake to protect them. This was one of those nights, except what I was protecting her from may not have been danger at all, only the shock of something from another side of life reaching briefly into ours. I also sometimes think about what would have happened if I had not woken up. Would the being have simply stayed there a little longer, looking at Amberly? Would it have drifted away quietly after that? Would it ever have come near me at all? Or was the approach toward my face only because it realized I had seen it, and wanted, in some strange way, to make itself known to me too? I do not know. That question will always remain open. But I do know that the second it knew I was awake, the energy of the moment changed. The quiet observation became mutual recognition. Another thing that stays with me is how real the face looked when it came close. People often imagine spirits as vague, transparent, cloudy things. That was not my experience. What I saw up close looked like an actual person's face. It had shape, detail, expression. It looked real enough that later, when I studied pictures of my husband's grandmother, I could compare features and feel that shock of recognition. If it had been blurry or strange or shapeless, maybe I never would have made that connection. But because it looked so real, the connection became possible. And maybe that is what frightened me most in the moment. Not that it was obviously ghostly, but that it was close enough to real to feel personal. There is also the simple fact that she had never met me in person before she died. I think that matters too. If she came to see Amberly, then perhaps she also came to see me, the mother of her great-grandchild, the woman she had heard about but never known face to face. In that light, her leaning close to study my face feels less random and more meaningful. She had looked at the baby, then at me. She was seeing us. That is how I make sense of it now, though at the time it felt terrifying beyond words. Over the years I have told this story a few times, and every time I do, my body reacts before my mind finishes speaking. I get goosebumps. The back of my neck prickles. My hands sometimes go cold. That physical memory is proof to me that the event settled somewhere deep. It was not just strange. It was profound. Our bodies do not hold ordinary moments that way. They hold shock. Fear. The things that cut through normal life and never fully leave. At the same time, I am grateful the story ends the way it does. There are stories that leave people with damage, with years of fear, with a house that never feels safe again. That did not happen here. We slept again. The baby was fine. Life moved on. The event became memory, not a continuing nightmare. That is why I can say, honestly, that even though it was frightening, I believe it came from a place of love or unfinished longing, not from cruelty. The method was scary, but the intention did not seem harmful. And that is a strange thing to say, maybe. Strange to describe something as both terrifying and gentle in its purpose. But sometimes life gives us experiences that do not fit neatly into one category. This was one of those. It was fear and tenderness mixed together in a way only a paranormal experience could create. If it was truly her, then she came in the only way she could. And I happened to wake up in the middle of it. Sometimes I wonder what she thought in that moment. Did she know how frightening she looked in the dark? Did she know that hovering over the baby and then coming close to my face would feel so awful from my side of the experience? Or was she simply there with a purpose, unaware of how startling her presence would be to the living? That is another question that will never have a clear answer. The living and the dead, if they really do meet sometimes, may not understand those moments in the same way. What was terrifying for me may have been simple longing for her. Still, I would have preferred a different method. That is the honest truth. If she came to see the baby and meet me, I wish she had found some softer way to do it. I wish it had felt warm or peaceful or dreamlike. Instead, it came as one of the most startling moments I have ever had. But then again, we do not get to choose the shape of these things. We only live through them and try to understand them later. So when I remember that night, I remember all of it together. The fear. The dim red light. The figure bent over my baby. The sudden awareness that it knew I was awake. The face coming close to mine. My desperate poking at my husband. The being shooting away and passing through the door. The light turning on. The next day, studying the memory of the face. The pictures of my husband's grandmother. The certainty that it was her. The sadness that she had died before meeting Amberley. And finally, the quiet comfort of believing that she came because she wanted to see her great-grandchild and me before moving on completely. It is not a story I ever expected to have, and it is not one I can tell without reliving it a little. But if I had to describe it simply, I would say this. One night, in my husband's parents' room, with only the faint red clock light glowing beside me, I woke up and saw someone from the family who should have been gone. She was bent over my baby as if memorizing her face. Then she looked at me. Then she came close enough to see mine. And though it scared me badly, I believe now that she only came because life had ended too quickly for her to do in person what she had wanted to do all along. It was a terrifying visit. But not, I think, a cruel one. And after all these years, that is the truth I have made peace with. I lived in Hawaii for about 9 months, and while I was there, I kept hearing stories about the strange things that people believed happened on the islands. Some of the stories were told casually, almost like local facts everyone already knew, while others were shared in lower voices, with the kind of seriousness that made you feel you were hearing something older than a rumor. People talked about night marchers, the ancestral dead said to walk certain parts of the islands. They talked about spirits in the pali. They talked about burial grounds, old battles, curses, and places where the living were not supposed to stay too long after dark. When I first arrived there, I listened the way most outsiders probably do. I was interested, curious, and a little uneasy, but I did not feel personally connected to any of it. It was part of the culture, part of the history, part of what gave the islands an atmosphere unlike anywhere else. Over time, though, after hearing enough stories and spending enough nights in places that felt older and stranger than they looked in daylight, I began to understand why people took those things seriously. Hawaii is beautiful in a way that can almost make you forget how much history lives under the surface of it. You can stand somewhere during the day, feeling the breeze and looking at the ocean, and think only of beauty. But then someone will tell you a story about the same stretch of land, and suddenly the place feels different. You begin to sense layers in it. Old memory. Old fear. Old grief. That was something I noticed more and more the longer I lived there. There are places in the world where beauty and unease exist side by side, and Hawaii felt like one of those places. The islands were stunning, yes, but there was also a sense, in certain areas, that not everything belonged to the present. That feeling stayed with me, and because of that, when strange things happened, it was hard not to connect them to the stories I had heard. One experience in particular has stayed with me more than the others. Even now, years later, it still gives me chills when I think about it. At the time it happened, I did not fully understand it. I brushed it off as something explainable, something small, odd, and maybe a little creepy, but not something I needed to dwell on. It was only later, when I heard a local story I had known nothing about before, that the whole night came back to me in a completely different way. What had felt like a weird but harmless late-night beach experience suddenly took on a darker shape, and the memory has never really left me since. Back in 2004, there was a girl I really liked. She was someone I had been thinking about for a while, the kind of person who makes you rehearse conversations in your head before you ever actually speak. I had spent enough time being interested in her from a distance that finally, one night, I got the courage to ask her out on a date. It felt like a big moment for me, not because it was anything dramatic, but because I really wanted it to go well. I remember being nervous in that excited kind of way where your thoughts are running ahead of you, imagining how the evening might go, what you might talk about, whether the mood would feel easy or awkward. When she said yes, I was relieved and energized all at once. We went to a restaurant that night. The date started in a completely normal, pleasant way. We sat, talked, drank some wine, and just got to know each other better. There was nothing strange in the air, nothing that hinted at what would come later. It was one of those nights where everything feels open and possible. Conversation came easily. There was a natural ease between us that made the whole evening feel good. We talked about ourselves, our backgrounds, our interests, the kinds of things people talk about when they are trying to figure each other out without forcing it. The wine relaxed us, the mood was good, and time moved faster than I expected. Before I knew it, it was already late. At around 11 o'clock that night, we decided to leave the restaurant and go to a beach called Mokapu, near Honolulu. That part of the evening felt spontaneous, like the kind of choice people make when they do not want a good night to end yet. A beach at night in Hawaii sounds romantic in theory, and at first, that is exactly what it felt like. The drive there was quiet and pleasant. By the time we arrived, it was very dark, and there were hardly any people out. That alone made the place feel different from the beaches people imagined during the day. This was not a crowded, lively stretch of sand with lights and music and activity. It was dark, quiet, and mostly empty, the kind of beach where the sound of the ocean becomes the main presence around you. We settled in and started talking more. The night felt still in that deep, late way only nighttime near the ocean can feel. The beach stretched around us, mostly empty. The sky was open above us. The waves kept up their steady rhythm. We lay down together and listened to the ocean, talking about our lives and our experiences, the kind of conversation that can only really happen when the world around you has gone quiet enough to let thoughts stretch out. Hours passed like that. We were relaxed. Nothing felt dangerous or wrong. If anything, it felt intimate and almost dreamlike, the kind of moment you think back on later and remember for its softness. By around 2 in the morning, though, the night began to change. It started with something small. We both began to feel our hands being touched by something. Not a slap or a grab, just small touches, light but clear enough to notice. At first we assumed it had to be tiny crabs. That seemed like the obvious answer. We were on a beach late at night, after all. Little creatures move around in places like that, and if something brushed your hand or finger in the dark, a crab was an easy explanation. So that was what we told ourselves right away. But when we looked, there was nothing there. That detail mattered. The moon was full that night, and because of that, the beach was not pitch black in the way some places are after midnight. The moonlight was bright enough that you could see a lot more than you normally could at that hour. We were not blind in darkness. We could look down and around us with some real visibility. And yet when we checked for crabs, we saw none. Not near our hands. Not moving away. Not hiding nearby. Nothing. The touching happened more than once. That is part of what made it strange. If it had happened only one time, I could have let it go completely. A little movement, a strange sensation, maybe a misjudged brush of sand or grass or some tiny animal that moved off too fast to see. But both of us felt it, and it was enough to make us pause and keep checking. It was not painful. It was not violent. It was just unsettling in a quiet way. Something small seemed to be touching our hands, and every time we looked, there was nothing there. Then we heard the sound. Both of us heard it. It sounded like a baby crying. That is still the strangest and most disturbing part of the whole story to me. A baby crying is such a specific sound. It carries a very specific emotional weight too. The second you hear it, Your attention sharpens because it is not the kind of sound that belongs casually in the middle of nowhere at 2 in the morning. That sound immediately makes you wonder who is there, where the baby is, whether something is wrong, who would bring a child out to a beach so late, and why no one else seems to be around. We were both startled by it. It was not faint enough to dismiss, and it was not vague enough to mistake easily for just anything. It sounded like crying, and specifically like a baby crying. The beach was mostly empty. It was 2 in the morning. The nearest house was miles away. We were not sitting close to any neighborhood or busy area where a sound like that might carry from someone's backyard or open window. This was a beach at night, isolated enough that the sound felt deeply out of place. At first, we tried to explain it the same way we had tried to explain the touches on our hands. Maybe it was some kind of animal. Maybe a cat. Anyone who has ever heard certain cats cry in the night knows that the sound can be eerie and surprisingly human, especially when heard from a distance. So that became our first rational guess. We kept hearing the crying and tried to convince ourselves it had to be a cat somewhere nearby. That explanation was not perfect, but it was better than no explanation at all. So we looked toward the direction the crying seemed to be coming from. And again, there was nothing. No cat. No person. No child. No movement that made sense of the sound. Just the beach, the darkness, the moonlight, and the ocean. That was what made the whole thing worse. Every time something happened, we reached for a normal answer. Crabs for the touching. A cat for the crying. And every time we checked, there was nothing there to support the explanation we wanted. The crying continued. The hand-touching continued too. At that point, the mood of the night had completely shifted. We were no longer lying there peacefully, talking about our lives and listening to the ocean. We were tense. Watching. Listening. Trying to laugh things off enough not to fully admit how unnerved we had become. There is a particular kind of fear that grows when something strange happens repeatedly in a place where you expected complete quiet. It is not the loud, explosive fear of a sudden threat. It is a slower, colder kind of fear. The kind that builds because your mind can no longer settle on a simple answer. Eventually, both of us had had enough. We decided to leave. At the time, that felt like the smartest and simplest thing to do. We did not stand there trying to challenge whatever it was. We did not stay longer hoping to understand it. We just wanted out of there. Once we got away from the beach, I pushed the whole thing to the back of my mind as best I could. That was easy enough to do at first because I still had enough normal explanations available to me to make the memory less threatening. I told myself it had probably been little crabs touching our hands and some cat making a weird sound in the distance. Strange, yes, but not supernatural. Odd, but forgettable. And for a while, that was how I held it. 2 months later, everything changed. I was sitting with my hairstylist one day. She was a local, someone who had grown up with the island's stories, the kind of person who knew the places people talked about in whispers and jokes and warnings. We started talking about strange things that happen on the island. It was not even a serious conversation at first. More the kind of topic people drift into when they have heard enough stories that it becomes part of everyday life there. We talked about night marchers. We talked about haunted burial grounds. We talked about the strange atmosphere some places carry. It was one of those conversations where you half expect to hear an eerie local story or two, but you are not necessarily thinking one of them is about to connect directly to your own life. Then she started talking about Mokapu. The moment she said the name, something in me sharpened. It was not fear exactly, not yet. More like recognition with an edge to it. I asked her what was so scary about that place. I expected maybe another general ghost story, something about old spirits, old warriors, old land, something broad and local and unsettling but not specific to me. Instead, she told me something I had never heard before. She said that a long time ago, Hawaiians used to take deformed babies and kill them at Mokapu. Hearing that hit me physically. It was like my body reacted before my mind fully understood the words. The back of my neck tightened. The hair on my arms and all over my body stood up. I remember that reaction clearly because it was immediate and total. I had gone to that beach knowing nothing about that story. Nothing. No one had told me. I had not gone there carrying some local legend in my head that could have influenced what I heard that night. When I went there with that girl, I only knew it as a beach. A dark beach. A quiet beach. But just a beach. My hairstylist went on to explain that some people say if you stay there long enough, you can hear them crying. Then she told me she had heard them herself one night when she had been there. That was the moment the whole memory came back with full force. The beach. The moonlight. The empty darkness. The feeling of something small touching our hands. The crying. The repeated attempts to find a cat and finding nothing. All of it suddenly connected to something I had not known at the time, and that ignorance is what made it so much worse. If I had known the story beforehand, I could have told myself maybe my imagination was shaping the night. Maybe I heard a local legend and then turned ordinary sounds into something more frightening. But that was not what happened. I knew nothing. Which meant what I experienced was not built out of expectation. It happened first. The story came later. I told my hairstylist what had happened to me there. As I described it, I could feel the unease growing stronger, because the details matched too closely in the most disturbing way. The sound of a baby crying in an isolated place at 2 in the morning. The sense that something small was touching us. The total absence of any visible source. All of that now sat inside a story I had never wanted. A story I had not gone looking for. A story that had found me after the fact. To this day, that is the part that stays with me the most. Not only the experience itself, but the order of it. First the event, then the explanation. First the crying, then the story about dead infants. First the strange touches, then the realization that the place itself carried a reputation tied to the death of babies. That sequence removes the easiest escape route the mind usually takes. If you hear a creepy local legend before something strange happens, you can always say your nerves were already primed. But when the story comes later and matches what you experienced without you knowing any of it beforehand, it leaves you with a very different kind of discomfort. I have thought many times about what exactly touched our hands that night. At the time, I wanted it to be crabs because crabs are ordinary, and crabs belong on a beach. But later, after hearing that story, I could not stop thinking about how small those touches felt. Light. Brief. Persistent enough to be noticed. That detail took on a different tone in my memory after that. I do not say that because I enjoy the idea. I say it because once you hear what I heard afterward, your mind cannot help returning to the strange little details that seemed harmless before. And the crying. That sound is what really stayed. If it had been only the touching, maybe I would not have thought about it nearly as much. But a baby's cry is one of those sounds that gets into you. It is impossible not to respond to it emotionally. It demands attention, because it means vulnerability, need, distress, helplessness. To hear that at 2 in the morning on an almost empty beach, miles from the nearest house, with no visible source anywhere, is strange enough. To later hear a local tell you that some people believe you can hear the cries of babies killed there is something else entirely. Even now, it gives me the creeps. I have replayed the night in my mind more times than I could count. I remember the full moon. I remember how much you could see because of it. I remember the beach not being completely black, which makes the absence of crabs and cats even more significant to me. If it had been pitch dark, I might have believed we simply missed what was right in front of us. But with the moon that bright, we should have seen more. We should have seen a cat if a cat had been there. We should have seen little crabs if they were the ones touching us again and again. Yet we did not. I also think a lot about how ordinary the beginning of that night had been. A date. A restaurant. Wine. A beach. Conversation. The ocean. That normal beginning makes the strange ending stand out even more sharply. There was no atmosphere of ghost hunting or trying to provoke anything. We were not there because of a haunting story. We were not there daring each other to stay out after midnight. We were simply there because it was a beautiful place to be late at night with someone I liked. That matters to me because it means the experience was not invited by intention. It happened in the middle of something human and ordinary. The girl I was with heard everything too, which is another detail that matters. It was not just my memory or my imagination alone. We both felt the touches. We both heard the crying. We both searched for explanations and found none. That shared experience is one reason the memory holds such weight for me even now. If I had been alone, I might have doubted parts of it over time. I might have wondered if I had exaggerated the sound, or if my body had imagined the sensation of something brushing my hand because I was lying on sand in the dark. But because someone else was there, and had the same reactions, I have never been able to dismiss it so easily. There is also something about Hawaii specifically that gave the whole thing a deeper feeling afterward. The islands carry their own history, their own spiritual atmosphere, their own stories that do not feel imported from movies or books. The local people I spoke to there never describe haunted places with the kind of exaggerated tone people sometimes use on the mainland when they want to tell a fun, scary story. The stories were often told more simply than that, almost matter-of-factly. This happened here. People know not to go there at certain times. Some voices have been heard. Some places are not to be disturbed. That style of storytelling gave the whole island a different emotional texture. It made the legends feel less like entertainment, and more like inherited caution. So when my hairstylist told me about Mokapu, I listened differently than I might have listened anywhere else. I listened as someone who had already been there in the dark, had already heard something I could not explain, and was now hearing that the place carried a specific, terrible memory tied to babies. There are stories that unsettle you in the moment, and then pass. Then there are stories that return to reshape your memory of something you already lived through. This was the second kind. Since then, I have often wondered what exactly I believe happened that night. There are still part of me that want normal explanations. The practical part of the mind is hard to shut off completely, and maybe that is a good thing. Maybe we need that part to keep us grounded. It asks reasonable questions. Could there have been tiny creatures we simply did not see? Could the sound have been some animal in the distance, distorted by the night air and the open beach? Could fear and atmosphere have made the whole thing feel stranger than it really was once the sound repeated itself? Those questions are reasonable, and I cannot pretend they never cross my mind. But the problem is that the ordinary explanations never fit comfortably enough to quiet the memory. The touches felt real and repeated. The crying sounded too specific. The beach was too empty. The houses were too far away. The moon was too bright for us to keep missing the obvious answer over and over. And then there is the local story, told to me later by someone who had heard the crying herself. That part alone makes it very difficult for me to place the entire event into a neat box and forget it. I do not claim to know exactly what we encountered. I cannot say with certainty that we heard the dead. I cannot say the unseen hands on ours belonged to anything from that old story. What I can say is this. I went to that beach knowing nothing about the legend, and yet what happened to me there fit too closely with what a local later described for me. That is what gives the memory its power. Not certainty, but the weight of possibility. And sometimes possibility is enough to change a place forever in your mind. I have never been able to think of Mokapu as just a beach since then. It became something else the moment I heard that story. A place where the ocean, the moonlight, and the quiet no longer mean only beauty, but also memory. A place where something old may still linger. A place where a sound in the night does not feel like just a sound anymore. I also think back to the timing. 2 a.m. That hour matters somehow. There is something about being outdoors that late, especially near the ocean, where the world feels both more open and more empty. The usual noise of life has gone still. Even the air feels more attentive. Small things carry farther. Sounds seem clearer and stranger. The mind becomes more aware of the dark beyond the edges of what it can see. That kind of setting already leaves a person vulnerable to unease. At unexplained touches and the crying of what sounds like a baby, and suddenly the whole night sharpens into something unforgettable. What unsettles me most, even now, is how long we stayed there before deciding to leave. We did not run at the first strange thing. We sat with it, trying to reason with it, letting the normal part of our minds keep working. It was only after the touching continued and the crying kept returning without any visible source that we finally had enough. Sometimes I wonder whether staying longer would have changed anything. Whether the sound would have come closer. Whether we would have seen something. Whether the touches would have become stronger or stranger. I am glad we left when we did. There are some questions I do not really want answered. I also remember how easily I pushed it away at first. That is human too. When something strange happens, especially in a place far from your ordinary life, you often choose the explanation that allows you to keep going. So I made it crabs and a cat. That was much easier to live with. Easier to laugh off. Easier to file away as a weird date story. The fact that the real fear did not arrive until 2 months later, in a salon chair during an everyday conversation, makes the whole experience even stranger to me. Sometimes fear does not strike when the event happens. Sometimes it waits until the meaning catches up. And when it catches up, it stays. That is what this story has been for me all these years. Not some dramatic haunting where I saw a ghost plainly in front of me, not a story built out of knowing too much before I ever went there, but a quieter, more unnerving experience. A night on a beach. Small unseen touches. The sound of crying in the dark. A later conversation with someone local. Then the sudden realization that what I heard fit a story I had never been told until long after it happened. That kind of experience sits in a different place in the mind. It does not scream. It whispers. And maybe that is why it is so hard to shake. Even now, when I think about Hawaii, I think of beauty first. The ocean. The mountains. The light. The culture. The stories. But underneath all of that, there is also this memory of Mokapu at 2 in the morning, when the beach felt empty and not empty at the same time. When something small touched our hands and nothing was there. When crying came through the dark and there was no child, no cat, no visible source at all. When a place I did not yet understand showed me something I could not explain. And then, months later, a local woman gave that memory a shape I had never asked for. That is why the story still chills me. Not because I can prove what happened, but because I cannot dismiss it either. I knew nothing about that place when I went there. I knew nothing about babies, or old customs, or the stories people told. I only knew what I felt and heard that night. And later, when someone who belonged to that place told me its darker history, the whole thing fell into a pattern I still cannot ignore. So yes, I still get the creeps when I think about it. I remember the full moon. I remember the feeling of our hands being touched by something small. I remember the way we looked and found nothing. I remember the crying. I remember trying to convince myself it was only a cat. I remember leaving. I remember sitting with my hairstylist 2 months later, hearing her talk about Mokapu, hearing her say that if you stay there long enough, you can hear them crying. And I remember the exact feeling of the hair rising on the back of my neck and across my body when I realized that the strange sound on the beach had not been random at all, at least not in the way I had hoped. Some experiences pass. This one never really did. And maybe that is because certain places do not let you leave them completely. Maybe the story of a place can find you after the place itself is already behind you. Maybe memory works that way with haunted ground. You think you have walked away from it, and then one ordinary day someone says the right words, and suddenly you are back there again, on the sand, under the moon, hearing the impossible cry of something that should not be there. That is what Mokapu became for me. Not just a beach near Honolulu. Not just the place where I took a girl I liked after a date. But the place where I heard something in the dark that I could not explain, and only later learned that other people had heard it too. When I was 10 years old, my family moved to New Mexico. At that age, a move like that felt very big to me. Everything changed at once. The roads were new, the neighbors were strangers, the sky looked different, and even the air felt dry in a way I had never really noticed before. My parents were excited because they had bought a large 2-story house, and to them it probably felt like a fresh start, a better place for all of us to live. To a child, though, A new house can feel exciting and strange at the same time. You walk through the rooms and imagine where your things will go, where you will sleep, where you will play, and which parts of the house might feel a little too quiet once the sun goes down. The house itself was big compared to what I had known before. It had enough space that it felt almost too open in some parts and too empty in others. During the first few weeks, though, everything seemed normal. My brother and I got used to our room, our toys, and our games. My parents unpacked the boxes, arranged the furniture, and did all the grown-up things that make a new place start feeling like home. In those early days, there was no big warning, no obvious sign that anything in the house was wrong. If someone had told me then that strange things were going to happen there, I probably would not have believed them. It was just a house. New to us, yes, but still just a house. At least that is what I thought in the beginning. About a month after we moved in, the first thing happened. It was one of those moments that seem small at first, the kind of thing you can almost talk yourself out of believing. My brother and I were sitting in my room playing video games. That was normal for us. We spent a lot of time doing things like that, especially in a new place where you are still adjusting and do not yet have a full routine. We were focused on the game, talking to each other, probably arguing over whose turn it was or who was cheating, when all of a sudden we heard a loud sound that made both of us stop. It sounded exactly like someone had fallen down the stairs. Not a little creak or a small bump. It was the kind of crashing sound that makes you think a person has slipped, hit a step, and tumbled hard. The noise was strong enough that we both jumped up right away and ran out of the room to look. We expected to see someone there, maybe my mother, maybe something dropped, maybe some obvious reason for the noise. But when we reached the stairs, there was nothing. Nobody was there. No one at the top. No one on the landing. No one at the bottom. The stairs were empty and quiet like nothing had happened at all. At first, I think both of us were just confused. When a sound is that clear, you expect an answer to it. You do not hear a person fall down the stairs and then find nothing there. So we did what made the most sense. We went downstairs to ask our mother what had happened. Maybe she had dropped something. Maybe she had gone by us without us noticing. Maybe she knew what the sound was. When we got to the kitchen, though, we found a note on the counter. It said that Joey had gone to pick up our father at the airport and would be back soon. That meant my mother was not even in the house. No one was. It was just me and my brother there the whole time. The note made the whole thing feel stranger, but for some reason we did not react in some huge dramatic way. We were kids, and kids have a funny way of shrugging off things they do not understand if they cannot immediately prove them. We looked at each other, probably said something like, "That was weird," and then moved on. We did not sit down and decide the house was haunted that very night. We just went back to what we were doing. Now when I look back, I think that is how a lot of haunting stories begin. Not with a ghost standing right in front of you, but with one sound, one strange moment, one thing that does not make sense but is easy enough to brush off if you want to. That first stair sound should have bothered us more than it did, but at the time we were still trying to fit the house into the normal world. It was easier to say, "Well, that was strange," than to believe something unseen had made that noise. 2 days later, something happened that was much harder to ignore. That evening, the whole family was sitting around the dinner table eating. It was a normal family moment, and I think that is what made what happened next even stranger. We were all together. There was light, conversation, and the ordinary comfort of being at the table with your parents and your brother. It was not late at night. It was not one of those creepy situations where someone is already nervous and half expecting something bad. We were just eating dinner. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard laughter. It was the sound of children laughing. The moment I heard it, I remember freezing a little because it did not make sense. It was not us. It was not coming from the television. It was not outside in the way normal neighborhood noises sound. It was close enough and clear enough to cut through everything else happening in the room. It sounded like children were laughing somewhere in the house. And before anyone could even fully react to that, the power went out completely. The entire house went dark. That made everything instantly more frightening. The laughter was already strange, but when the lights shut off right after, it turned the whole moment into something else. My mother and father tried to stay practical. Adults often do that first. They said it was probably a blown fuse or some ordinary electrical problem. That made sense in theory. Big houses have fuse boxes, and lights do go out. So my father and mother grabbed 2 flashlights and headed down to the basement to check the fuse box. That left me and my brother sitting there in the dark for a minute. My brother was only 7 years old at the time, and even if I tried to act older and braver than I felt, I was still just a kid too. Once our parents went downstairs, the house felt much bigger and darker. Every room seemed to stretch away from us, and that laughter from just moments earlier still sat in my mind. My brother got scared, and honestly, so did I. We decided to go to the kitchen pantry because we kept extra flashlights there in case we ever needed them. That felt like the safest thing to do. We were not trying to investigate ghosts or prove anything. We just wanted light. We wanted to be able to see. Darkness changes a house completely, especially when something strange has already happened in it. A normal kitchen becomes a place full of corners. A pantry becomes a black opening where anything might be waiting. Even the simple act of walking across the room feels different when the power is gone, and all you have is the memory of children laughing in a house where there should not be any children at all. We found the flashlights and turned one on. The beam cut through the dark just enough for us to see what was standing there. And what we saw terrified us. Standing in the pantry area was a horrible little man. That is still the best way I can describe him, because even now, years later, that is how he remains in my mind. He was small, ugly, and wrong-looking in a way that did not fit anything normal. His eyes were little and red and beady, the kind of eyes that make your whole body react before you can even think. It was not just that he looked strange. It was the feeling he gave off. The sight of him hit me so hard with fear that I did not even think. I reacted. I swung the flashlight at him as hard as I could, trying to hit him, trying to make him go away, trying to do anything. But when I swung at him, he only laughed. It was a horrible laugh, one of those sounds that is almost worse than what you are seeing because it tells you the thing in front of you knows you are afraid. It was not a normal laugh. It did not sound human in the comforting sense. It sounded mocking, ugly, and full of enjoyment at our terror. I did not hit him the way I thought I would. Either my swing went through him, or he was not there in a solid way, or I was so scared I do not even remember the exact contact. What I do remember clearly is the laugh. The second that happened, me and my brother ran. We did not stay there trying to understand it. We did not look twice. We ran as fast as we could back into the kitchen. At some point, not long after that, the lights came back on. I do not remember exactly how long it was, maybe a couple of minutes, but when the lights came on again, everything around us looked normal. That almost made it worse. There is something disturbing about a house looking completely normal right after you have seen something impossible inside it. After that night, the strange little man did not disappear from our lives. For weeks, me and my brother kept seeing him. Sometimes it was brief. Sometimes it was sudden. Sometimes it would happen in a way that made you question yourself for a second and then remember, no, that is him again. At first, each sighting scared us badly. But after a while, and this sounds strange to say, we stopped treating him like an immediate threat every time. Maybe that was because kids get used to things faster than adults would. Maybe it was because if you had stayed fully terrified every single time, you could not have lived in that house at all. So in a way, we adjusted. We did not like him. We did not trust him. But after a while, his presence became one of those terrible things you live around because you feel you have no choice. Still, just because we grew used to seeing him did not mean he was harmless. A couple of months after moving into the house, my father found a better job, and the family decided we were going to move again. You might think that would have been only good news, and in one way it was. Leaving that house felt right, even if nobody was fully saying why. But moving always brings its own stress, especially for a child. There were boxes everywhere. Everyone was busy. The house felt unsettled in a different way now, not because of the ghostly things only, but because the whole family was packing up life again. One day while helping with the move, I was carrying a box of my things downstairs. They were just kid things, toys and stuff that mattered to me because it was mine. I remember going down with the box when, out of nowhere, I felt something smack me hard across the back. It was not a light touch. It was not the kind of little bump you question. It hit me hard enough that I stumbled and nearly fell, only catching myself before I went down fully. The force of it shocked me. My first reaction was pain and confusion, and then fear hit right after that because I knew no one was behind me. I ran downstairs and told my mother what had happened. She looked at me, probably thinking I had bumped into something or maybe hurt myself moving boxes, and then she told me to lift my shirt. When I did, she saw a handprint on my back. That changed everything. Up until then, the little man had been terrifying, yes, but in a strange, almost unreal way. We saw him, he laughed, he frightened us, but the whole thing still lived in this space where you could almost convince yourself you had imagined parts of it. But a physical handprint on my back was something else. That meant whatever was in that house could touch. It could strike. It could leave a mark. It was not just some passing shadow or harmless figure in the dark. That handprint made the whole haunting more real to my family and more threatening to me than anything before. After that, strangely enough, nothing else happened. It was almost as if the house had made one last point before we left. The move took about 2 days to finish, and after that we were gone. We did not stay in that house long enough to see if things would have become even worse, and sometimes I think that was a blessing. Other times I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed longer. Would the little man have kept showing up? Would he have become more violent? Would my parents have started seeing him the way me and my brother did? Or was he only interested in us because we were children? Those questions stayed with me for a long time, and even now I do not have answers. The whole experience remains one of the strangest parts of my childhood because it began in such an ordinary way. We moved into a fairly new house. Nothing seemed wrong at first. Then came the sound of someone falling down the stairs when no one was there. Then the children's laughter at the dinner table. Then the sudden blackout. Then the little man with the red eyes in the pantry. Then weeks of sightings. Then the handprint on my back during the move out. If I tell the story in a simple list like that, it almost sounds too strange to be real. But that is exactly how it unfolded in our lives, one moment building on the next, each new thing making the house feel less like a home and more like a place that wanted us to know it had something else living inside it. What makes it even stranger to me is how quickly children adapt when adults do not fully understand what is happening. Me and my brother saw that horrible little man again and again, and after a while we stopped reacting like we had the first night. We should have stayed scared, maybe. We should have refused to go near that pantry or those dark rooms. But when you are a child, life keeps moving around fear. You still eat breakfast. You still play games. You still sleep in your room because there is nowhere else to go. Fear becomes part of the background, and that is a hard thing to explain to people who have never lived through something like it. I also think a lot about that laugh. Of all the sounds from that house, that is the one that stayed with me most strongly. The first crash on the stairs was alarming. The laughter of children at the dinner table was eerie. But the little man's laugh in the pantry was personal. It was directed at us. It was like he knew we were frightened and enjoyed it. That made him feel more dangerous than if he had only stood there silently. And then there is the handprint. That is probably the hardest part for other people to explain away. And honestly, it is the part one come back to whenever I wonder if maybe memory made the whole thing bigger than it was. Because memory can blur. Childhood memories especially can become mixed with fear, with retelling, with years passing. But a handprint on my back is something physical. My mother saw it. It was there. That is the kind of detail that pulls the whole story back into the world of facts, whether anyone else wants to believe the rest of it or not. Sometimes I wonder why the activity stopped after that last incident. Maybe because we were leaving and whatever was there knew it. Maybe because the house had done all it wanted to do. Maybe because some things are tied to a place and lose interest once the people are on their way out. Or maybe the little man had been there all along, before us and after us, and our part in his story was only a short one. I do not know if the family who lived there after us ever saw anything strange. I do not know if they ever heard footsteps on the stairs when no one was there, or children laughing in empty rooms, or saw a little man with red eyes in the dark. I sometimes wonder about them, though. I wonder if they moved in thinking the house was normal, just as we did, and then slowly came to understand it was not. Looking back now, I can see that the first month of peace in that house was probably the strangest part of all. It was like the house let us settle in first. It waited. It gave us enough time to think we were safe before it began showing itself. Maybe that is why the memory stayed so sharp. Because once the impossible enters what had seemed normal, you never look at normal in the same way again. Even though many years have passed since then, that house in New Mexico still lives in my mind in pieces. The stairs, the dinner table, the pantry, the flashlight beam catching that tiny horrible figure, my brother beside me, my father and mother in the basement with the fuse box, the move, the boxes, the sudden blow to my back, my mother lifting my shirt and seeing the handprint there. It all feels far away and vivid at the same time. I cannot say for sure what the little man was. Some people would call him a demon. Some would call him a spirit. Some would say a child's imagination mixed with fear in an old house. But I know what me and my brother saw, and I know the terror in that moment was real. I know the laugh was real. I know the mark on my back was real. Maybe the best and most honest thing I can say is that there was something in that house, and whatever it was, it did not belong among the living. For several years, my sister Janine, my brother-in-law Ray, my boyfriend Richard, and I have all shared the same house. It is not some old Victorian place with a tragic history, and it is not the kind of house people usually point at and say, "That place must be haunted." It was built in 1979, which means it is not especially old compared to many houses with ghost stories attached to them. Because of that, none of us ever expected anything strange to happen there. We had lived there comfortably for a long time, and for years nothing had ever happened that made any of us stop and wonder if something in the house was not entirely normal. That is one reason the recent events have bothered me so much. If strange things had started happening the day we moved in, maybe I would have built some story around it in my mind. But they did not. The house felt ordinary for years. We all went about our lives there, sleeping, eating, watching TV, arguing over chores, paying bills, and doing all the everyday things people do when they share a home. If anything odd ever happened before, it was never strange enough to stand out or make us think twice. So when things finally did begin happening, it felt like they came out of nowhere. None of us are especially superstitious people either. We are not the kind of housemates who spend our evenings using Ouija boards, talking to spirits, or trying to create an atmosphere where ghost stories grow. We are ordinary, practical people. That is probably why I tried so hard at first to find a normal explanation for everything. The only major thing that had changed in my life recently was that I had stopped taking Celexa, which is an antidepressant. Coming off it had not been easy. It caused some really weird withdrawal symptoms, including these awful, power surge feelings through my brain and body, like little electric jolts running through me at random times. It was miserable and unsettling, and at first I thought maybe all the strange things happening in the house had something to do with me. Maybe my system was so thrown off that I was noticing things differently, or maybe I was somehow causing a weird atmosphere in the house. I know that sounds odd, but when you are trying to make sense of unusual events, you will grab at almost any explanation that seems even halfway reasonable. At first, I really wanted to believe that was all it was. I wanted to think the electrical storm in my body and brain made me more aware, more anxious, or more likely to read too much into things. But as the strange events kept happening, and especially because other people in the house experienced them too, that explanation became harder and harder to hold on to. It stopped being just my perception. Other people were seeing and hearing things too, and when a dog gets involved, it becomes even harder to dismiss. The first strange incident happened a couple of weeks ago, and at the time it seemed weird but not truly frightening. It was one of those small moments that people usually shrug off, laugh about, and then forget. Ray had just finished vacuuming somewhere in the back part of the house. Richard and I were also back there, and Ray and Richard were standing across the hallway from each other talking. It was a normal moment, totally ordinary, the kind of thing that happens 100 times in a shared house. There was nothing eerie about it. The three of us were all right there, fully awake, fully aware, and doing nothing unusual. Our dog Bella was there too. That detail matters because Bella tends to stick near people, and she notices movement in the house. So when Ray started walking down the hallway toward the living room, Bella went with him. Richard and I both saw him walk away, and we both saw Bella at his side. He had clearly left the room. No one else was in that part of the house except the three of us, and Janine was not home at all. It was all very simple and clear. Then, only a few seconds after Ray had walked away, the vacuum turned itself on. That was not one of those vague little things where you wonder if you imagined it. The vacuum had been off. Ray had finished using it. He had walked away. Bella had gone with him. Richard and I were standing there, and suddenly the vacuum started running by itself. It was such a ridiculous thing that none of us reacted dramatically at first. We were surprised, yes, but in more of a "what the hell" kind of way than in real fear. Ray came back into the room, turned the vacuum off, and that was it. We kind of looked at each other, probably made a joke or two, and moved on. We all forgot about it pretty quickly because it felt easier to do that than to start wondering if something in the house had just decided to switch on a vacuum cleaner for no reason. If that had been the only event, I do not think I would be telling this story now. But 3 nights later something happened that felt much different. That night Richard and I were asleep when Bella woke us up. Bella is not the type of dog that casually growls at nothing. She reacts to real things. So when I woke to hear her growling and saw that the hair all along her back was standing up, I immediately paid attention. That was not a playful growl, or a little sleepy noise. She was deeply alert, tense, and angry. She looked out the window and growled like something was there, even though when we looked out, we could not see anything. Richard, trying to calm the situation, petted her until she relaxed. Eventually she settled down, and both of us drifted back towards sleep. It was about 3 in the morning, and honestly I was irritated. There is something especially annoying about being dragged out of sleep at that hour when you have no idea why. You feel heavy, confused, and resentful all at once. So even though Bella's reaction was strange, I mostly wanted to get back to sleep and forget about it. For a little while, it seemed like that was going to happen. Then maybe half an hour later, I woke up again. This time it was not Bella who woke me. It was a blue pulsing light. Our Nintendo Wii had turned itself on. It had been sitting in use for at least a couple of weeks. We had not touched it in a while, and the remotes were sitting on a shelf well out of Bella's reach. Not only that, but where the remotes were placed made it unlikely that they could accidentally trigger the Wii anyway. So when I saw that blue disc light pulsing slowly in the dark, I knew it was strange right away. It was that exact kind of light that catches your eye even through sleep because the room is dark and the glow feels so deliberate. I got up, turned the Wii off, and went back to bed, but I was no longer relaxed. I lay there for a while, not really sleeping. Then, a few minutes later, I could see the blue pulsing through my eyelids again. That meant the Wii had turned itself back on. I got up and turned it off a second time, this time more creeped out than annoyed. After that, I lay there and watched it carefully for several minutes, almost daring it to happen again while I was awake. It stayed off while I watched it, and eventually, because I was tired enough, I drifted off again. As far as I know, it did not come back on after that while I was conscious. Still, the damage was done. The house no longer felt as easy to dismiss as it had after the vacuum incident. The strangest part of all is that the creepiest things were still yet to come, and I did not even experience all of them myself. Some of the worst incidents happened to Ray, and that is part of what makes them harder to explain away. If it had only been me experiencing these things after stopping Celexa, maybe I could still blame it on my body and mind being out of balance. But Ray is not the type of person I would ever suspect of making things up. He is not dramatic. He does not invent ghost stories for fun. When he tells you something strange happened, he is saying it because he truly believes it did. Ray and Janine sleep in the master bedroom. Their bathroom is directly in front of the bed, and that layout matters because it shaped one of the experiences he had. On the same night that the Wii kept turning itself on, he woke up and got out of bed to go to the bathroom. He did not turn on a room light. Instead, he used the little light from his Sonicare toothbrush to guide himself, which is the kind of half-asleep thing people do in the middle of the night when they do not want to fully wake up. He was walking from the bed toward the bathroom, and about halfway there, something happened that made my skin crawl when he later told me about it. A dark form stepped between him and the Sonicare light. It was not just a shadow cast by some moving object. It fully blacked out the light for a second or two. That means whatever it was had enough shape and enough density, at least visually, to completely block that small beam. Ray said he kept walking and did not really think much of it at the time, because when you are half asleep you do not always stop and examine strange things immediately. He went to the bathroom, came back, and when he returned to bed, the light was visible and normal again. It was only later, after I told him about the Wii turning on by itself, that he remembered what had happened and began to connect the two events. That story alone would have unsettled me. But it got worse because Bella could not have caused that in any way. Janine and Ray keep their bedroom door closed, so the dog had not been in there. Bella had been in our room waking us up earlier anyway. So there was no easy explanation involving the dog moving around or crossing in front of a light source. Whatever Ray saw had been inside the room with him. Then, 2 nights ago, the dark form came back. That second incident is the one that really bothers me because of how clearly everyone in the house can be accounted for. That night, Richard and I had stayed up late talking in our room. Janine was where she always was. Bella was in the house as usual. Ray got up in the middle of the night, which is something he does from time to time, and decided to sleep on the sofa in the living room. We heard him come out of his room because in a quiet house at night, every movement stands out. Richard and I were still awake, and I remember us wondering who it was. Then we heard the familiar little noises from the kitchen, some clanking, the microwave door shutting. I said, "It must be Ray." And we just kept talking. The important thing is that Richard and I stayed in our room. We did not go out. We did not walk down the hall. We did not check on him. We were up for quite a while after hearing him go to the living room, so I know I was awake enough to remember that clearly. The next evening, after we all got home, Ray was talking about having been up late the night before. I casually mentioned that we had heard him get up. He replied, "I must have been loud. I saw you come out and check on me." That made me stop right away. I had no idea what he was talking about. I told him I had not gone to check on him at all, and that was when he explained what he had seen. He said that after he went into the living room, turned off the light, and lay down on the sofa, he saw someone about my size come out from the hallway, stop and look at him, and then go back down the hall. It looked enough like me that he believed it was me. That is what makes this so disturbing. He was not saying he saw a formless shadow or a random blur. He saw a figure shaped enough like a person, and about my size, that he assumed it was me. He thought I had come out to check on him. But I had not. I was still in my room the entire time, and Richard can confirm that. Janine could not have been the one either, because she has cerebral palsy, and her hips make a loud snapping sound when she walks. If she had come out of the room and walked down that hallway, Ray would have heard it unmistakably. It would have been impossible to miss. So if it was not me, and it was not Janine, then who, or what, did he see? That question has hung over all of us since. It is one thing for an object to switch on unexpectedly. It is one thing for a dog to growl at what might be nothing. It is another thing entirely for a person in the house to see what appears to be one of the other residents walking around, only to discover that person was somewhere else the whole time. That introduces a whole different kind of fear. It suggests not just activity, but imitation. And that is what unsettles me the most. The hiding of books and small objects had already been weird. Those things always felt mischievous, like some unseen prankster trying to annoy us. They were harmless in a practical sense, even if unsettling in a psychological one. We would look for something, fail to find it, then discover it later in a place where we were sure it had not been before. It was irritating, but not truly frightening. The vacuum switching on was stranger, but still not violent. The Wii turning itself on felt more intentional. Bella's reactions made me wonder if something really was moving through the house. Ray's dark form blocking the Sonicare light suggested shape and presence. But the thing pretending to be me, or at least looking enough like me to fool him for a moment, crossed into something that feels much more personal and much more invasive. It makes me think back to my stopping Celexa again, because I still want so badly to explain this all naturally. Maybe the house is fine, and all of us are just feeding off one another's nerves now. Maybe because I mentioned the weirdness, everyone else is noticing things they would have ignored before. That is possible. And yet it does not explain the specific details very well. It does not explain how the vacuum came on after Ray walked away. It does not explain why Bella reacted before the Wii incident. It does not explain the Wii turning on twice when we had not used it for weeks. It does not explain the dark form crossing the Sonicare light. It definitely does not explain Ray seeing what he thought was me when I had never left my room. That is the trouble with these experiences. A single event can usually be rationalized. Two can maybe still be dismissed. But when they begin to stack up, and when they involve more than one witness, the effort required to dismiss them starts feeling less reasonable than the events themselves. What also bothers me is the timing. All of this has only started happening in the last few weeks. We lived in that house for several years without anything like this. If there was always something there, why did it wait so long? Why would it begin now? Is it even related to the house at all? Or is it, somehow, related to me? That is another thought I cannot quite shake. Since the only major change in the household has been me going off Celexa, I keep wondering whether in some strange way that shift has affected my sensitivity. Maybe I am more open now, more vulnerable somehow, more likely to notice or attract things that were always faintly present. I do not know. That sounds ridiculous even as I write it, but I also know life sometimes becomes ridiculous in exactly that way when you start dealing with the unexplainable. The dog's behavior matters a lot to me too. Animals are not perfect proof of anything, but Bella's reaction on that night felt real. She was not just restless. She was bristling, growling, on alert in a very particular way. Dogs know when something in a space is wrong, even if they do not understand it the way humans try to. The fact that she reacted before the Wii turned on makes me think something was already moving through the house before I woke fully enough to see that blue light. That suggests the Wii turning on may not have been the beginning of the event that night. It may only have been the part of it that became visible to me. And then there is the dark form. I keep coming back to the fact that Ray described it first in a way that was not dramatic. It was just a dark shape blocking the Sonicare light. That alone is creepy. But the second time it did more. It seemed to take on a recognizable human shape. Enough to make him think it was me. That suggests intelligence, or at least purpose. It was not just a random shadow flicker on the wall. It moved like someone coming from the hallway, pausing to look at him, then going back the way it came. That sounds almost deliberate, almost like it wanted to be seen but not fully understood. The most frustrating part is that none of us have enough proof to satisfy the part of the mind that wants certainty. We only have the moments themselves, our memory of them, and the growing uneasy feeling that we are not alone in the house the way we thought we were. Maybe if there had been some one dramatic event that changed everything, it would be easier to talk about. But it is actually the slow build-up that makes it worse. The small things accumulate. The hidden items. The vacuum. The dog. The Wii. The shadow. The false figure in the hallway. One by one, they create a pattern that is hard to ignore but still difficult to define. I suppose if I had to describe the feeling in the house now, I would say it feels watched in a light but undeniable way. Not always. Not in every room. Not every hour of the day. Most of the time the house still feels like home, and the routines of daily life keep going. But underneath it, there is now this question. Every odd noise, every missing object, every small movement or flicker feels charged with possibility. And once a house starts feeling that way, it becomes hard to go back to complete innocence about it. Still, I am not living in total terror. That is important to say. I am unsettled, yes. Curious too, in spite of myself. And I am far more open to the idea that something unexplained is happening than I would have been even a month ago. But I am also aware that if I let fear take over completely, every little thing will begin to look like proof. So I keep trying to hold both possibilities in my mind. Maybe it is something paranormal. Maybe it is not. Maybe some combination of stress, withdrawal symptoms, tiredness, and suggestion is shaping how all of us are experiencing the house right now. Or maybe there really is something sharing the space with us, something that has only recently decided to make itself known. If that is true, then I cannot yet tell what kind of presence it is. It has not hurt anyone. It has not directly threatened us. But it has started crossing into our awareness more and more boldly. That alone is enough to make me pay attention. Because once something moves from hidden objects and unexplained sounds to visible forms and false appearances, the whole thing begins to feel more intimate, more personal, and harder to dismiss. I think what frightens me most is not what has already happened, but what might come next if the pattern continues. Because each event has gone a little further than the last. First an object turned on. Then the dog sensed something. Then electronics responded. Then a shadow blocked a light. Then a figure took on the shape of someone in the house. If it keeps building that way, I do not know where it ends. And that is the thought that keeps creeping back in when the house grows quiet at night. When I was 12 years old, my mom, my brother, my sister, and I moved into an older house in Shillington, Pennsylvania. Even before we moved in, something about that place felt strange to me. I have always been the kind of person who notices feelings in places. I do not mean feelings in a normal everyday way, like whether a room feels cheerful or dark. I mean the kind of feeling that settles into your stomach for no clear reason, like your body senses something before your mind can understand it. From the very first time I saw that house, I had that feeling. I could not explain it to anyone because I did not even fully understand it myself, but I knew the house felt odd. It was not just old. It was not just unfamiliar. It felt like something was already there, quietly waiting. At first, though, nothing happened. That made me question myself for a while. We moved our things in, set up our rooms, and started our new routine. My mother went on with life the way mothers do, trying to turn a house into a home. My brother did his own thing. My sister and I adjusted to sharing a room. Everything looked normal on the outside. The first year we lived there, I kept having that odd feeling, but I could not point to any event and say, "There, that is why." The house simply made me uneasy in a way I could not fully explain. It stayed in the background, like a quiet hum. My sister and I shared the attic, which in itself already felt like the kind of place where strange things might happen. Attics are different from regular bedrooms. They feel more closed in, more cut off from the rest of the house, and at night they can seem even farther away than they really are. Ours was turned into a bedroom space, but it still felt like an attic. The ceiling sloped in places, the air always felt a little different up there, and every sound seemed louder at night. When you are a teenager and sharing a room with your sister, though, those things are easy to ignore for a while. We would stay up talking for hours, sometimes far later than we were supposed to. We talked about school, friends, boys, stupid little things, and big things that only seem important when you are that age. The attic became our own little world at night. One night, in the middle of one of our long talks, we heard someone walking up the attic steps. The sound was clear enough that both of us heard it at once. We stopped talking immediately and got quiet because we thought one of our parents was coming upstairs to catch us still awake. That was the natural thing to think. We were not supposed to be up talking so late, and getting caught would have meant getting in trouble. So we did what kids do. We quickly pretended to be asleep and waited. But while I was lying there, trying to stay still, I realized something strange. The footsteps had come up the steps, but no one had actually come into the room. No one opened the door. No one spoke. No one stood there in the doorway. The steps had happened, and then nothing else followed. After a few moments, I got up to check, expecting maybe I would find my mother or hear someone going back downstairs. But there was nothing there. The steps were empty. The hallway was empty. The house was quiet. My sister and I looked at each other confused, but we shrugged it off because that is what people usually do the first time something odd happens. You do not immediately decide a house is haunted. You tell yourself it must have been something else. Maybe the house made a sound. Maybe one of us heard it wrong. Maybe someone had started up the stairs and then turned back. So we went back to talking like nothing had happened. Not long after that, we heard the footsteps again. This time, we both stopped and looked at each other right away. We knew we had both heard the same thing. There was no pretending it was only one person imagining it. We waited, expecting the same thing as before, some person to appear or at least some explanation to follow. But instead of that, the noise changed. Suddenly, it sounded like something was running up and down the attic steps. Not walking. Running. Back and forth in a way that made no sense at all. That was enough to really scare us. My sister jumped into bed with me, and we lay there side by side, saying nothing, just listening. I do not remember either of us trying to be brave or explain it at that point. There was no comfort in pretending it was normal anymore. We heard it, and whatever it was moving on those stairs without showing itself. We stayed silent until eventually, somehow, we fell asleep. I do not remember when the noise stopped, or whether sleep came out of exhaustion or shock. I only remember that the next morning, it all felt both real and unreal at the same time. That was not the only time it happened either. The footsteps on the attic stairs came back several more times after that. But strangely, after that first night, they only happened to me. My sister never heard them again. That made the whole thing even stranger because now I had this experience I knew had once been shared, but then it turned into something only I could hear. That is one of the hardest parts of paranormal things, I think. When one person hears or sees something and another does not, it becomes easy to doubt yourself even when you know what happened. But in my case, I had the comfort and the curse of knowing that at least once, we both heard it together. So when it kept happening to me alone, I knew I was not imagining the first one. I just could not explain why it seemed to choose me after that. Another strange thing in that attic room was the shaking. Both of our beds would shake sometimes. It was not some dramatic scene where the bed jumped around violently or rattled so hard that everyone in the room could see it. It was more subtle than that, which in some ways made it even more unsettling. You would be lying there and suddenly feel the bed move under you. It was enough to know it was happening, enough to feel that something was not right, but not enough to create a big obvious scene that someone else could instantly understand if they were not feeling it with you. The strangest part was that it was not just my sister and me who noticed it. Some of our friends felt it too when they slept over. That mattered to me because it meant this was not just some nervous habit or overactive imagination. Other people, girls who did not live in that house and did not know what I had felt there before, would sleep in our room and mention the same thing. They would feel the bed shake in that odd, subtle way, and none of us ever found a normal explanation for it. It was not a truck driving by. It was not loose bed frames. It did not happen in some regular pattern. It just happened, enough that it became one more layer of weirdness in that room. Then there were the things that seemed to happen only to me. That made everything more personal, and in some ways more confusing. For example, in the mornings before school, I would often be standing at the mirror putting on makeup when it would suddenly feel like someone had rushed up right behind me. It was such a strong feeling that I would jump hard enough to drop whatever I was holding. More than once I dropped my makeup because the sensation startled me that badly. But when I turned around, there was never anyone there. No sister sneaking up on me. No brother teasing me. No mother walking into the room. Just empty space and my own heart pounding. That kind of thing gets into your nerves after a while, because no matter how many times you tell yourself it is nothing, your body reacts as if someone really is there. And speaking of makeup, mine was always being moved around. It would not always disappear completely, but sometimes it would not be where I had left it, and other times it would go missing for a while and turn up later. I know how easy it would be to say, "Well, your sister must have been using it," but it really was not her. I knew her habits well enough, and there were times when things moved in ways that made no sense even if I had wanted to blame another person. At first, I tried to do exactly that. It is easier to believe you misplaced something or that your sister borrowed it without asking than to believe something unseen in the room had touched your things. But after enough times, and with everything else going on, it stopped feeling like ordinary household annoyance, and started feeling like one more sign that something shared that room with us. I also kept seeing things out of the corner of my eye. That happened often enough that I almost got used to it, although I never fully stopped being unsettled by it. I would be doing something ordinary, maybe getting dressed, putting books away, or just walking through the room, and I would catch sight of something moving just outside the center of my vision. It was never clear enough to point to and say, "There it is." By the time I turned to look straight at it, nothing was there. But it happened so often that I could not dismiss it entirely. It was always movement, always just enough to make me stop and look, always gone when I tried to face it directly. One night, I swear something pulled the covers off me. That is the way it felt, and even now I do not know how else to describe it. I was asleep, or almost asleep, and suddenly I felt the blanket move off me in a way that was too strong and deliberate to feel accidental. It was not the small slip of covers you sometimes cause by turning in bed. It felt like something else tugged them away. I remember waking enough to feel that fear wash over me, the kind that hits you before your thoughts fully form. Again, when I became more awake, there was nothing there to see. But the feeling of something having touched the blanket stayed with me. Another time I woke up to the sound of a bag rustling in the middle of the room. That sound is very specific, and anyone who has heard a plastic or paper bag move around at night knows how instantly strange it sounds when no one should be touching it. I lay there for a second listening, trying to figure out if maybe my sister had gotten up, or if air was moving somehow, or if something else normal could explain it. But it sounded like a bag being handled, moved, disturbed by something intentional. When I quickly turned on the light, it stopped immediately. The room looked still and ordinary again, and that sudden return to normal was almost worse than the sound itself. It made the whole thing feel like something had been there only while the room was dark. Not everything happened in our attic room, though most of it did. One thing that stands out very clearly in my mind happened in the dining room. One night I was sitting at the computer, and from where I sat I could hear movement in the kitchen. At first I did not think much about it because we had recently gotten a kitten. Kittens get into things all the time, so hearing some little movement, or rustling from the kitchen was not strange on its own. I assumed that was all it was and kept doing whatever I was doing. But later, when I got up to get a drink, I saw something that made that explanation impossible. Our space heater had been moved. And not just a little bit. It had been dragged or shifted from the far end of the kitchen all the way over to the entrance. That was not something an 8-week-old kitten could possibly do. It was not a light object, and the distance mattered too. It had not been knocked slightly out of place. It had been moved in a real, obvious way. I remember standing there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no one else in the kitchen. No one had been playing a joke. No one had reason to move it there and not mention it. It was simply in a different place, and the only thing I had heard earlier was that strange movement in the kitchen that I had blamed on the kitten. When I think back on that house now, those are the moments that stand out the most. There may have been other little odd things too, but those are the ones that stayed clear in my memory because they each carried that same feeling, that same message that something unseen was moving around us. At the time, I would feel uneasy and sometimes scared, but I never felt truly threatened. That distinction matters to me. The house felt inhabited in a strange way, but not hateful. It did not feel like something wanted to harm me. It felt more like the kind of energy, or presence that wanted to be noticed, or maybe just kept doing little things out of habit. Honestly, from the way the events happened, it almost seemed to me like children. I know that sounds odd, but that was the feeling I got more than once. The footsteps on the stairs, the moving of little objects, the odd shaking, the covers, the rustling bag, the moved makeup, the feeling of someone rushing up behind me like a prank, all of it gave me the impression of childish energy rather than something dark and evil. I cannot prove that, of course. It is only a feeling. But when I try to put all the pieces together, that is still the impression that comes back to me. I lived in that house until I was 17. And until the day I moved out, I always felt something there. Sometimes it was stronger, sometimes weaker, but it never fully left. The odd feeling I had the very first time I saw the house never went away. It just changed shape as I started having actual experiences to attach it to. Living there for those 5 years taught me what it is like to share a space with something you cannot explain. You still go to school. You still have friends over. You still argue with your siblings and get ready in the morning and try to live a normal life. But underneath it all is that quiet awareness that the house is never entirely empty, even when everyone else is asleep. I am 20 now, and since moving out of that house, I have only had 2 or 3 experiences that felt similar. Nothing close to what it was like there. That is one reason I keep coming back to the idea that the house itself mattered more than I did. Whatever was there seemed tied to that place in some way. Maybe I was more sensitive to it than the rest of my family, but I do not think it followed me once I left. It mostly stayed there. My family does not live in that house anymore either. At one point, I tried to talk to my mom about what I experienced there. I wanted to finally say it out loud to someone in the family, and see if maybe she had felt anything too, or if she had noticed more than she ever admitted. But my mom does not believe in the paranormal at all. She laughed it off and told me I had been young and that it was all just my imagination. I cannot say I was surprised. A lot of parents do that, especially when years have passed and they do not want to reopen strange memories or question what might have been happening under their own roof. Still, hearing her laugh at it did sting a little. Not because I needed her to agree with every theory I had, but because I know what I felt in that house. I know what my sister heard that first night. I know what my friends felt when the bed shook. I know the heater moved. I know the feeling of someone rushing up behind me when no one was there. Those things may sound small to someone else, but when you live with them over and over, they become part of your reality. Sometimes I wonder if maybe the house had a history no one told us about. People always assume older houses come with stories. They imagine death, tragedy, hidden secrets, old families, old pain. I do not know the history of that house in detail, and maybe it really had nothing dramatic attached to it at all. But houses hold more than facts. They hold emotions, routines, presence, and memory. Maybe something had happened there involving children, or maybe the house had simply gathered certain kinds of energy over time. I cannot say. All I know is that the attic, especially, never felt empty. I also wonder why so much of it seemed focused on me. That is a question that stayed with me, especially because after that first shared incident with my sister, so many of the experiences became mine alone. Why did I keep hearing the footsteps when she did not? Why did I keep feeling someone behind me? Why did my things keep moving? Was I simply more open to noticing it? Or was something in that house more interested in me for some reason? That is a strange thing to wonder, but once you have lived through events like that, you cannot help asking such questions. As unsettling as it all was, though, I never felt true evil there. That is something I want to be clear about. There is a difference between feeling uncomfortable, uneasy, watched, or startled and feeling in actual danger. The house definitely made me uncomfortable. It definitely frightened me at times. But it never gave me the deep, sick feeling of real threat. That is why I kept living my life there even while all these things were happening. If I had felt something truly dark in that house, I do not think I could have stayed. Instead, it felt more like a strange company, an odd presence woven into the everyday life of the place. Now that I am older, I can look back at it with a little more calm than I had then. At 12, 13, 14, everything feels more intense. A small event in the dark can carry the weight of a nightmare for days. At 20, I still believe those things happened, but I can hold them more gently now. I do not need everyone else to believe me. I know what those years in that house felt like. I know that from the very first time I saw the house, something in me recognized it as different. And I know that over the years, the house gave me enough little moments to prove to myself that feeling had not been random. Sometimes I miss the attic in a strange way. Not because I miss being scared, but because there was something about that room that felt alive. It was frightening, yes, but it was also deeply memorable. My sister and I up there talking late at night, hearing the steps, pretending to sleep, then listening together in silence. Friends sleeping over and asking if the bed just moved. Mornings at the mirror, dropping makeup because something brushed past me with no body attached. Nights of hearing little sounds in the dark and wondering if I should turn on the light or leave it off. All of that became part of my growing up. Maybe that is why the house stays with me the way it does. It was not just a haunted place, if that is even the right word. It was the place where I learned that not everything in life can be explained in a neat, reasonable way. It was where I learned that a feeling can be a kind of knowing. It was where I learned that the world may have more layers than we see during the day when everything is loud and bright and easy. At night, in quiet houses, those other layers sometimes become easier to sense. I do not know who or what shared that house with us. Maybe it was children. Maybe it was only the leftover energy of people who had lived there before. Maybe some places simply collect more than others do. I cannot prove any of it. But I know I was not just a foolish little girl scaring herself. Too many things happened, and too many of them fit together in that odd, playful, watchful kind of way. And even though my mother laughed, I still know. There was something in that house. I felt it from the beginning. And until the day I moved out, it never really let me forget it. I have never really known how to explain the things that happened to me without sounding completely mad, and that is probably why I keep most of it to myself. The truth is, I do not trust people to hear these things and still look at me the same way. Most people say they are open-minded, but the second you start talking about dreams that feel real, spirits that seem to follow you, sounds in the dark, scratches that appear from nowhere, and the fear that something unseen may be trying to reach you through the people you love, they stop listening with kindness and start listening with suspicion. They begin to think of doctors, medicines, therapy, or family meetings. They say they only want what is best for you, but what they really want is to make your story smaller and safer, something they can put into a box with a label. I have never wanted that. Maybe I should. Maybe it would be easier. But I know what I feel, and even when I doubt myself, even when I tell myself it is all stress or lack of sleep or my imagination playing tricks on me, some part of me always comes back to the same belief. There are things around us that are not easy to explain, and somehow, for reasons I do not fully understand, they seem to find me. The night at my friend's house is still one of the hardest experiences for me to think about because it did not happen only to me. Or at least, I do not think it did. If it had happened to me alone in my own room, I could have done what I always do and tried to convince myself that it was just another nightmare, another strange sleep episode, another one of those terrifying moments where fear leaks out of dreams and into waking life. But this was different because it involved her, and I love her too much for that to feel easy. She is not just some random friend from school or someone I only see once in a while. She is the closest thing I have to a sister. She has been with me through so much of my life that I cannot imagine my childhood or teenage years without her in them. We have grown up side by side in so many ways. We know each other's families, each other's habits, each other's moods, each other's jokes. She is part of my life in the kind of deep and ordinary way only old friendships become. That night I was staying over at her house, which we had done many times before. There was nothing unusual about that. We always ended up sharing a bed because that is just what girls do sometimes. Guys will throw a blanket on the floor and call it a night, but girls somehow end up piled together, talking in the dark until one of them falls asleep mid-sentence. I did not think anything of it. If anything, I thought maybe I would finally get a little rest. Sleep has never been simple for me. I have this strange relationship with insomnia where part of me hates it because it leaves me exhausted, but another part of me almost clings to it because being awake feels safer than sleeping. Sleeping leaves me open. Sleeping brings the dreams, the bad feelings, the strange visitations, or whatever they are. If I stay awake, at least I know where I am. At least I know what is real, or as real as anything ever feels to me. That night, though, I actually fell asleep. Normally when I stay at her house, I do not have the strange dreams. I do not dream of my spirit there. I say my spirit because I do not know what else to call him. Saying, thing, sounds cold and ugly, and he has never felt ugly to me. Strange, yes? Unexplainable, absolutely. But not ugly. Spirit is the only word that comes close without insulting whatever he is. And usually, when I am at her house, I do not dream about him or about the darker things that seem tied to him and to the rest of whatever follows me. Maybe because I feel safer there. Maybe because her house does not hold the same energy as mine. Maybe because being near someone I love keeps some things away. I do not know. But that night, I did dream, and it was awful. It was one of those dreams that leaves behind the feeling and almost none of the images. When you wake up from a dream like that, you do not come back with a clear story to tell. You cannot say, "This happened, then that happened, then I saw this." Instead, you are left with fragments, with broken pieces, and most of all with fear. A horrible fear that hangs on even after the dream itself has slipped away. That is the kind of dream it was. I remember only flashes of it now, and even those feel blurred, but the fear is still sharp. In the dream, something grabbed me. I know that. I remember the sense of being caught, taken hold of, claimed by something that did not mean me any good. And then, at that same exact moment, my friend grabbed me in her sleep. If that had happened with almost anyone else, maybe I could laugh it off and call it bad timing. But the reason it shook me so badly is because she has never done anything like that before. In all the years I have known her, and there have been many, she has never been the kind of sleeper who reaches out or clings or grabs. She is the kind who snores a little and stays more or less in one place. If anyone does the kicking or shifting, it is usually me. She might push back if I have kicked her for the 100th time in the night, but she does not just suddenly reach out in her sleep. That is not her. So when I felt that hand on me at the exact same time that something in my dream grabbed me, my mind did not separate the two things. It fused them together instantly. I screamed. I jumped out of the bed. I ran toward the door with all the raw terror of someone who believes something is in the room and wants her dead. That is what it felt like. Not vaguely threatened. Not uneasy. Certain. Certain that something was there, and that it wanted to kill me. Later, once the panic passed and the rational part of my mind had a chance to come back, I tried to tell myself a cleaner story. I told myself that I ran because I thought the thing had already gotten my friend and was coming for me next. That is the explanation I wanted because it let me keep some emotional distance from what I truly felt in the moment. Because the truth is much worse. The truth is that when I ran, I believed the thing from my dream was there, inside her, and that it was going to use her body to hurt me. At the time, I was not calm enough to think the word possession. That came later, after I had time to sit with it, and feel ashamed and sick and frightened in a more thoughtful way. In the moment, it was just panic. But later, possession was the word that formed around the memory, and I hate even writing it now because it sounds so dramatic and because I know true possession is supposed to be very rare. I know all the stories and myths and warnings. I know that most weird behavior is not possession. I know the human mind is capable of all sorts of things when half asleep. I know all of that. But knowing it does not erase the fear I felt. And what made that fear unbearable was the thought that if it was true, even partly true, then somehow I had put one of the people I love most in danger. That is what tore at me more than anything else. I was not even mainly running to save myself. I was running because even in that terrified moment, I knew I could not hurt her. If something bad was using her, If something had somehow gotten into her, then she was still her, and I would never hurt her, not even to save my own life. She has been my best friend since we were little. We are tied together by years of growing up side by side, and there is no version of me that could raise a hand against her, even out of fear. So I ran. Not away from some general threat in the room, but from her, because I thought something might be working through her, and I could not bear the idea of what would happen if I had to choose between defending myself and hurting her. I was screaming, apparently, though I remember things in pieces. I remember the feeling of the scream, the movement, the door, the terror. But after that, things become blurred. Her sister later told me what happened next because I do not fully remember the conversation myself. That is another reason I sometimes wonder if sleepwalking was involved. I have talked in my sleep before. I have even sleepwalked once in the past, though only once. So it is possible that part of what happened that night happened while I was still in some strange state between sleeping and waking. According to her sister, I kept saying, "There's something there." I said it more than once, and I was clearly terrified. Her sister tried to calm me down, and told me it was just my friend, that no one was trying to hurt me, that I was safe. But she also told me I looked at her with this weird, confused expression, like I honestly did not understand what she meant. Like when she said, "It's just her." Those words made no sense to me. That feels important because it means I was not pretending or acting dramatically. I was in some altered state of fear where what I saw or believed was stronger than the ordinary explanation right in front of me. Eventually, I got back in bed. My friend was lying there, and she asked me what was going on. She had been sitting up when I jumped out of bed, which also struck me as weird, though I did not mention that then because I was already mortified that I had one of my screaming incidents at her house. I did not want to say, "Why were you sitting up?" because I did not want to start building this story into something worse while everyone was already looking at me like I had lost my mind. So I said as little as possible. I was embarrassed. I wanted it to be over. I wanted everyone to go back to sleep so that I could pretend it had just been one of my usual sleep terrors. And for a little while, that is what I tried to believe. I told myself it was just one of those things that happen sometimes, one of those nights where dream and waking get tangled together and leave a mess. I tried to let it go. But then, a few days later, something else happened in my own room that made letting it go impossible. I woke up in the middle of the night and heard something moving. The sound seemed to be coming from my closet or maybe my bathroom. It was hard to tell exactly, but it was definitely in that direction. At first I thought of a mouse, because the movement had that kind of small restless sound, but it was far too loud to be a mouse. It was like a mouse sound turned up 10 times louder. There was also this rattling, clicking quality to it, like something was shifting and scraping in an odd mechanical or clawed way. I lay there listening, trying to make sense of it, trying to decide if I should get up and check. That was when a voice in my head told me not to. It said very clearly that if I opened the door, whatever it was would kill me. Now, I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like madness. But it did not feel like madness in the moment. It felt like a thought arriving with the force of warning. Maybe it was only common sense dressed in fear. Maybe part of me understood the danger of going to investigate strange noises at night, while half asleep and vulnerable. I have considered that possibility many times. But whatever it was, it felt separate enough from my normal thoughts that I noticed it, and remember it now. It did not sound like panic babbling. It sounded like a warning. At first I thought I would obey it. Then another part of me rose up in anger. I was so tired of being afraid. Tired of being afraid to sleep, tired of waking up terrified, tired of strange dreams, tired of feeling watched and touched and followed by things I could not explain. I wanted to get up just to prove that I could, just to stop fear from controlling every part of my life. So I argued with myself in the dark. One part said do not move, do not open the door, do not risk it. Another part said enough is enough, get up and face whatever is there. In the end, what stopped me was not even fear. It was modesty. I was only wearing one of my dad's old t-shirts, and it did not cover much. That thought embarrassed me enough that I stayed in bed. It seems ridiculous now, almost funny in a bitter sort of way, that after all that terror the thing that kept me from opening the door was not the threat of death but the thought of standing half naked in front of whatever might have been there. But that is the truth. And once I decided not to get up, I just lay there, trying not to breathe too loudly, praying harder than I had prayed in a very long time. I begged God not to let whatever it was hurt me. That says more about where I was spiritually than I like to admit. I had not been praying much lately. My faith had been shaky, not because I stopped believing completely, but because life had made me question things and I wanted time to sort them out quietly in my own head. I still believe that God is good, that God is love, and that whatever else I may not understand, goodness belongs to Him. But I had not been living in a very prayerful or certain way. Still, when fear strips everything else away, you find what you reach for first. And that night, lying in the dark, listening to something move just beyond the door, I reached for God and begged Him to keep it from harming me. I barely slept after that. Not really. Since then I have only slept in tiny pieces, half an hour at a time if I am lucky. And strange as it sounds, that is not the worst part, because right now I do not want sleep. Sleep is where too much of this finds me. Sleep is the doorway I do not trust. If I stay awake, I can at least fight. If I stay awake, I can hear, see, choose. Sleep makes me vulnerable. What frightens me almost as much as the thing itself is the thought that I may somehow have brought this on to the people around me. That is why the incident with my friend stays lodged in me like a thorn. What if I was right? What if something really was in her that night, or using her somehow? That would mean my life, my dreams, my spirit, my bad thing, whatever all of this is, could spill over onto innocent people I love. And if that is true, then I am not just in danger. They are too. That possibility is unbearable. I know there are stories about people being deeply in tune with one another, and having the same dream. I know there are ideas about minds touching in sleep, especially between people who are emotionally close. If that can happen, then maybe something darker can travel along the same path. If it is possible for me to talk to spirits in my head, and I do believe that some version of that has happened, then maybe it is also possible for whatever is attached to me to brush against someone close to me. Maybe not possession, maybe not the full terrible thing I fear, but enough to reach them. That thought makes me sick. The hardest part is that I do think I have done something before that proves I can call across whatever this boundary is. Or maybe call is not the right word. A year or a year and a half ago, I did something that even now I struggle to name because it sounds so crazy if I describe it plainly. At that time, I was trying to convince myself that my spirit was not real, that he was some silly, irrational childhood fantasy I had somehow held on to too long. I wanted to let him go. But before I could do that, I felt I needed to say goodbye. So I tried to find him. Or rather, when I could not bring him to me, I somehow brought myself to him. I was lying in bed, fully awake, with my eyes closed, concentrating as hard as I could. I was not asleep. I know that. I was trying, with all of me, to reach him. And after a while, suddenly, I was in the place where we always are when I see him. It is dark there. Not in a terrifying way, but in a still, deep way. And he was there. At the same time, I could still feel my body lying in bed. Every nerve in me felt alive. I felt the mattress, the sheets, the exact position of my body. But I also felt everything happening there with him. It was like I existed in both places at once. I cried there, and somehow I felt those tears in my body too, even though I was not physically crying in bed. I hugged him, and I felt that in both places. I spoke to him, and the speaking felt real there and real here at the same time. I do not know what to call that experience. I do not think it was a dream. I do not think it was a normal out-of-body experience either, though maybe someone else would classify it that way. All I know is that I was there and here at once. That I had found him somehow. That I had made a meeting happen between us. And that after it ended, I had no idea how I did it. I never managed to do it again. I tried, and trying gave me terrible headaches. so awful that eventually I stopped trying. But the fact remains that once, somehow, I reached him. Which means, at least to me, that there are doors inside me I do not understand. If I could accidentally open one to reach him, then what if I accidentally opened one to something else? What if I called the wrong thing? What if the bad thing found me because I was reaching into places I had no business reaching? Then there was the scratch. The other day I was simply walking, and suddenly I noticed a scratch on my arm. It was not deep. Not some horrible bloody wound. It looked like the kind of scratch you get when someone reaches out quickly to catch your attention, and their nails scrape your skin by mistake. It was not dramatic, but it was there, and it had not been there a moment earlier. I told my family, hoping maybe for once someone would at least admit it was odd. But they said I must have brushed against something and not noticed. That would make sense if I had a habit of not knowing when I hit things, and I am clumsy enough that under ordinary circumstances I might believe them. But this time I do not. I know the difference between bumping into something and feeling nothing until later, and feeling that something is wrong because it does not fit. And then there are the mornings when I wake up hurting. Not just tired, not just stiff. Hurting all over, with my head splitting, my body aching, my nerves frayed, and fear sitting in me even when I cannot remember the dream itself. Most of the time when I dream lately, I wake terrified but with no clear memory. The terror is there, the feeling of having fled or fought or seen something, but the images vanish before I can hold them. There is only one dream that has stayed clear. In that dream I am lost in a forest while it is snowing. I come to a clearing. I fall. I give up. And then my spirit is there. He reaches down a hand to help me up. I take it, and then I wake. That dream does not frighten me. It is almost the only thing about all of this that gives me comfort. Because in it he is back. He is there. He is helping. And part of me is so relieved by that I wake happy even though I know why he may be returning. I think he comes because something else is wrong. I think he may be trying to protect me, or at least guide me. I think he wants peace, and maybe he wants my help in reaching it. But if that is true, then the bad thing may want to stop him. And that thought fills me with a strange fierce protectiveness I do not fully understand. I care for him. If I am fully honest, I love him. Not in some silly romantic way, not in the way movies mean love, but in a deep, soul-level way that feels older than this life. Maybe that sounds like the corniest thing imaginable, like something from a bad love story, but it is not like that. When he reaches out his hand in that dream and I take it, it feels like finding something I have been missing my entire life without ever knowing how to name it. It feels like becoming whole for a second. That is the only way I know to say it. Which is why the idea of this bad thing hurting him is unbearable to me. And yet I know I am in over my head. If this thing can be heard physically, if it can scratch me, if it can touch me in sleep, if it can possibly use or affect someone close to me, then this is no longer just a private haunting or strange dream life. It is dangerous. Not only to me, but maybe to the people I love. My friends. My family. My best friend who means so much to me. I do not care half as much about it hurting me as I do about the thought of it hurting them. That is what keeps me awake most of all. Because if I am right, then whatever door is open between me and that other place is not staying politely on my side. And if I am wrong, if this is all some mixture of exhaustion, sleep trouble, fear, and grief, then I am still trapped in a life where I wake screaming, hear things in the dark, find scratches on my body, and cannot trust sleep. Neither answer is comforting. I do not know what I am supposed to do with that. I only know that I am tired. Tired of fear. Tired of not knowing. Tired of being afraid to sleep and afraid to speak and afraid to hurt the people I love with something I may have somehow invited. And still, through all of that, somewhere in the dark forest of all this confusion, my spirit keeps holding out his hand. And every time I take it, I remember that not everything in this strange life of mine feels evil. But enough of it does that I know I cannot keep pretending I understand any of it. And that may be the most frightening part of all. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Minnesota winters have a way of making the whole world feel bigger and quieter than it really is. The cold there is not the kind that only makes you shiver for a second and then pass it off as nothing. It is the kind that settles into the ground, the trees, the windows, the bones, and the silence. At night, especially in the country, it can feel like the whole world has gone still. Most winter nights were so dark that if you stood outside and looked ahead, you could barely make out anything in front of you. The snow and the frozen air swallowed up distance, and made even familiar places seem deep and strange. But when the moon broke through the clouds, everything changed. The snow would catch the light and glow like silver. The yard, the trees, the paths, and even the edges of the forest would shine softly under that cold light. It was beautiful in a way that is hard to explain to someone who has never stood outside in the middle of a real northern winter and watched the world glow under snow and moonlight. That was the kind of place where I grew up. We lived along a beautiful lake in a quiet country setting. It was the kind of place people dream about when they talk about childhood. There was space to run, woods to explore, seasons that felt real, and enough quiet that every little memory settled deeply into your life. Looking back now, I can say honestly that it was a wonderful place to grow up. It gave me many happy memories. It gave me long summer days, snowy mornings, evenings with family, and the kind of peace that only comes from living a little apart from the noise of town. But the house we lived in had its own strange side to it. It was not the kind of house that looked haunted in the usual storybook sense. It did not announce itself that way. It just had little things about it, certain feelings, certain moments, certain oddness that made you stop sometimes and wonder. There were things in that house that never quite felt ordinary. Most of the time, life went on like normal. But one winter night proved in a way I could never forget that our family was not alone there. It was late winter. I do not remember the exact date now, but I remember the season clearly because the cold was deep, the snow was everywhere, and the moonlight that night played a big part in the way I remember the house. We had spent the evening in the usual way, all of us together for a while, watching television and winding down from the day. It had been a long school day for me, and by the time evening came, I was exhausted. I was old enough to have my own habits and routines, but still young enough that home felt like the whole center of life. After a while, the family split apart the way families do at night. My brother went to his room, which was down at the end of the hallway. My parents went to the master bedroom, and my baby sister was with them. My room was the first room off the dining room, close enough to hear some things from the main part of the house, but far enough that once the lights were out and everyone was settled, I still felt tucked away in my own little space. I had a small dog at the time, and one of my habits every night was to leave my bedroom door cracked open just a little. I did that because I wanted the dog to be able to come in if he wanted to. Sometimes he would quietly push the door and sneak in without waking me, and sometime during the night I would wake enough to feel him curl up nearby or beside the bed. It was a small comfort, but one I liked. So, as usual, I left the door open just enough for him to get in, undetected, if he felt like keeping me company that night. I pulled down the bedspread, climbed into bed, and because I was so tired from school, I fell asleep almost immediately. That is one detail that has always mattered to me when I think back on what happened. I was not tossing and turning. I was not half asleep with my mind racing. I did not lie there imagining things in the dark. I went to sleep hard and fast, the way only a really tired child can. That is important because when I woke later, I did not wake in that hazy, dreamy state where you are not sure what is real yet. I woke all at once. My mind was clear immediately. I do not know what woke me. There was no loud crash, no shout, no sudden fear right away. I simply opened my eyes and was instantly alert. I remember lying there for a second, aware of the room around me in a way that felt too sharp for the middle of the night. I turned my eyes toward the dresser where my clock sat. Its red digital numbers glowed in the darkness. It read 3:20 a.m. That time has stayed with me all these years. Even now, decades later, those red numbers still seem to float in my memory exactly as I saw them then. Moonlight was coming through the room, enough to soften the darkness and show shapes. The kind of moonlight that comes across snow is different from any other light. It is cold but strangely bright, and it makes a room feel silver at the edges. I remember that because even though it was the middle of the night, the room was not swallowed entirely by blackness. There was enough pale light to make the outlines of things visible. It should have been a peaceful scene. Instead, it became the setting for one of the strangest moments of my life. Then I heard a sound from the basement directly below my bedroom. At first, it did not terrify me. It was not the kind of sound that screamed danger right away. In fact, what made it so odd was that it sounded familiar. The basement of our house was not just a plain basement with cement walls and boxes. It had once been set up like a full apartment. The previous owners had a son who had lived down there. It had its own sense of being a separate space. The apartment area was divided from the laundry room by a large, solid wood pocket door. It was a heavy door, and it slid on an old, sturdy metal track. Because of its age and weight, it had a very distinct sound whenever it moved. It did not glide silently. It rolled with a recognizable metal sound, a kind of solid old rolling noise that you could always identify if you had lived in that house long enough. That was the sound I heard. The pocket door downstairs was moving. It was such a specific sound that there was no mistaking it. And because I knew the sound, I did not feel instant panic. At first, I assumed there must be a normal explanation. My mother had been known to get up early sometimes to do laundry before the day got busy. I was not old enough yet to be much help with that, so she would sometimes do it while everyone else still slept. So my first thought was that maybe my mother was downstairs. I remember actually closing my eyes for a second and trying to settle back into sleep, because if it was only my mother, there was no reason to be disturbed. But then I heard footsteps. They were not in the basement anymore. They were on the wooden stairs that led up from the basement to the kitchen. That was the moment everything changed. The footsteps were heavy. They were slow and methodical. Not the quick, quiet sound of someone trying not to wake the house. Not the light steps of my mother moving around in the early morning. These were solid, deliberate, heavy steps. I lay there instantly wide awake, listening as they came upward, one after the other, heading toward the kitchen landing at the top of the stairs. My heart started racing before I even had time to form a full thought, because deep down I already knew this was not my mother. The steps reached the top of the stairs. And then they did not stop. That part is one of the clearest pieces of memory I have. I think part of me expected the sound to end once the person, or whatever it was, reached the top of the basement stairs. But it did not. The footsteps continued right across the kitchen linoleum, still in the same slow, heavy rhythm. That was somehow even worse than hearing them on the stairs, because now whatever made them was fully on the main floor of the house, moving through the rooms where we all slept. The sound was eerie in a way that is still vivid to me all these years later. There was something about the steadiness of the steps, the lack of hurry, the heaviness of them, that made my fear grow with each second. I was waiting for the sound to come closer to my room, expecting the footsteps to grow louder as the intruder moved toward me. But they did not grow louder in the way I expected. They kept that same strange weight as they crossed the kitchen floor. And then, suddenly, they stopped. That was somehow the worst part of all. Because in that instant, I realized why the sound had changed. Whoever or whatever had been walking was no longer on the kitchen linoleum. It had stepped onto carpet. And carpet does not give footsteps back in the same way hard flooring does. I knew then that the thing was somewhere near the dining room, near my room, maybe even right outside my door, and the floor beneath it had changed so I could no longer hear it clearly. I yanked my bedding up over my head immediately. That was pure child fear, and I do not say that to make light of it. It was the real, full-body instinct of a child who suddenly believes an intruder is in the house and might discover her at any second. I barely breathed. I lay there rigid under the blankets, making myself as still and as silent as possible. I was sure that if I moved, if I breathed too loudly, if I made any sound at all, whoever it was would know I was awake and come into the room. Then, nothing. No door opening. No more footsteps. No voices. No sounds of drawers, no movement, no crash, no sign of anyone in the room. Just silence. The kind of silence that becomes unbearable because you are sure something is waiting inside it. I do not know how long I lay like that. In memory it feels endless, as if I spent half the night frozen under my covers. In reality it could have been minutes. But fear changes time. A few minutes of terror in the dark can feel like an hour. I remember staying stiff for what felt like forever, listening for the slightest sound, waiting for some final proof that there really was someone in the house. But nothing else came. Eventually, somehow, against all logic and all fear, I drifted back to sleep. The next morning at breakfast, I decided to ask my mother about it. I tried to act casual because even then I think part of me still wanted a normal answer. I did not want to sound like some silly kid making up nighttime fears. So I asked her in a quiet, almost careless way if she had been up walking around in the middle of the night. I thought maybe she would say yes, maybe she had gone downstairs and I had only mistaken the sound because I had been half asleep. Instead, the second I asked, my mother screamed. She burst into tears right there. That reaction shocked me more than anything the night before had. If she had laughed, I would have known what to do with that. If she had brushed me off, I would have been embarrassed but relieved. But she did neither. She reacted like I had touched something she was already terrified of. Through her tears, she asked me what time I had heard it. I told her 3:20. Then she said something that chilled me more deeply than any footsteps ever could. She said she had heard the exact same thing for the past 4 nights, at the exact same time. That meant I was not imagining it. It meant the footsteps had been real enough for her to hear them too, on 4 separate nights before the one I woke up to them. And she had not told anyone. I think she had been trying to protect us. Or maybe she had hoped if she ignored it, it would stop. Maybe she wanted to believe it was something explainable too. But hearing that she had experienced the same thing, night after night, changed everything for me. The fear I felt in that moment was different from the fear I felt under the covers the night before. That had been the fear of immediate danger. This was the fear of knowing something impossible had become part of our house and had already been there longer than I realized. The strangest part is that after that conversation, we never heard it again. Not once. The footsteps stopped. That detail has always stayed with me because I do not know what to make of it. Why would my mother hearing it for 4 nights in a row, and me hearing it once, end with a simple breakfast conversation? Was it because we finally acknowledged it out loud? Was it because whatever it was only needed to be recognized? Was it because there was some natural explanation that ended right then? I do not know. But the timing was too exact to ignore. For 4 nights my mother heard those steps. On the 5th I heard them too. The next morning we spoke of it, and then it was over forever. Another thing I never understood was why our dog did not bark. Dogs react to intruders. Dogs react to strange sounds. Dogs react to people coming upstairs in the middle of the night. At least, that is what I always believed. But our dog gave no warning. No growl. No bark. No movement that I remember. That silence from the dog has always troubled me, because it removes another possible ordinary explanation. If it had been some real human intruder, I would have expected a dog to notice. Yet there was nothing from him. That has always made the experience feel less like a break-in and more like something else. For years, though, we had no clue what any of it meant. Life moved on. Time passed. Eventually we moved out of that house. The footsteps became one of those stories in the family that sat in the background of memory without ever fully being explained. We did not have any dramatic revelation right away. No neighbor came over and told us the house had a terrible secret. No old newspaper clipping surfaced back then. It was only years later, after we had already left the house behind, that we learned something that gave us our only real clue. The son of the previous owners had hanged himself in the basement apartment. That was where he died. The same basement where the old apartment had been. The same basement where the pocket door stood. The same stairs those footsteps had climbed. When I learned that later, everything about that night became heavier. Before that, the experience had been terrifying but shapeless. It was just footsteps, just something moving through our house. But once I knew what had happened there before we ever lived in that home, the shape of it changed. Suddenly the basement was not only a place with a strange old apartment and a heavy pocket door. It was a place where a life had ended violently and in despair. It was a place that had held death. I do not know if the footsteps belonged to that young man. I cannot prove that. I do not know if spirits repeat patterns, if grief imprints itself on houses, if the dead retrace old paths, or if fear makes people build stories around pain after the fact. I have thought about all of it. I still do not know for certain. But I do know that what I heard that night was real enough to wake me, real enough to leave me trembling under my covers, and real enough that my mother had heard it too, not once but for 4 nights before that. And I know that the one real history we uncovered later ties directly to the place from which those footsteps came. Sometimes I still picture it exactly. The red digital clock at 3:20. The pale moonlight over the room. The distinct rolling sound of the pocket door downstairs. The heavy steps on the wooden basement stairs. The slow crossing of the kitchen floor. The horrible silence once the footsteps reached the carpet. The blankets over my head. The breakfast table the next morning. My mother screaming and crying. And then, years later, the knowledge of how the previous owner's son had died below that very room. All of those things sit together in my mind now, and I cannot separate them. What still fascinates me is that I woke up so suddenly, and so clearly. I was not dreaming. I was not lost in that half-sleep state where sounds mix with imagination. I was fully alert right away. That sharpness has always been one of the reasons I trust my memory of it. I did not drift into fear. I was awake, aware, and listening. And if I had been the only one, maybe I would still doubt it. But my mother's reaction removed that doubt. She had been living with it alone for nights already. Maybe she did not tell us because she did not want to frighten us. Maybe she herself was too frightened to speak it aloud. I understand that more now than I could as a child. There is also something deeply sad about the whole thing. If those footsteps really were connected to the young man who died in the basement, then it changes the story from being just frightening to being tragic too. Because then what we heard was not merely some random haunting or some malicious thing in the dark. It may have been a life that ended badly, leaving something behind in the place where it ended. I do not romanticize that. I do not think ghosts are beautiful. But I cannot ignore the sadness in it either. There is something terrible about the idea of a person dying that way and leaving behind only a repeated sound in the middle of the night. And yet I do not know if I truly believe that is what it was. That is the honest part. I do not know. I only know the facts as I lived them. The footsteps were real to me. They were real to my mother. They came from the basement. They came at the same time every night. They stopped after we spoke about them. And years later we learned that a young man had died in that basement. That is all I really have. But sometimes that is enough. Sometimes you do not need a full explanation for a memory to stay alive inside you. Sometimes the mystery itself becomes part of the memory. In my case, that night stayed with me not only because it scared me, but because it changed how I thought about houses. Before that, a house was just a house. After that, I understood that some places carry things you cannot see on the walls or in the floor plans. Some places hold stories in deeper ways, and sometimes those stories are still moving long after the people involved are gone. I was only a child when it happened, but the feeling of that night has never left me. 30 years later, I can still hear the rhythm of those steps in my mind. Slow, heavy, methodical. I can still feel the exact shape of the fear that came when they stopped on the carpet. And I can still see my mother's face the next morning when she realized I had heard it too. That may be the most haunting part of the whole story for me now. Not only the footsteps. Not even the basement. But the look on my mother's face when she understood that what had been frightening her alone for 4 nights was now something we shared. That look said everything. It said she knew it was real. It said she had been afraid. It said she had no explanation. and it said that whatever walked up those stairs at 3:20 in the morning had not just visited the house once, but had been there waiting in the dark for nights already. We never heard it again after that breakfast. But in some ways I still do. Out of the 7 people who lived in that house, 3 had direct and open experiences with things they could not see. Another 3 saw strange events that looked supernatural, but they were never touched or spoken to in a direct way. Only one person in the family never had a clear experience at all, unless you count the heavy and unpleasant feeling of being watched that sometimes filled the rooms and hallways. Before I tell the story, I need to say one important thing. Even though I grew up in a house where many strange things happened, and even though I personally saw and heard enough to make me stop denying it, I have always tried to stay careful in the way I describe such things. For a long time, I did not want to use the word ghost. I did not want to sound foolish. I did not want to be one of those people who blames every little sound on spirits. I always tried to think of normal explanations first. I wanted to stay fair, calm, and as objective as possible. I believed there were things in this world that we did not yet understand, but I was slow to call them ghosts. That changed later in my life, after I was jabbed in the back and whistled at by something unseen while I was in Holland one autumn. Until then, I kept saying I did not believe in ghosts. After that, it became much harder to keep saying that. So while I still want to be careful and reasonable, I will use the usual words people understand, because it makes the story easier to tell. To explain everything properly, I have to start at the beginning, before we ever moved into the house. My mother remarried in 1984. By that point, she had 2 children from her first marriage, and then she had 3 more children from her second one. To keep this clear, I will call them brothers 1 and 2, and sisters 1 and 2. Sister number 1 was my full sister from my mother's first marriage. The others were my half-siblings because we shared the same mother, but had different fathers. Still, that difference never really mattered to us. We were all brothers and sisters, and we lived like one family. By the early 1990s, there were 7 of us living together, and our old house had become far too small. There simply was not enough room for all of us to live comfortably. My parents began looking for a bigger place, something with more bedrooms, more space, and enough room for a large family to breathe. That was how we ended up moving into a huge Victorian house on the west side of Columbus, Ohio. The house stood on about 2 acres of land. Long ago, the area had once been open country, probably peaceful and green and spread out in all directions. By the time we moved there, that land had become part of the suburbs. Still, the house kept something of its old country feeling. It sat there with a kind of pride and age that made it stand out from everything around it. It had been built in 1898, and once it had belonged to a wealthy family. Behind it stood a carriage house, and above that were what had once been the butler's quarters. On the 3rd floor of the main house was the place where a maid had once lived. There was a wide basement with several rooms, and inside the house there was a grand staircase that led up to a landing and then curved around the 2nd floor, connecting 4 bedrooms where everyone except me slept. I slept on the 3rd floor because I was the oldest child. I am 30 now, but I was around 13 years old when we first moved in during 1991. It was the kind of house that made people stop and stare the first time they saw it. It looked like the sort of place that held stories, even before you knew what those stories were. We were able to buy the huge house for only $200,000, which was an amazing price even then for a place that large. It was not cheap because of ghost stories or rumors or frightened former owners. It was cheap because it needed a lot of work. The place was in rough condition from top to bottom. It needed repair inside and out. But that did not scare my parents at all. My stepfather was a carpenter, and my mother loved the idea of fixing up old spaces and making them livable. They had already done a wonderful job expanding and improving our previous house so that 7 people could live there. When they saw this Victorian place, they did not see a problem. They saw a project, a challenge, and a home with enough room for all of us. We moved in during the fall of 1991. But in truth, Strange things had already started before we ever signed the papers or carried a single box through the front door. The very first strange thing happened when my mother saw the house during an open house. She was walking through the rooms, looking around, trying to imagine where furniture would go, what walls needed work, which rooms would belong to which children. At one point, she was standing in the downstairs bathroom looking out the window into the backyard. As she stood there, she saw two young girls outside laughing and playing in the grass. There was nothing especially terrifying about them at first glance. They were just two girls in the yard. But what stood out to her was the way they were dressed. Their clothes looked old, dated, from another time. She assumed they must be someone's children, maybe the neighbor's daughters. So she mentioned them to the realtor and asked whose girls they were. The realtor went to look outside, but by then there were no girls anywhere in the yard. Neither of them thought much of it then. The neighborhood had a lot of children, and it was easy enough to assume they had run off. Still, the image remained with my mother. Two girls laughing in the grass in old-fashioned dresses. At the time it was only a strange little moment. Later it became something much more. The first real event in the house happened on the day we moved in. At that point, the rest of us kids were all at school, and only my mother and stepfather were in the house. They were doing what people always do during a move, carrying in furniture, boxes, bags, and anything else they could fit into the truck. They had a system. My stepfather was bringing things from the truck into the house, and my mother was carrying them from room to room and trying to put things more or less where they belong. The house felt huge, and they had a lot of work ahead of them. At one point, my mother was carrying pails of paint down into the basement. She had chosen one of the smaller basement rooms as a place to stack them for the time being. While she was in that room, putting things down and trying to make space for the next load, she heard something very clear. She heard the sound of children's footsteps running down the basement hallway toward her. It sounded exactly like one of us kids had suddenly appeared and was coming to find her. Then the footsteps stopped right outside the room, and she heard a child's voice say, "Mama! Mama?" Without thinking, in the automatic way mothers always answer their children, she said, "Yes, dear?" She truly thought one of us had somehow come home from school in the middle of the day. She stepped out into the hallway expecting to see one of her children standing there. But there was no one. The hallway was empty. The rest of the basement was empty. She looked in every room, checked the stairs, checked the corners, looked anywhere a child could hide, and found nothing at all. There was nobody there. Feeling confused, she went upstairs and asked my stepfather if any of the children had somehow come home. He looked at her strangely and told her no. Brothers 1 and 2 were still at elementary school. Sister 2 was still at daycare. My sister and I were both at middle school. He and my mother were the only two people in the house. It should have shaken them more than it did, but they were busy and probably too tired to stop and think too deeply about it. They had a huge move to finish, and when you are in the middle of carrying furniture and boxes all day, sometimes even the weirdest moments get pushed aside because there is no time to do anything else. So they more or less brushed it off and kept going. Later that same afternoon, another strange thing happened. My mother was back in the basement again, still organizing things, putting boxes and supplies where they belong. While she was downstairs, she heard music coming from upstairs. That by itself would not have been strange at all. My stepfather loved music, all kinds of music, and our houses were almost always full of it. It was normal for some radio or stereo to be playing. But the type of music caught her attention. It sounded old, something like big band music from the 1920s. She came upstairs smiling and said something cheerful to my stepfather along the lines of, "Oh good, you already got the stereo hooked up." But he looked at her with complete confusion. He told her he had not hooked up the stereo at all. In fact, the stereo had not even been brought over yet. It was still at the old house and was one of the things they were planning to get later. My mother insisted she had clearly heard music playing upstairs while she had been in the basement. My stepfather said he had heard nothing. He did not say it out loud, but I think that was probably the first moment he started wondering if something was wrong with her, or at least if stress and exhaustion were starting to affect her. After all, in one day she had come to him asking if children were somehow in the house when they absolutely were not, and then telling him she heard music playing from a stereo that was not even there. To him, it must have sounded impossible. Still, the move continued. Little by little, room by room, the big old house began to look like our home. My parents worked hard. They painted, repaired, cleaned, fixed, and arranged. They were good at that kind of work. Before long the place felt bright, warm, and welcoming. It became the social center of the neighborhood. The yard was big, and kids were always around. The house had a kind of pull to it. If a parent in the neighborhood did not know where their child was, there was a very good chance the child was over at our house with one of us, either in the yard, in the neighborhood, or somewhere inside the big rooms of that old Victorian place. For a while, it really did feel like a happy family home. But then my younger brother began complaining about being tickled at night. That, to me, was when the ordinary strangeness of the house began turning into something more disturbing. It is one thing to hear music that should not be there or footsteps in an empty basement. Those can be strange, yes, but they still leave some distance between the event and the person. But a child being touched in bed is different. That feels more direct, more personal. More like whatever was in the house had stopped being content with only being heard and had started to reach out. At first, like many parents would, my mother and stepfather probably thought it was just childish imagination or the kind of nervous complaint little children make at night when they are half asleep and seeking comfort. But then more things began happening, and not only to him. The house seemed to wake up little by little, as though the longer we lived there, the more it became aware of us, and the more willing it became to show itself. Looking back now, I think about how strange it is that so many of us had different levels of experience in that house. It was not like everyone saw the exact same things. It was not simple and easy like that. Some people were touched directly. Some only heard things. Some saw things move or heard voices or footsteps. One person only ever felt watched. That unevenness made it harder to explain and maybe harder to talk about. If the whole family had seen one same clear ghost standing on the stairs, then at least we would have had one shared fact. But instead the house gave each person a different piece of its mystery. That is one reason I stayed skeptical for as long as I did. I did not want to turn every odd moment into proof of ghosts. I wanted to be careful. I wanted to believe there must be explanations. Houses make noises. Old homes settle. Pipes move. Electrical systems hum. Wind slips into strange spaces. Children imagine things. Adults mishear things. Stress plays tricks on the mind. I know all that. I knew all that then too. But there is a point when too many things happen, to too many people, in too many different ways, and the careful explanations start to feel too thin. The thing that made our house especially unsettling was not that one single terrible event took place and changed everything. It was the slow collection of moments. The girls in the yard that vanished. The voice in the basement calling, "Mama!" The sound of music from another decade playing from nowhere. The feeling of being watched. The touches in the night. The strange experiences that came later, one after another, until it became impossible for several members of my family to pretend the house was ordinary. And still, even with all that, the house could be beautiful. That is what makes the story feel so strange to me. It was not a dark ruin. It was not some rotting haunted shelf full of cobwebs and gloom. In daylight it was often bright and grand and full of energy. Friends came over. Kids laughed in the yard. Meals were made. Homework was done. We celebrated birthdays. We fought like siblings do. We watched television. We lived. The haunted part of the house did not cancel out the ordinary life in it. It lived alongside it. That made it even harder to explain because the place was not one thing only. It was both a family home and something else. Warm and cold. Welcoming and uneasy. Full of laughter and, underneath it, something older and stranger. I think that is one of the hardest things for people to understand about haunted houses. They imagine constant terror. They imagine screams every night and shadows in every doorway. But that is rarely how it feels from the inside. Most of the time, you are just living. Then something happens. Then life goes on. Then something else happens. Little by little, the place begins to shake your nerves and your instincts. Certain rooms begin to feel different. Certain times of day feel heavier. Certain sounds make you stop what you are doing. And before long, you find yourself living with one ear always open and one part of your mind always quietly alert. When I think back to the first day, to my mother standing in the basement room answering a child's voice that was not one of ours, I can see now that the house was speaking to us from the very start. The girls in the yard, the voice in the basement, the old music, all of it was there before we even unpacked properly. It was as if the house, or whatever lived in it, wanted to announce itself early but gently. Not by slamming doors or throwing things across rooms, but by small moments that could almost be dismissed. Almost. That word matters, almost. Because if any one of those things had happened alone, maybe we would have dismissed it completely. Maybe the girls in the yard would have remained just neighborhood children who ran off. Maybe the voice in the basement would have been an echo, a tired mind, or a trick of acoustics. Maybe the music would have been heard from outside and mistaken for inside. Each moment alone could be explained away if you wanted badly enough to do so. But they did not happen alone. They came one after another, and then more followed. I often wonder whether the house recognized something in my mother first. She was the first to see the girls. She was the first to hear the child's voice. She was the one who heard the music. Maybe because she was in the house alone with my stepfather that first day and more open to hearing it in the empty rooms. Or maybe because mothers are easier to reach with the sound of children calling. Mama is a powerful word. It cuts through thought and goes straight into instinct. If something in that basement wanted attention, there was hardly a better way to get my mother's than to call to her in a child's voice. That still unsettles me. Not because it was violent, but because it was intimate. The old music unsettles me too for a different reason. It sounded like it belonged to the era of the house. That is the detail that makes it linger in my mind. Big band music from the 1920s in a house built in 1898, in a wealthy home with maids and butlers and a long family history. It feels like the house briefly opened one of its old layers and let that sound drift through to her. My stepfather hearing nothing at all only makes it stranger. It was not simply some radio in another room. It was something heard by one person and not another, and that kind of thing is hard to fit into ordinary life. When I tell the story now, I realize that these first events were only the beginning. At the time, though, nobody could have known how many more things were still to come. We were only just moving in. We still believed we were starting a new chapter in a big old house that needed fixing but would give us room and possibility. We had not yet learned that the house came with occupants of another kind. And still, I remain cautious. Even now, after everything, I do not want to sound like someone who sees ghosts behind every curtain. I still believe in looking for real explanations first. But I also believe in honesty. And the honest truth is that from the very beginning, something in that house made itself known to my family. It began quietly, almost politely. A glimpse through a bathroom window. A child's voice in an empty basement. Music from nowhere. Then more. Then more. Enough that by the end, most of us no longer questioned whether the house was unusual. We only differed in what we believed that unusual thing actually was. For me, those first days remain some of the most telling. Because when I strip away all the later stories and all the many experiences that came after, what remains at the root is this. Before we were even settled, before our furniture was in place, before the stereo had arrived, before the children came home from school, something in that house reached out and touched my mother's ordinary day. And after that, our lives inside those walls were never entirely ordinary again. When my husband was stationed at Fort Wainwright in Alaska with the Army, we lived on base in one of the oldest family housing units there. The house had a long life before it ever became a family home. It had been built back in the 1930s, and before families ever lived in it, it had been used as barracks. Even before I knew anything else about the place, That alone gave it a certain feeling in my mind. Old army buildings seem to carry memories in a way newer places do not. So many people pass through them. So many things happen in them. They stand through years of cold, war, training, loneliness, fear, homesickness, and every kind of human feeling. Maybe some people can live in a place like that and never think about what happened there before. I was never one of those people. Almost as soon as we moved in, I felt that something was wrong, or maybe not exactly wrong at first, but different. It was not a strong, dramatic feeling right away. It was more like a quiet awareness, a sense that the house did not feel empty when it should have. I had the strange feeling that my husband and I were not the only ones living there. I did not say that out loud at first because it sounded ridiculous even in my own head. We had just moved in. The house was unfamiliar. Everything about Alaska was different from other places we had lived. I tried to tell myself that I was only adjusting, that a new place always feels strange before it starts to feel like home. But it did not go away. Instead, the feeling stayed, and before long it grew stronger. I started having nightmares, which was unusual for me. I am not someone who normally suffers from terrible dreams all the time. But in that house, after moving in, I started waking up in the middle of the night with my heart pounding, already frightened before I even fully opened my eyes. And when I did wake, there were times when I felt something standing over me. Not a vague feeling of unease, not just the kind of nervousness people get in the dark. I mean that very specific, deeply unpleasant feeling that something is there, close to you, watching you while you sleep. That is one of the worst feelings in the world because you wake up already vulnerable. It is dark, you are confused, and before your mind can fully catch up, your body already knows that something feels wrong. I would lie there in bed trying to calm myself down, trying to tell myself it was just a bad dream, but the feeling would linger. Even after I was fully awake, it would still seem like something had only just stepped away. The animals noticed things too, and that made it harder to brush off. My cat would stare at random spots on the walls or the ceiling. Anyone who has had a cat knows they can act strange sometimes, but this felt different. It was not like she was watching a bug or following a shadow from headlights outside. She would become still and focused, staring at places where nothing was visible, as if something was there that only she could see. My dog also started acting oddly. He would bark and growl for no reason I could find. Not every day, and not constantly, but enough that I noticed it. He would suddenly react to empty spaces or quiet corners of the house as if there were a stranger standing there. Then there were the moments when I was alone, and would get that awful feeling of being watched. I had experienced paranormal things before in my life, so strange feelings by themselves were not enough to completely throw me. And those earlier experiences had never made me feel truly threatened. They were unsettling, yes, but not hostile. There was curiosity in them, not menace. But whatever was in that house felt different from the start. I did not exactly feel attacked in the beginning, but I did not feel welcome either. For a while, nothing major happened. Just the feelings, the nightmares, the odd behavior from the pets, the sense of being watched. All of that was enough to make me uncomfortable, but still not enough to prove anything. Then one day whatever it was seemed to learn a new trick, and that is when it really started to get on my nerves. It began with a remote control disappearing. That sounds so small and ordinary that if I had heard someone else tell it, I might have rolled my eyes. Things go missing in houses all the time. People misplace them. They fall between couch cushions. They get left in bedrooms or bathrooms or tossed on shelves and forgotten. So when we first noticed the remote was gone, my husband and I did what every couple does in that situation. We blamed each other. I thought maybe he had left it somewhere strange. He thought maybe I had moved it. We looked around casually at first, expecting one of us to find it within a few minutes. But we did not. Then we started looking seriously. We checked the couch. We looked under furniture. We went through the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom, and every place it could possibly have been left. We searched everywhere. The more we looked, the more irritated we got, because it made no sense for it to be completely gone. It was not a tiny thing like a ring or a key. It was a remote control. It should have been somewhere obvious. But it was nowhere. We tore the house apart looking for it, and still found nothing. Eventually, we had no choice but to replace it. We actually had to go to the cable company and buy a new one. Even then, the whole thing felt weird, but I still tried not to read too much into it. Strange, yes. Annoying, definitely. But maybe one of us had done something stupid without realizing it. Then, about a month later, something happened that changed how we saw those missing items. One night we were getting ready for bed. My husband went to pull back the covers, and there in the middle of the bed was the missing remote. Just sitting there. I know for a fact that remote had not been there when I made the bed that morning. I made the bed carefully every day. It was one of my habits, especially in a place where everything else already felt unsettled. Straightening the room gave me a sense of order. The bed had been empty when I made it. The covers had been smooth. If the remote had been there, I would have seen it. There is no doubt in my mind about that. But that night it was lying in the center of the bed as if someone had carefully placed it there for us to find. My husband and I just stared at it for a second. It was one of those moments where your mind does not know how to react because the thing in front of you is too simple to be dramatic and yet too strange to ignore. Neither of us screamed or said anything huge. We just had that same stunned thought at the same time. How in the world did it get there? We did not have an answer. I picked it up and set it on the nightstand, and we went to bed. We did not talk about it much right then because what was there to say? It was back, and we had no way to explain it. But after that, little things kept disappearing too. Small objects would go missing and then turn up in odd places later. Not all at once and not constantly, but often enough that both of us started thinking the same thing, even if we did not want to admit it openly. Maybe we had an invisible roommate. At first that idea was almost funny in a dark sort of way. If something unseen was really in the house, then maybe it was just messing with us. Maybe it liked moving things around. Maybe it found it amusing to watch us accuse each other and search every room in frustration. If that was all it wanted to do, then I guess in some strange way it could have been worse. Annoying is easier to live with than frightening. But things changed when my husband left for Iraq. That was when the house truly became unbearable. Before he left, at least there had been another adult there with me. Even if he did not always feel or notice what I did, his presence itself made the house feel more normal. We were a team in that place, and there is comfort in not being alone, even if the strange things continue. But once he was gone, I was left in the house by myself with all of it. Just me, the pets, and whatever else was in there. The silence got bigger. The nights got longer. Every little sound carried more weight. The strange disappearances felt less like irritating pranks and more like a deliberate effort to unsettle me. That became clear to me when my toothbrush vanished. Of all the things to mess with, that one really made me angry. I could tolerate a remote disappearing. I could tolerate a little household thing going missing and showing up later. But a toothbrush felt so personal and so petty at the same time that it pushed me over the edge. I had gone looking for it and could not find it anywhere, and because I was alone in the house, I knew I had not misplaced it in some ordinary way that someone else had helped create. There was no husband to blame. No one else had moved it. If I did not move it, then something else had. That was the moment I finally spoke out loud to whatever was there. I said clearly that it was not funny anymore and that I wanted it to give my toothbrush back. I know how crazy that sounds. Standing alone in a house talking to empty air like there is someone listening. But in that moment, I did not care how crazy it sounded. I was tired. I was lonely. I was angry. I was sick of feeling like my home was treating me like a toy. The next day I found my toothbrush. It was sitting on a shelf in the mudroom. That was not a place I would ever have put it. There was no reason for it to be there. And once again, because I was alone in the house, there was no simple explanation involving another person moving it. After that, the disappearing objects mostly stopped. If I am being honest, it felt as if whatever was there had heard me and responded. But if it did listen, then I think I must have hurt its feelings, because the mood in the house changed after that. The objects stopped disappearing so much, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger, more constant, more personal. It was as if I had pushed back against it, and it had decided to stop playing games and instead just let me feel its presence more directly. There were more and more moments when I would be in the house alone, and suddenly feel very uncomfortable for no clear reason. The rooms would feel wrong. The air would feel heavy. My skin would crawl. There were times when I did not even want to go from one room to another because I could feel that something was there, paying attention. One night it got so bad that I could not stand the idea of being alone there. I called a friend and asked her to come stay the night. That was not something I would normally do. I am not the type to panic easily or call for backup over a bad feeling. But that night the house felt wrong in a way I could not talk myself out of. I just knew I did not want to sleep there by myself. My friend came over, and for a while things felt better simply because there was another person in the house with me. We hung out, talked, and tried to make the evening feel normal. Eventually it was time to go to bed, and we each went to our rooms. I had barely laid down when I heard her door slammed shut. Not click. Not drift closed. Slam. I jumped up immediately and went to her room to see what had happened. When I opened the door, she was sitting there terrified. She told me that she had watched the door slowly begin to close on its own, and then just before it fully shut, it slammed hard. The fear in her face told me she was not joking and not exaggerating. She had seen it happen and it had scared her badly. Now I need to point out something important. This was the dead of winter in Alaska. It was 40 below outside. The house was shut up tight. No windows were open. There were no warm breezes or cool drafts moving through the place. It was not the kind of night where a door might slowly drift because of air pressure from outside. Everything was sealed against the cold. The idea that a draft had done it simply did not fit the situation. After that, neither of us wanted to sleep alone. We ended up both sleeping on the couch that night, close together like children at a sleepover, trying to ignore the rest of the house around us. I remember lying there pretending to relax while every small creak in the house seemed to carry too much meaning. When you are in a situation like that, the dark stops feeling empty. It feels occupied. The space between sounds feels occupied. Even the silence feels as though it is watching you. Not long after that, I was offered the chance to move to another house. I took it immediately. There was no hesitation. I did not care about the inconvenience, or the moving or the work it would take. I just wanted out. I had reached the point where the house no longer felt like a place I could live peacefully in. That was enough. Whatever had begun there with nightmares and strange feelings had turned into something much more persistent and much more personal by the time my husband was gone. Maybe if he had still been home, I would have stayed longer. Maybe his presence would have made the house easier to bear. But alone, with the objects disappearing, the watching feeling growing stronger, and doors moving in front of guests, I was done. Looking back now, I still think about that house often. It was built in the 1930s and had once served as barracks before becoming family housing, and that history matters to me. So many people must have passed through it over the years. Soldiers, families, lonely men, wives waiting, children growing up, fear, stress, separation, relief, homesickness. If places can hold on to things, if they can absorb emotion and memory the way people say they can, then that house had decades of human life built into its walls. Maybe what was there was only one spirit. Maybe it was many layers of old energy. Maybe it was something attached to the house itself. Or maybe there is some explanation no one has thought of yet. I cannot say with certainty. What I can say is that the house did not feel empty. It felt aware. At first, I did not feel physically threatened. That is true. I was frightened, yes, and deeply uneasy, but in the beginning it was more like living with a presence that observed and annoyed rather than attacked. The moved objects felt mischievous. The remote appearing in the bed felt almost like a message. I can take things and put them back whenever I want. The toothbrush in the mudroom after I demanded it returned felt even more personal. But once my husband left, the feeling shifted. It was no longer only about missing objects. It became about the mood of the house, the way it watched, the way it pressed in on me. And that, for me, was the worst part. Because missing things can be explained away to a point. A slamming door can be doubted. But the feeling of not wanting to be in your own home, of being physically uncomfortable in the rooms around you, of needing another person there just to make it through the night, that is much harder to dismiss. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was there became more active after my husband left because it knew I was alone. Maybe it sensed the shift in the house. Maybe it knew the balance had changed. Or maybe my own fear and loneliness simply made me more sensitive to something that had always been there in the same way. That is possible too. I try to leave room for that. I do not want to become one of those people who turns every unexplained thing into proof of the supernatural. But I also cannot lie and say I think I imagined it all. Too much happened. And too much of it happened in ways that lined up too neatly to ignore. I often think about the toothbrush because that was the first time I clearly confronted whatever was there. There is something almost childish about it now when I remember it. Me alone in the house, angry over a toothbrush, talking to thin air. But when the toothbrush appeared exactly where I would not have left it, the moment changed from childish to chilling. It was like an answer. Small, yes, but definite. And the fact that the disappearances slowed afterward has always stayed with me too. It really did feel like it had listened. Then came the friend and the door slamming. That incident mattered because it was no longer only my word against the house. My friend saw the door move and then slam. She felt the fear too. She was scared enough that we both ended up on the couch, and that tells me it was not just my own nerves infecting the situation. Something happened in front of her. Something she could not explain in a very ordinary closed-up Alaska winter house. When I moved, I did not take that feeling with me. That is another reason I believe it was attached to that house and not to me. The heavy watching feeling, the disappearing objects, the strange sense of something standing over me at night, all of that belonged to that place. Once I was gone, it stayed behind. That does not mean I have never felt strange things anywhere else, but never in the same way and never with that same constant pressure. That old house on base had something in it. Something that watched. Something that played tricks. Something that became more direct when I challenged it. Something that did not like to be told no. I do not know what it was. I do not know who it was. But I know I was not alone in that house. And by the time I left, I was more than ready to let whatever had lived there keep it.